Chapter 31. A Chance Encounter. It was impossible, boxed up as he was in the stuffy atmosphere of the wardrobe, for Jack to hear anything of what was going on in the next room, but it was pretty easy to guess what was the meaning of Anstruther's strange intrusion. There was only one thing for it, and that was to possess his soul in patience and hope that Anstruther had no intention of spending the night there. It was perfectly obvious that he had come only with the intention of hearing what was taking place in the next room. It was impossible for anybody possessed of ordinary intellect not to admire Anstruther, whose brilliant qualities could not be ignored. Even now, excited as he was, Masefield could not repress his admiration for the man he both feared and disliked. It really was a marvellous thing that Anstruther should be so soon upon the track of the man with whom he had parted on friendly terms not an hour ago. Was this the result of some perfect system of spying, or was it that Anstruther's wonderful instinct led him to believe that Carrington was ready to plot against him, whilst professing to act upon his advice? Masefield had plenty of time to ponder this question, for the figure on the wardrobe above gave no signs as yet of having had enough of it. Nor was Jack's situation rendered more pleasant by the knowledge that he might have to pass the night in a perpendicular position and half stifled by the stuffy atmosphere of the wardrobe. But there was always comfort in the knowledge that Anstruther's main object was to hear the conversation in the next room. It might possibly last not much longer. At any rate, Carrington would have to go to bed some time, and the sooner the better. An hour passed. An hour which seemed the whole of a long night came to an end at length, and then there was some sound, as if of a body cautiously moving overhead. Jack drew a long breath of relief, or at least as long a breath as was possible, considering his stifling surroundings. The critical moment had arrived. Had the conference next door finished, or was it merely an interlude? Jack wondered. He had been bound to push the door of the wardrobe open a little, and now he saw a long slit of light which told him that Anstruther had turned up the lamps again. He could hear the latter pacing the room in a restless kind of fashion, and muttering to himself as if he were not entirely satisfied with what he had heard. Jack, greatly daring, ventured to push the wardrobe door open slightly further. He caught a side view of his enemy as the latter sat moodily on the bed, with apparently no intention of removing his clothing. It was quite within the bounds of possibility now that Anstruther, having satisfied himself, would leave the hotel altogether. A moment later, and Jack saw that his conclusion was the right one. Anstruther turned towards the door. "No reason to stay here any longer," he muttered. "I'm as tired as a dog. I suppose my nerves are not what they used to be, or perhaps I am growing old. At any rate, this sort of thing tells upon me more than it used to. Certainly that half-sovereign of mine was well laid out. Oh, you contemptible pair of rascals! So you think you are going to get the best of Spencer Anstruther? We shall see. And as to Pardini—" The speaker shook his fist in the direction of the next room, and walked quietly in the direction of the door. Jack could hear the key turn in the lock. He felt a suggestion of draught, as if the room were now open to the corridor. The next instant the lights vanished, and Anstruther had left the room. Jack crept out into the comparatively pure atmosphere, and wiped the moisture from his forehead. He preferred to remain in the darkness till he had made up his mind what to do. Looking up in the direction of the ventilator, he could see that the lights were now extinguished in Carrington's bedroom. This was plain evidence of the fact that the conference was concluded, and that there was no occasion to stay any longer. "I'll get out of it too," Jack muttered to himself. "It is only a matter of forfeiting my sovereign, and what I have learned is cheap at the price. But I shall have to be cautious." It was perhaps fortunate for Jack that a somewhat large rush of late guests came into the hotel at the same moment. Most of them were racing men returning from a big meeting up north. Anyway, the servants appeared to be particularly busy, so that Jack felt that he could slip away without any suspicions as to his movements. He waited just a moment till the corridor was practically empty, then sauntered towards the head of the stairs with the air of a man who has just come in. He had practically reached the big square landing when a bedroom door opened cautiously, and a man's face peeped out. It occurred to Jack that possibly this man was looking for something, or that he was going to deposit his boots outside, or something of that kind. But the stranger, who was about half dressed, did nothing of the kind. On the contrary, he raised his finger in a mysterious manner, and beckoned deliberately to Jack. He did not appear in the least agitated. On the contrary, his expression was one of caution and mistrust. Jack, thinking that it might have been a little play of fancy on his part, would have moved on, only the stranger stepped briskly outside and touched him on the arm. "Is there anything I can do for you?" Jack asked politely. "I suppose your belt's gone wrong, or something of that sort? I am quite at your service." "Will you be good enough to step inside my room?" the stranger said. "The request will probably strike you as being somewhat out of the common, but I really have something important to say to you." As was quite natural in the circumstances, Jack hesitated for a moment. Like most people, he had heard and read a great deal about strange hotel outrages, and it occurred to him now that he might have been chosen for the victim of one of these. Possibly the stranger was mad, or possibly he was suffering from alcoholic excess. But Jack felt more reassured as he carefully examined the features of the stranger. He was a tall, slim man, who palpably was recovering from some dangerous illness. It was either that, or he was far gone in consumption. Jack could see that the mere act of standing there was a weariness of the flesh. He noted also the attenuated arms, which at one time or another must have been exceedingly powerful, for the sinews and muscles seemed to hang upon the bones like rags. But it was the face of the man that attracted Jack's attention most. It was long and lean and pallid. There were thin strips of plaster, skilfully bandaged, about the eyes and mouth, and down the sides of the long, hawk-like nose. Still, behind it all, there was ever the suggestion that this man was a sportsman and an athlete. Jack seemed to know by instinct that his new acquaintance was a man who had passed much time in warm climates. He began to wonder if the stranger had laid violent hands upon himself. It was very strange to see all that maze of plaster, as if the face had been carved in some grotesque fashion with a knife. "Do please come inside for a moment," the stranger pleaded. "I assure you I mean no harm, and our conversation may result in a wonderful deal of good. You evidently regard me as a kind of lunatic. Well, in some respects, perhaps you are right, but there is a good deal of method in my madness." Jack still hesitated. The stranger sighed bitterly. "I see I must be candid with you," he said. "I am taking a great risk, but I am trusting you because I never made a mistake about a face. You have been closeted for some time in the same room with Spencer Anstruther, but that you are an accomplice of his, I feel sure is impossible. Now, will you come inside my room?" Jack hesitated no longer. He strode into the room, and his new acquaintance closed the door behind him. The apartment was furnished half as a sitting, half as a bedroom. A fire burned in the grate. An invalid armchair was pulled up to one side of it. There was plenty of proof also of the fact that the occupant of the room was an invalid. Here were bottles with chemists' labels, here were some cotton wool and a case of surgical instruments. In one corner of the room was a small iron bedstead, which was obviously placed there for the use of a male nurse. "You are quite right," the stranger said, as if reading Jack's thoughts. "As a matter of fact, there is no reason why you should have accepted my invitation at all. One hears of so many strange things happening in these big modern hotels. As you imagine, I am just recovering from a dangerous illness, the result of a very delicate operation. But we need not go into that. What you are dying to find out is how I know all about Spencer Anstruther." "I confess I am a little curious on the point," Jack said dryly. "You are taking a great risk when you mention his name and assume that I am no friend of his." "You couldn't be with a face like yours," the stranger replied. "A dupe, perhaps, or a man he was making use of, but never one of his infamous gang. And yet you were in that room with him a long time to-night." Jack hesitated a moment before he spoke again. "Look here," he said. "You have been fairly candid with me, and in return I will be as candid with you. Anstruther is a great scoundrel, and it is to my interest and to the interests of those I love that the man should be exposed and rendered harmless for the future. Now, How did you know that we were in the same bedroom together?" "That is easily explained," said the other. "My male nurse was suddenly called away this evening on important business. I have been feeling so much better the last day or two that I decided to do without a substitute. Mind you, I knew perfectly well that Anstruther was frequently in the habit of spending an occasional night here, and I had my own reasons for keeping out of his way. But something happened to my bell to-night, and I had to go to the top of the corridor and use the bell there. It was quite by accident that I saw you enter bedroom number 14, and it was quite by accident also that I heard Anstruther demand to know why he could not have the same room. I listened with curiosity, because the thing struck me as very strange. It struck me as stranger still when I heard Anstruther say that the room was empty, and saw him close the door behind him." "A kind of vanishing trick," Jack smiled. "Well, yes, if you like to put it in that way," the other said. "It was either one of two things. You were there as an accomplice, which I refused for one moment to believe, or you had hidden yourself in the room for the purpose of watching Anstruther. In fact, seeing that circumstances were going for you, you laid a neat little trap for Anstruther. Have I not guessed it correctly?" "Your deductions are perfectly sound," Jack said. "I deliberately chose that bedroom with the full intention of overhearing what was going on in the room behind. When I heard Anstruther come in, I hid myself in the wardrobe, and stayed there till he left the room. Now I have told you all that has happened so far as I am concerned. It is your turn to be communicative." "I am exceedingly sorry to appear discourteous," the stranger said, "but I am afraid I cannot tell you very much. The mere mention of Anstruther's name always throws me into a kind of terror. I may be able to help you later on, but for the present I am bound to silence. But tell me now, do you see any likeness between Anstruther and myself?" The question was asked with an eagerness that struck Jack as being far beyond the necessity of so simple a query. The speaker seemed to fairly tremble for Jack's reply. "There does not begin to be any resemblance," he said. "The question strikes me as being a strange one. And now let me ask you a question. From what you say, you appear to know Anstruther exceedingly well. Now, did you ever notice his likeness to anybody? You have seen him when he has been greatly moved to passion, I suppose?" The stranger shuddered and turned away his head. "That is sufficient answer for me," Jack said. "I dare say you have noticed those strange nostalgia posters. Did it ever occur to you that Anstruther is not unlike those pictures?" The effect of the question was extraordinary. The stranger looked at Jack with eyes filled with terror. "Strange, very strange," he muttered hoarsely. "You have hit it exactly. May I ask, have you ever been in Mexico?" "No," Jack replied, "but I know a man who has. Did you ever meet an individual out there called Seymour?" Chapter 32. Lady Barmouth's Jewels. Jack had merely drawn a bow at a venture, but the shaft went home to the feather. By instinct he seemed to divine the fact that the stranger who knew so much of Anstruther's inner life might also know as much as the man called Nostalgo, otherwise Seymour. This instinct did not play Jack false, for he saw his companion stagger back, as if he had been shot. He fell into a chair, and plucked feebly at the arms of it with his fingers. "You are on dangerous ground indeed," he said hoarsely. "Have you a wife depending on you, or one you love? If so, turn your back upon me at once, and never see my face again." It was a warning, deep, thrilling, and impressive, but Jack merely shook his head and smiled. He had no intention of turning back now. "I know too much or too little," he said. "Mr. Seymour is by way of being a friend of mine. In fact, I was the means of doing him a great service the other night, but I see from the expression of your face that you know all about that." "Have you seen Seymour in the daylight, just as he is?" the stranger asked eagerly. "You know what I mean." "I know what you mean perfectly well," Jack replied. "I have seen Seymour just as he is. To make another shot, I have also seen Lord Barmouth just as he is." The stranger sat bolt upright in his chair, and regarded Jack with grim satisfaction. "This is good news indeed," he said. "I am pleased to find out that I am betraying no secrets in my conversation with you. What I want you to do is this. I want you to arrange a meeting between Seymour and myself. It will be dangerous for me to leave the hotel at present, so that you must arrange it in a way that Seymour can come here." "If you will be good enough to tell me your name," Jack suggested. "It is just possible—" The stranger shook his head, and hoped that Jack would not deem him guilty of being discourteous if he withheld his name for the present. He took from a desk a small, curiously designed ring, and passed it across to Jack. "I think you will find that all that is necessary," he explained. "If you will take that ring and say that it came from the owner, I am quite sure that Seymour will be willing to fall in with my wishes. And now I will bid you good night, sir. It is good to know that we have a man of your courage and intelligence on our side." So saying, the stranger rose to his feet and extended his long, slim hand to Jack. He intimated that Jack might come and see him from time to time, but that caution would be absolutely necessary. "Ask for Jabez Smith," he said. "That is the name under which I am known here. If you only knew how fortunate a thing it is that we have met to-night. But Lord Barmus and Seymour will be able to prove that to you presently. Once more, good night." The door closed behind Jack. He heard the click of the lock, and found himself alone in the corridor. He could see that there were still many people smoking and chatting in the big lounge below. The great hall door was not yet closed, so that it was possible for Jack to slip into the street absolutely unnoticed. He felt restless and excited, and absolutely devoid of any desire to rest. Sleep in the circumstances would be out of the question. It was no use going home, there to toss and fret all night. It was just possible, too, that Rigby had not yet left the Planet Office, as it was barely 1 o'clock. Anyway, a walk in the cool night air was bound to prove invigorating. It did not much matter, however, whether Masefield saw Rigby or not. He could tell him all this exciting history in the morning. But Rigby was still in his office waiting for a proof, after which he declared he meant to go to the Press Club for supper. It was an entertaining supper, for Jack's narrative was piquant enough, as he had so much to tell. "Well, you have had a night of it," Rigby said enviously. "Who are you that you should have all the luck like this? Here have I been all the evening, doing nothing to earn the approval of my proprietor, whilst you have been getting at the heart of the mystery. I shall have to divide my fee with you, Jack." For a long time they discussed the matter in all its bearings. What seemed to interest Rigby more than anything else was the scheme proposed by Anstruther to get Carrington out of his serious position. He saw great possibilities now that the plan of the bank premises had come into the possession of the man Seymour, especially as the conspirators were unaware of this. "We ought to be able to make a good thing out of this," he said thoughtfully. "Of course it will all have to be worked out very carefully. But I should like to catch those fellows in the trap they have laid for others. After all, it makes no difference to you how Anstruther is got out of the way, so long as he receives a good dose of penal servitude. That once being done, we shall be able to work quite openly, and it is evident that your new friend Seymour can expound the whole of the nostalgia business. I shall get my special article for the Planet after all. But it will be more thanks to you than to my own efforts." "Well, you needn't tell Van Jans that," Jack laughed. "Give me the outline of your scheme." "I want to force Carrington's hand. I want him to understand how desperate his situation is, so that he and Anstruther must take action at once. Now, for instance, you tell me you heard Carrington say to-night that his bank has a great amount of jewellery in his keeping. Is that so?" "They had it in their keeping," Jack said dryly. "Well, that is exactly what I mean," Rigby responded. "And Carrington is in mortal terror lest some great lady should come along at any moment and demand her gems. You will remember telling me that Carrington was especially apprehensive over the great masked ball which is coming off at Lady Barmus in 2 days' time. Do you happen to know any of the titled women who are asked? If you could get one of them to go round to Carrington's to-morrow and ask for her gems, why—" "I see exactly what you mean," Jack cried eagerly. "We should force the hands of those 2 scoundrels, and compel them to do something without delay. By so doing also we should upset the delicate schemes of Anstruther." "You have got it exactly," Rigby murmured. "Can you bring this about?" "It should easily be done." "I don't see very well how I can do it myself," Jack responded. "But Claire knows a great many of these people, and I should think she would not have the slightest difficulty in doing what we need. Anyway, I'll go round and see her tomorrow morning, and tell her exactly what has taken place. Is it all that time? Really, I must go to bed and try to get some sleep. Good night." After all, youth will be served, even in the way of sleep, and Jack was surprised to find, on waking next morning, that it was nearly 10 o'clock. It was nearly 12 before he knocked at the door of the house in Penton Square and asked to see Claire. It was Serena who answered the summons, Serena, grey and silent and subdued in the morning light. All the same, she gave Jack one swift, furtive glance before her eyes sought the floor again. "I will go up to the drawing-room myself," Jack said. "So you are none the worse for your last night's adventure, Serena? Come, you need not look at me like that and pretend not to understand. What were you doing in Mr. Carrington's flat last night?" A sound like a sob broke from Serena, but she answered nothing. "If you only knew how profoundly sorry I am for you," Jack said softly. "When the time comes you will have to speak, and when the time comes we shall deal with you as kindly as possible. Although you refuse to speak now, you must not believe otherwise than that. We know everything. We know, for instance, where you were last night, and we have nothing to learn as to the deaf-mute and the young man who has a fancy to wear his moustache in the same form as the style affected by the German Emperor." Serena listened, with her eyes fixed mutely on Jack's face. It seemed to him that she was bursting with anxiety to speak, but that some strange force held her tongue and choked her utterance. "Do not go too far," she said presently, in a strained, hard whisper. "Not that I mean to threaten you. Believe me, I am all on your side, but I dare not speak. You may call me coward if you like. You may say that I have no nerve or courage. But if you had gone through the hell that my life has been the last few years, you would wonder that I had the strength of mind to look even the feeblest fellow creature in the face." Just at the moment when it seemed to Jack that Serena was likely to take him into her confidence, she turned abruptly away and disappeared in the direction of the kitchen. Jack went slowly and thoughtfully upstairs to the drawing-room, where he found Claire with her hat on, ready to go out. It was clear that she had not expected him, but her welcome was none the less warm for that. "I am afraid I shall have to detain you a little time, dearest," Jack said. "A great deal has happened since I saw you yesterday, and I think you ought to know most of it. Sit down a moment, please." Claire sat by her lover's side and listened intently to the strange story that he had to tell. It was clear from the expression of her blue eyes that she was a little fearful for her lover. She clutched his arm impulsively, and he responded to the touch. It was not difficult for him to realize what was passing in her mind. "You need not have any anxiety as far as I am concerned," he said. "Very fortunately for us, those scoundrels have not the least idea that we know so much of their movements. But what I came here especially for this morning was to ask you if you knew anybody going to Lady Barmus's dance whose jewels are in the keeping of Carrington's Bank. I think I explained Rigby's point to you. Do you know anybody who could help us?" "I know one who could help you who is not very far off, dear old boy." Claire smiled. "You seem to have forgotten that I am rather an important person in my small way. Did I never tell you of the jewels that my grandmother left me?" "I declare I had quite forgotten them," Jack said. "I never care to associate you with money, especially as I have so little of my own. Diamonds, weren't they?" "Diamonds and sapphires," Claire explained. "They are really almost unique in their way. I generally keep them, on the advice of my guardian, with Mr. Carrington. Let us go round there now and ask for the gems." It was not exactly what Jack had meant, because it occurred to him that Carrington might easily vamp some excuse so far as Claire was concerned, and then get Anstruther to invent some reason why the jewels were not forthcoming. Still, it might do, and there was no reason why they should not try it. "I was going really to see Lady Barmus," Claire explained, "but I can call in there as we return from the city. Let us have a hansom at once." The imposing offices of the City and Provincial Bank were reached at length. There was nothing inside or outside the place to denote that the concern was trembling to the verge of bankruptcy. Mr. Carrington was not busy, a polite cashier informed them, and he would be pleased to see Miss Helmsley at once. Jack followed in behind Claire, and he could not but be impressed by the ease and assurance of Carrington's manner. The latter did not show the slightest signs of agitation when Claire explained her presence there. "Certainly," he said. "You have come, of course, provided with your guardian's signature. No? I am afraid we cannot dispense with that formality. Send it on by messenger, and one of our own clerks shall bring the jewels round. What a delightful morning it is! Good-bye." Jack accepted his checkmate cheerfully enough. It was exceedingly adroit and clever on Carrington's part, and some other method of forcing his hand would have to be adopted. Jack was bowing himself out when someone else came sailing into the room, and to his great delight Jack recognized Lady Barmouth. He divined at once what she had come for, and what her errand was. "Good morning, all of you," she cried gaily. "Mr. Carrington, you will not thank me for disturbing you this time of the day, but as I happen to be passing this way, I thought I would save trouble. Will you be so good as to hand me over my jewels?" Carrington made no answer. His face was pale as ashes. Chapter 33. Gems or Paste. It was a dramatic moment, especially for Claire and Jack, who fully appreciated the peril in which Carrington stood. The fact was not hidden to them that Carrington's excuse to Claire was but an ingenious way out of a terrible difficulty. On more than one occasion Claire had herself fetched her jewels from the bank, and no objections had been raised. Still, Carrington was clearly within his legal right, and Jack could not but admire the swiftness with which he had got himself out of the tangle. His own face was a model of absolute indifference. He just glanced at Claire to see if she expressed any suspicion, but Claire smiled in a way so natural and artless that Jack had no fears of her for the future. With Lady Barmouth, however, it was quite a different matter. As yet she knew nothing of the terrible straits in which Carrington found himself involved. She had come down for her jewels in the ordinary way, as she had done many times before, and expected to take them away with her. Carrington affected to be talking to somebody down the speaking-tube, but in reality he was fighting to gain time and work out some ingenious excuse. Jack enjoyed his dismay with a feeling of grim satisfaction. But Carrington was not quite done with yet. Evidently he had not sat at the feet of Anstruther for nothing. He looked up presently, and smiled with the air of a man who is only too willing to do anything for his client. "Will you take a seat for a moment, Lady Barmouth?" he said politely. "I see that you know Miss Helmsley and Mr. Masefield. I must go and speak to our cashier for a moment." "You cannot get the jewels yourself?" Lady Barmouth asked. "No," Carrington explained. "Of course we are bound to take precautions. I have no more power to open one of the safes by myself than one of my junior clerks." "That would be awkward if you wanted anything out of bank hours," Jack suggested. "How do you manage then?" "Well, we simply don't manage," Carrington said. He was quite himself again by this time. "I can no more get into the strong room than you could. I should have to get the manager and chief cashier before a safe could be opened." All this sounded plausible enough, as Jack was bound to admit. Carrington went off with a jaunty step, as if he had all the millions of the Bank of England behind him. Jack wondered how he would get out of the mess. But the solution of the puzzle was quite easy. Carrington came back with a look of annoyance on his face. "I am exceedingly sorry, Lady Barmouth," he apologized. "The fact is, Mr. Perkins has been called away on important business to our West End branch. He cannot possibly get back in less than an hour. Do you want your jewels in such a hurry?" Lady Barmouth was fain to confess that she didn't. She would not require them till the following evening, only some time must necessarily be spent in the cleaning of them. "Plenty of time for that," Carrington smiled. "I will send a special messenger in a cab to bring the cases to your house by lunch-time. I hope that will be convenient to you." Lady Barmouth, innocent of the part which she was playing in the comedy, replied that that arrangement would suit her exceedingly well. Indeed, she was sorry to give so much trouble. She swept out of the bank parlour, followed by Jack and Claire. A well-appointed brougham stood outside, and she smilingly offered her companions a lift. "I am going to take Claire back to lunch with me," she said. "Can I set you down anywhere, Mr. Masefield?" "You can set me down, if you please, on your own doorstep." Jack smiled. "As a matter of fact, I was just going to see Lord Barmus, and now I have something serious to say to you. Were you satisfied just now? About the jewels, I mean." Lady Barmouth looked puzzled as Jack followed her into the brougham. She saw nothing, so she said, to arouse any suspicions, except that she thought a needless fuss had been made over her gems. She was still discussing the matter when the brougham reached Belgrave Square, and the three alighted. Once they were in the drawing-room, Lady Barmouth turned to Jack and asked him what he meant. He shook his head doubtfully. "I am afraid I am going to upset you very much," he said. "But unless I am greatly mistaken, you are never likely to see your diamonds again." Lady Barmouth stared open-mouthed at the speaker. She explained that her diamonds were of great value. Indeed, some of the stones were historic. Those diamonds had often been mentioned in personal paragraphs, which are such a feature in the modern newspaper, and Jack recollected a description of them perfectly well. He proceeded to explain, at considerable length, the history of his last night's adventure. Lady Barmouth's face grew still more grave when at length the recital was finished. "This is a very serious matter," she said. "Do you know this is likely to cost Lord Barmouth something like £50,000? The City and Provincial Bank does a good deal of business with people well known in society, and I am afraid many of us will be involved. What do you suppose has become of those diamonds, Mr. Masefield?" "They have been pawned, of course," Jack said. "Carrington has taken that dreadful risk in the desperate hope of retrieving his position. But the whole scandal is bound to become public property before 48 hours have passed." There was nothing for it now but to wait and see what time would bring forth. Lord Barmouth was not yet down. Indeed, his men said that he would not appear till after luncheon. But there was no lack of animated conversation in the drawing-room, and the discussion was continued till the gong rang for lunch. "I tell you what I think the best thing to do," Lady Barmouth said, as Jack held the drawing-room door open for her. "You are a barrister and accustomed to deal with legal matters. If those stones fail to arrive by 2:30, I will give you my written authority, and you shall take it to the bank and insist upon something definite being done." Luncheon was a thing of the past, and it was getting on towards 3 o'clock when a cab drove up to the door, and a footman announced the fact that a gentleman from the City and Provincial Bank desired to see Lady Barmouth. She returned presently, beaming with smiles, and announced that Jack had been mistaken, for the gems had not only been delivered, but had also been handed over to the speaker's maid. Slightly taken aback, Jack expressed a natural curious desire to see the stones in question. Lady Barmouth rang the bell, and presently a smart French maid appeared, bearing 4 shabby-looking cases in her hand. They were laid on the table, and Jack suggested that Lady Barmouth should open one of them. "I see you are still suspicious," she smiled. "Evidently things were not so desperate with Mr. Carrington as you appear to imagine. What do you think of those?" With pardonable pride, Lady Barmouth lifted the cover of one of the cases and displayed the flashing contents to Claire's admiring eyes. A livid stream of flame dazzled and blinked in the sunshine. Claire's cry of delight was echoed by an exclamation of astonishment from Lady Barmouth. "There is some extraordinary mistake here," she said. "I admit that these stones are exceedingly beautiful, but unfortunately they are not mine at all. They look to me much more like the property of the Duchess of Birmingham. I have no pearls or emeralds. My jewels are all diamonds and sapphires. The cases must have been changed, a mistake easily accounted for, as they are both green wraps." But Jack was not in the least convinced. This was some desperate expedient to lull Lady Barmouth's suspicions to sleep for the time. And doubtless Carrington had gone off hot foot to Anstruther, and implored him to find some way out of the terrible difficulty. Another idea occurred to Jack, but this he did not dare to mention for the present. It was too suggestive of a situation from some melodrama. "I think I can explain the whole thing," he said. "But first of all I should like to take Lord Barmouth's opinion on the matter. Probably he has finished his own lunch by this time. Will you see if he is ready to receive me?" Lord Barmouth was glad enough to see Jack, and welcomed him quite cordially. Then Jack laid the jewel cases upon the table, and proceeded to relate once more the story of last night's happenings. He concluded with a description of his visit to Carrington, and epitomized the incident of the changed jewels. "Certainly a most extraordinary thing," Barmus said. "I rather gather from the expression of your face that you have some solution to offer." "Indeed I have," Jack said eagerly. "This is merely a trick to gain time, and an exceedingly clever trick, too. Carrington had naturally assumed that we know nothing of his desperate position. If he were in the dark on that point, the mistake would look exceedingly natural. But knowing what we do, the situation is entirely changed. I don't believe those are the Duchess of Birmingham's diamonds. I don't believe they are diamonds at all." "By Jove, you have hit it exactly!" Barmus cried. "What a really magnificent idea! Carrington has no diamonds. Therefore he lays out, say, a couple of £100 in some showy-looking paste, and sends them round here as my wife's gems. She, absolutely innocent of any deception, sends them back and asks to have the mistake rectified. Back from the bank comes a polite note of regret apologizing for the mistake, and promising the proper stones for tomorrow, the cashier having left for the day." "Exactly my idea," Jack cried. "But we can soon settle that, Lord Barmouth. You have only to telephone to your family jeweller and ask him to step round here for a moment." Barmouth fell in with the suggestion at once, and a telephone message was dispatched to the famous firm of Flint & Co. in Bond Street. Mr. Flint himself arrived a few minutes later, and the dubious gems were laid before him. He had not the slightest hesitation in giving his verdict. "Paste, my lord," he said briefly, "and pretty poor stuff at that. I can see that, even in this dim light. See how dull these stones are? Real gems, even in semi-gloom, shimmer and sparkle, but these don't show up at all. The whole lot did not cost more than £200. In fact, these things are little better than stage jewels." "Can you tell us where they come from?" Jack asked. "Certainly I can, sir," Mr. Flint replied promptly. "There are occasions when clients of ours are compelled to exchange the real for the false. In cases like that we go to Osmond & Co., of Clerkenwell, where these came from. I hope there is nothing wrong." Barmus said politely that matter could be discussed on a future occasion. He would not detain Mr. Flint any more for the present, and the latter bowed himself out of the room. "What do you propose to do now?" Barmouth asked. "Well, with your permission, I propose to strike while the iron is hot," Jack said. "It is quite evident that this rubbish has been purchased very recently from Osmond's. If you will allow me to do so, I will go at once with the cases to Clerkenwell and ascertain the purchaser. If we can bring Carrington to book promptly, we may recover Lady Barmouth's jewels yet." Barmouth had nothing to say except in praise of this suggestion. Accordingly, Jack set off in a cab for Clerkenwell, where he had no difficulty in finding the fine business premises of Osmond & Co. He lost no time in diplomacy, but proceeded to lay the whole matter before the head of the firm. "You will see there is something very wrong here," he said. "This manufacture of yours has been deliberately substituted for some valuable gems belonging to a lady whose name I am not at liberty to divulge for the present. Mr. Flint of Bond Street says that the paste has been purchased from you. We have absolute proof of the fact that the stuff was bought during the past 2 hours. I shall be glad if you will tell me the name of the purchaser. I don't suppose the stuff was booked." Mr. Osmond explained that theirs was practically a cash business. A few inquiries elicited the fact that the paste had been bought about 2 hours before by a tall, slim gentleman who had driven up in a hansom cab. There was another gentleman in the cab, but he had not entered the shop. "Were the jewels paid for in cash?" Jack asked. They had not been paid for in hard cash, the cashier explained. The bill had come to £200 altogether, and had been made out to a Mr. Morrison. He had paid for them with 20 £10 notes in a most businesslike way, and gone away again, the whole thing not having taken more than 5 minutes. Jack suggested that he would like to see the notes. They were fresh and clean, but across the face of all of them was a circular blue mark bearing the words City and Provincial Bank. Chapter 34 In the Vault. Here was proof positive enough to convict Carrington of the crime which had been alleged against him. Nor did Jack doubt for a moment that Anstruther was at the bottom of this daring and original scheme. The mere fact that there was another man in the cab with Carrington was sufficient to prove this point, for nobody else was likely to accompany the bank manager on so delicate and private an errand. Where the fatal mistake came in was in Carrington taking the Bank of England notes from his own safe and ignoring the fact that the official blue stamp was upon them. As Jack stepped into the street, he had pretty well made up his mind what to do. Not for a moment did he believe that Carrington had an accomplice amongst his own staff. Jack reached the premises of the City and Provincial at length, and asked to see Mr. Carrington. He was told that the gentleman had suddenly been called out on important business, and was not expected back to-day. But Masefield was not in the least disappointed to hear this. There was nothing for it now but to return to Belgrave Square and tell the Barmus what had happened. He found Lord Barmus in the drawing-room, where the blinds had been pulled down. Lady Barmus had gone to an important function which she could not very well ignore, and had taken Claire along with her. Lord Barmus listened gravely to all that Jack had to say. "I am very much afraid that my wife will have to put up with the loss of her gems," he said. "No doubt they and many others are pledged with some great firm of pawnbrokers. The only consolation one has is the possibility of getting the stuff back by paying half its price over again. But matters cannot be allowed to rest here. Carrington knows that he is at the end of his tether. Consequently, that clever bogus burglary you heard discussed last night must take place this evening. What do you propose to do? In my present unfortunate condition, I can't interfere. The only thing I can do is to leave it entirely in your hands." Jack went off presently to seek Rigby, whom he found at his rooms. The latter looked up eagerly, for he could see from his friend's face that Jack had a great deal to tell. "There is one little thing that seems to stand in the way of our ultimate success," Jack said, thoughtfully, "and that is as to Lady Barmus's brother. I am afraid that he is in some way mixed up with this business, to his detriment, I mean. I should not care to do anything likely to cause additional pain to that estimable lady after all her great kindness." Rigby looked up in some bewilderment. Apparently he did not quite understand the drift of Jack's argument. "I may be very dense," he said, "but I don't follow you. What can Lady Barmus's brother have to do with it?" "Well, you must cast your memory back to the night of the great adventure, when Lady Barmus played so courageous a part and got us out of a serious difficulty. Do you follow?" "I think I do now," Rigby said slowly. "Oh, yes, it is all coming back to me. Lady Barmus asked Redgrave where her brother was, and Redgrave replied that he knew nothing about the individual in question. But, my dear fellow, you have not proved to me yet that Lady Barmus has a brother." "Now you are puzzling me," Jack murmured. "Not at all. On the night I speak of, Lady Barmus had to act on the spur of the moment. It was necessary to gag a bit to play for an opening. You are taking too much for granted. If Lady Barmus has a brother, you will probably find that he has nothing to do with this matter. In any case, why worry about him tonight? We seem to have a big adventure before us, so far as I can gather from what you have just told me. And if you are still in doubt, it will be quite an easy matter to see Lady Barmus in the morning, and ascertain from her whether or not our proposed line of action is likely to do any harm. I don't suppose that Lady Barmus knows or cares anything for Redgrave, who appears to be a kind of sottish tool of Anstruther's." "Quite right," Jack agreed. "And now come along and let us set the ball rolling again. I think that I have told you everything, and now we will go off without delay and see Seymour, the man I told you about who was with me last night." Rigby assented to the suggestion eagerly enough, and together they set out in the direction of Seymour's rooms. There was not much chance of the latter being out, seeing that he had his own cogent reasons for not facing the daylight, and surely enough it turned out as Masefield had expected. Seymour was dawdling over his tea with a cigarette and a French novel, a bored expression on his face. That face, however, became eager and animated as Jack came in and introduced Rigby to his host. "Things are beginning to move rapidly, then," Seymour exclaimed. Your face speaks of action, Mr. Masefield. Is it about Carrington? You have discovered something fresh." "I think I have discovered pretty well everything," Jack replied. "I have managed to force that fellow's hand, just as Rigby suggested I should. He has consulted Anstruther, as we knew he would, and a pretty scheme for gaining time they evolved between them. But perhaps I had better tell you everything." Seymour pitched his French novel aside, and his intelligent face beamed with animation. The story was told at length, and Seymour warmly congratulated the speaker upon his astuteness and intelligence. "I quite agree with you," Seymour said. "If Carrington's good name is to be saved at all, that bogus burglary must take place tonight." "By the way," Jack exclaimed, "there is one thing I quite forgot to tell you. That is the little adventure I had last night at the Great Metropolitan Hotel. I found an invalid gentleman there, or at least he found me, who seems to know all about Anstruther and his movements. He knows you, too. Indeed, he seemed to be overjoyed that you are in England. He had some hesitation in mentioning his own name, but he said that if I gave you a certain ring, which is now in my possession, you would understand everything." Jack laid the ring upon the table, and Seymour pounced upon it like a hawk would pounce upon a mouse. A grim smile played upon the corners of his mouth, but self-controlled as he was, he could not altogether hide his feelings. "Tell me all that happened with my friend last night," he asked. "It has an important bearing on this case." Jack proceeded to explain, Seymour listening in an attitude of rigid attention. "This is the best news I have heard for some time," he said. "You can make your mind quite easy on one thing. Anstruther has nearly shot his bolt. After tomorrow I will get you to arrange a meeting between myself and my old friend at the Great Metropolitan Hotel. Meanwhile there is much to be done. It is quite certain that great things are going to happen at the City and Provincial Bank tonight. I think we shall have a pleasant little surprise for Anstruther and Co." Seymour rose and took a roll of tissue paper from a small safe in the corner of the room. "These are the plans of the City and Provincial Bank," he explained. "The plans that came so luckily into our hands last night. I have studied them very carefully. As a matter of fact, I did not come straight home last night, but passed the hours till nearly daylight prowling about the bank. Without the plans my scheme would be quite futile, but I think now that I have the whole thing very prettily mapped out. Just come and look at this with me. It is really very simple." As Seymour had said, the plan was simplicity itself. It not only gave a very intelligent idea of the situation of the vaults and strong rooms, but also the back premises and the lanes behind were clearly marked. "Now I want you to follow this very carefully," Seymour went on. "We can ignore the front of the building altogether, because that faces on Gresham Street. Here the police pass the same premises every 3 minutes, so that nobody could force an entrance that way, not even the would-be burglars with their keys. But if you look at the rear of the place, you will see that there is a small alley leading out of Farringdon Lane, and this alley ends by a kind of back entry into the bank, which is used by the caretaker. I have ascertained that there are 2 night watchmen, so that there is not much danger of trouble. By the side of this door is a small window, the latch of which I have ascertained to be defective. I suppose no one has ever troubled to see to this, for the simple reason that admission to the bank premises by no means implies getting to that part of the building which is devoted to business purposes. Not that we particularly want to penetrate very far, because it is our scheme to watch what is going on, so that we may be able to confront the scoundrels when the proper time comes. A careful examination of these plans shows me that we shall be able to get as far as the bank proper, which means the counting-house, and from thence down the steps to the vaults, where the strong rooms are situated." "Have you got keys of all these?" Jack asked. "There will be no necessity for us to provide keys," Seymour chuckled. "You see, Anstruther and Co. will be bound to enter the bank from the back premises. By learning this plan off by heart, we come to know exactly which way they will get to the vaults. Of course they will come provided with keys. Carrington will see to that. All we have to do is to hide under a counter or something of that sort, and wait till our friends come along. Naturally, they will not dream that any one is on the premises besides themselves. As to the rest, you must leave that to me and fortune. You had better stay here and dine, and we can set out for the city about 11 o'clock." It seemed to both Rigby and Masefield that it would be impossible to improve upon this plan. They dined comfortably and discreetly, and it was somewhere about 11:30 when they turned their faces in the direction of the city. No one appeared to notice them, for they walked rapidly along, with the air of men who had business before them, and the police appeared to be few and far between. They came at length to the little alley at the rear of the bank, and here it behoved them to be cautious. They waited till the beat of the policeman's feet died away down the lane, and then they darted down the dark entry. Seymour produced a tiny electric torch from his pocket. "There is the window," he whispered. "I am going to get on your shoulders, Mr. Rigby. Once I am through, I can pull you others up. There is no sort of danger." "Oh, but there is," Jack protested. "You have utterly forgotten one thing. Did you not tell me there were 2 night watchmen on the premises?" Seymour chuckled, and was understood to say that they would find Anstruther had removed that difficulty for them. Seymour seemed so sure of his ground that Jack waived his protest. A minute later Seymour was through the window, and the others followed swiftly. Rather recklessly, or so it seemed to Jack, Seymour waved his electric torch so as to form a line of light in front. He smiled grimly as he pointed to 2 unconscious figures reclining back as if hopelessly drunk in a pair of deep armchairs. They came so suddenly upon the unfortunate victims that Jack fairly started. But so far as Seymour was concerned, he had appeared to have expected something of the kind. He again chuckled hoarsely. "What did I tell you?" he asked. "Did I not say that Anstruther and Co. would very kindly get the caretakers out of the way for us? You see, the caretakers would have been just as much of a nuisance to them as they are to us. They have been carefully hocussed, and not until an alarm is given in the morning will they be in a position to say anything." The last danger being apparently removed, the trio proceeded to make their way to the bank premises proper, and there made themselves as comfortable as possible under one of the counters in the counting-house. It was very quiet there, so quiet that they could hear the tramping footsteps of the police outside, and the singing of some belated reveller. They lay there till they heard the great clock of St. Paul's strike the hour of 1. There was a sound then of heavy footsteps tramping along the corridor, and presently a great blaze of light filled the counting-house. It was perfectly safe, for the heavy iron shutters excluded every ray from the outside. Seymour rose cautiously, then ducked his head again. "Just look," he whispered. "Make sure who it is." Rigby raised his head cautiously too. The light fell full upon the face of the intruder, the white, stern face of Anstruther. "Now for it," Seymour whispered. "The play is about to begin." Chapter 35. The Cellini Plate. So far as Anstruther was concerned, he might have been going about his usual business. He evidently had no fear on the score of interruption, and indeed there was little cause, seeing that the bank was so substantially built, and that from top to bottom the windows were protected with iron shutters. "There is absolutely nothing to be afraid of," he said. "Good gracious, man, have you no pluck at all? I declare when I look at you that I could kick you as one does a cowardly cur." But Carrington was impervious to insult. His face was ghastly, and the strong glare of the electric lights showed the beads of moisture upon his forehead. "It is all very well for you," he growled. "The greater the danger, the better you seem to like it." "There isn't any danger," Anstruther protested. "Didn't you tell me that the police had no special orders as far as the bank was concerned? And everybody knows you have 2 night watchmen. Besides, oh, I have no patience with you." Anstruther turned away from the other, and began to fumble with the lock of a small black bag which he carried in his hand. He signified to Carrington that the latter should lead the way to the vaults below. Carrington produced a bunch of keys from his pocket. Anstruther sneered openly. "Oh, that's it," he said. "Going to make it all smooth for us, are you? Of all the fools I ever came across! Why not go outside and tell everybody what we are going to do? Those are all patent shove locks, which the most expert thief could never pick, and you are going to tell the police later on that they have been opened with an ordinary key. Don't forget that you have got to face the police later on, and endure a cross-examination that will test your nerve to the uttermost. We are going to blow those locks up, and these are dynamite cartridges to do it." Carrington's face was almost comic in its dismay. His ghastly, sweat-bedabbled face fairly quivered, but he made no further protest. He bent before the sway of Anstruther's master-mind. "I don't wish to interfere with you," he stammered, "but the infernal noise which is likely to—" Anstruther kicked his companion aside. "We either do it or we don't do it," he said. "It doesn't matter a rap one way or the other to me. Now which is it to be?" Carrington hesitated no longer. He simply submitted himself entirely to the hands of his companion. In a dazed, fascinated kind of way, he watched Anstruther insinuate a dynamite cartridge of minute proportions into the lock of the door. Then Anstruther drew Carrington back as far as possible, and the tiny fuse began to work. There was just a tiny spurt of blue flame, followed by a muffled shock, and the door fell slowly back. "There!" Anstruther cried triumphantly. "What do you think of that? Do you suppose that noise was heard outside? Now come on, let us serve them all alike." The sound of their footsteps came to the ears of those watching in the counting-house, and at frequent intervals the sullen explosions could be heard. Seymour rose to his feet and whispered to his companions to follow. They crept cautiously along the flagged stairway until they reached the vault in which the 2 strong-rooms were situated. A couple of electric lights gave sufficient illumination for the purpose of the amateur burglars, who were now busily engaged on the locks of the strong-room. This was altogether a different business to blowing in the lock of an ordinary door, for the entrance to the strong-room was secured with 6 bolts, all of which would have to be destroyed. It was possible to find a secure hiding-place in the thick darkness outside the radius of the 2 electric lights. It was an interesting moment, and even Seymour was conscious of a sensation of excitement. "Stand back," Anstruther said. "Everything is ready. You had better lie down on your face, as I am using 6 charges now instead of 1. If they all go off together, the thing will be accomplished to our mutual satisfaction." The hint was not lost upon the listeners. There was a moment of intense excitement, and then came a dull, heavy roar that seemed to shake the building almost to its foundations. Almost before the reverberations had died away, the huge door of the strong-room swayed with a zigzag motion and came smashing on the floor. "There!" Anstruther cried triumphantly. "What do you think of that, my friend? I flatter myself that that is a real workmanlike job. All you have to do now is to keep a stiff upper lip and give the police all the information they require. Anything of value inside?" "Not very much, I'm afraid," Carrington responded. "A fair amount of old family plate, and perhaps 20 or 30,000 pounds worth of securities. I suppose we had better leave all that there. Look better, don't you think?" "Leave your head there," Anstruther sneered. "Now I put it to you, as a man supposed to be possessed of sense, would any thief leave a single item of value behind?" Anstruther asked the question with a contemptuous curl of his lip. He was wiping his hands now on a piece of greasy cotton waste, in which the dynamite cartridges had been wrapped to prevent contact. "This is going to be a unique sort of burglary," he continued. "Trot out what you've got in the way of plate, and I'll take my pick of it as a kind of fee in reward for my night's service. If there is one soft place in my heart, it is for antique silver. Take your time. We are not in the least likely to be interrupted." With his coat off and his shirt-sleeves turned up, Carrington set to work in earnest. Once he had plunged headlong into the business, he seemed to have lost all his nervousness and hesitation. One after the other the great wooden cases were turned out and examined by Anstruther as eagerly as a schoolboy pores over something new in the way of a bird's nest. Presently he held aloft a magnificent specimen of a silver dish. It was perfectly plain, fine old hammered silver, bearing a quaint design around the edge. "Benvenuto Cellini for £1 million!" he cried. "Dish and ewer, together with a set of the finest posset cups I've ever seen. How much over £10,000 would this fetch at Christie's? Well, I'm very sorry for the late owner, but exceedingly pleased so far as I am concerned. I'll take this for my fee, Carrington." The two dived into the strong room again, where they appeared to be overhauling other boxes of treasure. The gleams of the electric light fell upon the service of plate which Anstruther had so greatly admired. By its side, in strange contrast, lay the piece of cotton waste with which Anstruther had wiped his hands a minute or two before. Without a word of warning to his companions, Seymour darted across the floor of the vault, and seizing the cotton waste, proceeded to rub it vigorously over the surface of the service of plate which Anstruther had marked down for his own. His conduct was so unexpected and so peculiar that Jack and Rigby could only look at one another in astonishment. They did not know in the least what to make of this extraordinary manoeuvre on the part of their colleague, but there was evidently much method in his madness. He was not in the least likely to run the risk of detection to gratify an apparently meaningless whim. He was back again an instant later, and Jack could hear him chuckling to himself as if he had accomplished something quite out of the common. He seemed to feel that some explanation was necessary. "I dare say you thought that peculiar," he said, "but you will understand all in good time. I didn't go out of my way to spoil everything for the mere sake of playing amateur housemaid." Apparently the task which Anstruther and Carrington had set themselves was finished by this time, for they came out of the strong room empty-handed. All the same, their figures appeared to be pretty bulky, and doubtless their pockets were well filled with illicit gain. "But you don't mean to carry that stuff home?" Carrington protested. "Well known as you are, it would be an act of criminal folly to carry that plate through the streets at this time of the morning. As to myself—" "But have you no private safe of your own?" Anstruther asked. "The same remark you made to me just now applies to you. Is there anything more to wait for?" Carrington disappeared within the strong room again for a last look round, followed by Anstruther. They had no sooner disappeared than Seymour was on his feet again, making hurriedly for the stairway leading to the counting-house. He had not been gone many seconds before there came stumbling noisily down the stairs the form of one of the night-watchmen, rubbing his eyes drowsily, and asking what was going on. It was quite evident to Rigby and Jack that Seymour had deliberately aroused the sleeping man for some subtle purpose of his own. The man cried out again to know what all this meant, and Carrington and Anstruther came darting from the strong room. "By heaven, he has come to his senses," Anstruther muttered. "I thought that dose was quite strong enough." "I am very sorry, but seeing that he has learned so much—" There was murder in Anstruther's eyes, and Carrington saw it. Still dazed and stupid from the result of the drug, the watchman was gazing about him like a man just emerging from a heavy bout of intoxication. It was evident that he did not recognize his employer, though senses and reason were fast coming back to him. As he staggered towards the strong-room door, a murderous look crept into Anstruther's eyes again, and something bright gleamed in his hand. Carrington hastened forward. "No, no!" he cried hoarsely. "I will have none of that. I have gone too far already. I could bear with imprisonment, but the mere thought of a noose round my neck—" He almost staggered up to the dazed watchman and shook him violently. The latter seemed to comprehend at length. "Wake up, Gregory!" Carrington stammered. "There has been a burglary here. I had occasion to come down to the bank for something, and found that the premises had been broken into. Go for the police." Anstruther studied the watchman's features with broody, malignant eyes. His quick brain was working rapidly. It was quite evident that the watchman had not yet fully grasped the situation. It would be some time before he could find a policeman and give him a fairly coherent account of what had happened. "Not a moment to be lost!" he cried. "Let us go upstairs at once to your room and lock all this stuff up in your private safe. No one will think of looking for it there. Now don't say you haven't got the key with you." Carrington nodded breathlessly, and immediately Anstruther began to pack up the Cellini service of plate which had so greatly fascinated him. "Come at once," he said. "Let us get this stuff in hiding, and then we can face the police." They had only to don their coats again and make their way as soon as possible to Carrington's private room. As they passed up the stairs, Seymour signed to his companions to follow. They were only just in time, for as they emerged into the alley, the watchman was returning with the constable. They squeezed close against the wall, securing the friendly cover of the darkness, and a moment later they were in Gresham Street. "What is to be done next?" Rigby said. "I think that is pretty obvious," Seymour chuckled. "So far as I can see, this is a nice little job for Inspector Bates." Chapter 36. A Stroke of Policy. Jack nodded significantly to his companion, as much as to signify that Seymour must be allowed to have his own way. The latter had taken the matter into his own hands from the first. It was quite evident that he was working out some deep and subtle scheme, and the others were disposed to give him a free hand. "Would you like to see Bates now?" Jack asked. "Most emphatically not," Seymour laughed. "It is no cue of mine to come in contact with the police until I have seen my way quite clear. Besides, you are by no means certain yet that Bates will be put on to this case, and be given the opportunity of investigating the startling burglary at the City and Provincial Bank. Again, it may be too much for Bates's nerves if I burst upon him suddenly, and he recognizes me as the dead Nostalgo who was so mysteriously spirited from Shannon Street police station. No, on the whole I should prefer that you should go and see Bates alone. Tell him exactly what happened and what you saw tonight, leaving me out of the question. Then come and see me sometime tomorrow afternoon, and I will tell you what to do next." "One moment," Rigby explained, as Seymour was turning away. "What was that idea of yours about the cotton waste?" Seymour winked significantly, and remarked that it was time he was in bed. With a cheery nod to his companions, he turned his face in an easterly direction, and strolled off down the street. "Now there is a clever man for you," Rigby cried. "Quite as clever a man as Anstruther, and I should say a great deal more subtle. But let us go as far as Shannon Street police station, and tell Bates our story." Bates had been detained rather late. He had only just come in, and was preparing to go home, when the two friends entered. He had no need to ask if they had anything of importance to communicate to him. He could glean that from the expression of the friends' faces. He led the way to his private room, and passed the cigarettes across the table. "It's about Carrington," Rigby explained, "but perhaps I had better go back a bit and tell you one or two little things you don't know." It was a fairly long story, and it thoroughly aroused Bates to a sense of action. His questions were clear and intelligent. He followed the narrative, punctuating it here and there with shrewd suggestions. "Mind you," he said, "I have been expecting something like this for a long time. All the same, I can see that you gentlemen have only told me half the story. Still, I can't complain, especially as I see my way to make a good thing out of this. When I tell the people at Scotland Yard all I know, they are pretty sure to put me on the case. Indeed, I will make a special favour of it. You say that you saw Anstruther blowing up all those locks, and you are pretty sure that the great bulk of the plunder is in Carrington's private safe. You don't suggest that Anstruther carried that service of plate home with him?" "Anstruther wouldn't be such a fool," Rigby said curtly. "He is much too cool a hand for that. He will feel quite sure that the stuff is perfectly safe where it is, and fetch it away from the city a bit at a time. Of course he won't do this till the affair has blown over, and he is quite safe in so doing." Bates was inclined to share the speaker's opinion. There was no more to be said for the present, and he intimated his intention to go up to Scotland Yard and ask the authorities to put him on the case. Jack and Rigby went their respective ways, a clock somewhere striking 2 when they parted at length. Precisely as Bates had prophesied, the mysterious burglary at the City and Provincial Bank caused the greatest sensation the following morning. The later editions of the evening papers were full of it. Carrington had been interviewed by more than one bright reporter. Indeed, he had been dragged out of bed for the purpose, and he had been understood to say that the bank's loss could not fall far short of £1,000,000 unless the thieves could be promptly arrested. The story was vividly told, Carrington's distress and agitation being expressly accentuated. But this was not the worst part of the distracted bank manager's story. There had been in the possession of the bank a tremendous lot of valuable personal property belonging to various esteemed clients. All this had disappeared, and more than one great lady in London was mourning the loss of her family jewels. The greatest sympathy was felt with the bank. It was only one or two carping critics who were asking questions. They were pertinent questions, too. A desire, for instance, to know what Carrington could possibly be doing on the bank premises at so late an hour. But these were merely pin-pricks, and the great bulk of the population felt nothing but sympathy for Carrington. The only people who had a fairly good grip of the real state of the case besides Rigby and his companions were the Barmus and Claire Harmsley. Jack saw Claire in Lady Barmus' drawing-room late the following morning, and explained to her and Lady Barmus what had happened the night previous. "It is most mysterious," Claire said, "and almost impossible to believe that my guardian had anything to do with the matter. I dined very quietly at home last night, and sat up till long past 1 finishing a novel in which I was deeply interested. I can assure you of this, that from 9:30 till the time I went to bed Mr. Anstruther's violin practically did not cease. If I were brought into the case as a witness, I should be bound to swear that my guardian was in his study during the whole time that the burglary was taking place." "That is another phase of the mystery that we have to solve," Jack said. "It is all very clever and very ingenious and very useful, but seeing is believing. After all, Anstruther was there last night, as 3 of us are prepared to testify." "Then in that case I shall never see my jewels again," Lady Barmus said. "But what are the police going to do about it, Mr. Masefield? The thing cannot be possibly allowed to remain here. If they were to arrest Mr. Carrington at once and search his safe—" "But the police don't work quite in that way," Jack interrupted. "Besides, Carrington is not the only one. The chief villain in the play is Spencer Anstruther, and at the present moment he is in a position to prove a perfect alibi. It is not the slightest use laying Carrington by the heels till we are in a position to prove Anstruther's alibi to be nothing but an ingenious mechanical fraud. Don't you recollect the case of the Phoenix Park murders? In that case the police could have laid their hands upon half the culprits within a few days. They preferred to wait months, until every one of the gang were swept up in the meshes of the law. I will go and see Bates presently, and ascertain if he has anything fresh to tell us." It was quite late in the afternoon before Jack managed to get a few words with the inspector. He seemed to be very cheerful and sanguine, and dropped a hint to the effect that his morning had not been altogether wasted. "Oh, we are going on right enough," he exclaimed in answer to Jack's question. "In the circumstances they can do nothing else. Most of my morning has been spent in calling on the various unfortunate people whose valuables were deposited at Carrington's bank, and getting a full description of the same. After that I made the rounds of the principal pawnbrokers, and such people as advance money on real property." "Did you find anything of the missing stuff?" Jack asked eagerly. "I mean, did you see any of it?" Bates explained that up to now he had been successful in 3 instances. He knew where to lay his hands upon the tiara of diamonds that had only been deposited with Carrington 4 days ago. "It belongs to one of our fashionable society leaders," he explained, "and really is a most magnificent piece of work. Mind you, Carrington must have been a great fool, or he must have been desperately pressed for money, to pledge these things in London. He could have sent them to Amsterdam or Paris, where they could have been broken up and disposed of in such a manner that it would have been impossible to trace them. This might have entailed a financial sacrifice, but see how safe it would have been. I feel pretty sure that within the next 2 days I shall trace every atom of the lost property." "But is it usual to pledge such valuable jewels in this casual way?" Jack asked. "Certainly it is. The thing has been done over and over again. In a great many instances the lady does not go through the ordeal herself, but sends a maid or some confidential servant with a note addressed to the pawnbroker, and asks for £10,000, or whatever it may be. That is how this business has been worked." "But the pawnbrokers," Jack protested. "When they come to see a list of the missing jewels, a full story must be told." Bates admitted the ingenuity of the suggestion. It was just possible that there was danger in that direction. Still, as he pointed out, no one could blame the pawnbrokers for not recognizing from a bold printed description certain gems pledged at their establishments. "But I think you can leave that safely to me," he said. "There is nothing to prevent me from applying for a warrant for the arrest of Carrington, and producing all that damning evidence from his private safe, but by doing this we are practically allowing a greater ruffian to escape." Jack cordially agreed with this view of the case. He proceeded to speak at some length as to what he had seen and heard the night before last in Carrington's smoking-room. "You must not forget," he said, "that the man who was with me on that occasion is in possession of the duplicate plans of the bank cellars." "Oh, no," Bates cried. "I have not overlooked those plans. In fact, I particularly wish to have a glance at them. And, by the way, sir, you appear to be very reticent over the name of the companion who was with you on that important occasion." "We will merely call him Seymour," Jack said cautiously. Bates smiled in a queer, significant kind of way. "I will be more candid with you than you are with me," he said, "though you have told me more than you intended. Now tell me if my suspicions are correct. Is not this Seymour and our missing Nostalgo one and the same person? It is a mere deduction on my part, but—" "I suppose I had better admit it at once," Jack said. "Besides, you are bound to know sooner or later. Why not come with me and see Mr. Seymour now?" Bates replied that he would be only too delighted. They set off together without delay, and presently found themselves at Seymour's residence. The latter was doing something mysterious with a file and a pair of handcuffs, both of which he threw aside as his visitors entered. He extended his hand cordially to Bates. "I am not in the least surprised to see you, Inspector," he said. "In fact, I rather wanted to do so. Now, frankly speaking, are you not a little puzzled to know how to lay Anstruther by the heels?" "We will come to that presently, sir," Bates said quietly. "I shall be glad in the first place to know what hold Anstruther has on you gentlemen who have so suffered at his hands. Anstruther is a blackmailer, I know. But you are a man of pluck and courage. Why can't you fight him in the open? I can quite understand that there are others broken in health and spirit who dare not have their story told and dragged before the diabolical curiosity of the cheap press. But in your case, why, it seems to me—" "Yes, yes," Seymour interrupted, "but suppose you have a dear friend in whom you are interested, and that friend had done somebody a great wrong. And supposing that Anstruther knew all this. My friend is poor, but I am not. Let us go farther and grant my friend a daughter, a beautiful girl who is just coming to the front in the world of art. She is passionately attached to her father. Any disgrace to him would break her heart. And it is in my power to save this dear child by letting Anstruther believe that both myself and others who have suffered are afraid of him. Surely you have heard of many such cases, Mr. Bates?" Bates nodded. The field was clearing wonderfully. "You will pardon me," he said. "It was stupid of me not to think of that before. The blackmailer generally strikes through the innocent. But another question. Why did Anstruther publish those Nostalgo posters at all?" "There, to a certain extent, you have me," Seymour confessed. "You see, it is only recently that we Nostalgos have drifted together in London. We must give Anstruther credit for having discovered this. Mind you, there may be many others who have suffered, and are now hiding in silence. They would be nerveless wrecks for the most part. Anstruther probably wanted to let them know that the Terror was not dead. You see, it is like the sign of some secret society, reminding members of the long arm. But who can say what was uppermost in the mind of Anstruther? Suppose that the whole dramatic thing had failed in its purpose. What then? Why, Anstruther would have probably turned the posters to some business purpose, a new soap, a novel kind of pill. Why, many business houses would gladly buy the reversion of the Nostalgo posters and make a good thing out of them. I may be wrong, but that is my view. Besides, how are we to know how many other Nostalgos have not dropped into Anstruther's net through those diabolical posters?" "It is possible you are right," Bates admitted. "Nothing seems to be impossible in the way of crime. But as to Anstruther—" "I have a heavy debt to pay to him," Seymour said with a ring in his voice, "and I am in a position to show you how you can lay him by the heels. I presume my friend Masefield has told you everything. That being so, all you have to do is to open Carrington's private safe and carefully remove a surface of Cellini plate which you will find there. When I say carefully, I mean carefully. The thing is not to be fingered. Take it away to the police station and place it in your glass case. Then, if you follow my advice, within 48 hours I pledge you that you shall have evidence against Anstruther as clear and convincing as if it had come from heaven itself." A silence followed, so impressive was Seymour's speech. Then Bates, who appeared to be utterly puzzled, promised that the thing should be done. At the same moment there was the sound of an altercation on the outer landing, and a hoarse voice was heard asking some imperative question. The voice struck familiarly on Jack's ears. He glanced significantly at Bates. "The very man himself!" he cried. "Yes, Anstruther," Seymour said in his deep, ringing voice. "Friend Anstruther. Shall we ask him in?" Chapter 37. A Pregnant Message. There was no mistaking the fact that it was Anstruther who was standing outside and speaking in tones which denoted that he was not altogether pleased with himself. It might have been a coincidence, or at the same time it might have been intentional, though the latter suggestion did not appear probable. "Surely he can't have found us out yet," Jack cried. "If he had done so, it would hardly be policy to make so much noise about it. What do you think, Mr. Bates?" Bates responded cautiously that he did not know what to think. The real solution came from Seymour. "There is no coincidence about it at all," he said. "We know perfectly well that Anstruther is a clever criminal, but even clever criminals cannot bring off important campaigns without the aid of subordinates. I have not taken up my quarters here entirely by accident, though of course it was necessary for me to be as far off the beaten track as possible. I have seen Anstruther here on more than one occasion, and I think you will find he has come to consult one of his satellites." "There must be a good few shady people here," Bates observed, "though I don't know much about the locality." Seymour explained that there were plenty of doubtful characters living in the tenement. He suspected at least 3 burglars who had rooms on the same floor. Probably Anstruther was looking for one of these, and for some reason or other the fellow had denied himself. The loud tones had ceased now, and it was evident that Anstruther had either left the house or found the man of whom he was in search. The discovery, however, was too important to be allowed to rest like that, and Bates had a proposition to make. He suggested the advisability of putting one of his own spies on to watch Anstruther and keep an eye upon him for the rest of the day. There would not be the slightest uncertainty about this, seeing that Anstruther was so well known to the police generally. Bates crept carefully away, and returned presently with the information that Anstruther was still on the premises. "I met one of my men in the street," he explained. "He was just back from a job this way, and spotted Anstruther coming in here. Our friend is not likely to shake off the fellow that I have put upon his track. Meanwhile, we are wasting time here." Seymour was decidedly of the same opinion. A minute or two later the trio made their way into the street, leaving Seymour alone. He had been informed by Bates that he would be kept posted of Anstruther's movements by means of a special messenger, and that his services would be called upon if necessary. Thus assured, Seymour went back to his mysterious business with the handcuffs and file, quite content to wait till his time came. It was quite dark before the first message arrived. Anstruther had stayed where he was till 7 o'clock, after which he had gone out and called at a neighbouring shop, which was kept by a man engaged in the occupation of making brass plates. This, so the message said, was merely a blind for the manufacture of the finest specimens of burglars' tools. Anstruther had entered the shop with nothing in his hand, but had emerged presently carrying a small square parcel which might have been a picture frame. Thus encumbered he had returned to the tenement, and was now closeted in the set of rooms below Seymour's with a man called Gilmore, otherwise Simple Charlie, a cracksman who stood quite at the head of his profession. Seymour's eyes gleamed as he glanced over the letter. He felt that he must be up and doing something. It occurred to him as a good idea to make an attempt to be present at the interview between Anstruther and his confederate. It was absolutely dark now, so that Seymour had no hesitation in raising his sitting-room window, which faced the back of the house, and seeking to find some means for entering the set of rooms below. So far as he could see at first, the thing appeared to be impossible. His quick eye noted the fact that a powerful light burned in the room below, for the shadow of it was thrown strongly upon the blank wall opposite. To the left of Seymour's window was a large drain-pipe, used for conveying the rain-water from the roof to the sewer below. It was an easy matter for Seymour to lash a rope firmly to the floor with the aid of a handspike, and to gently lower himself to the floor below by means of the pipe. The business was no easy one when it came to climbing proper, and only a strong man like Seymour could have possibly done it. He dangled thus perilously in mid-air, working his way down inch by inch, till at length his feet rested on the sill of the window below. As he had half expected, the window was without a catch, which was quite in accordance with most of the fittings in the tenement. Leaving his rope to dangle harmlessly within reach, until it would be required again, Seymour passed coolly into the room. He rubbed a match cautiously, and by the aid of it saw that he was in a small bedroom evidently devoted to the uses of some bachelor, for the bed had been made in a most perfunctory way, and the floor was liberally strewn with tobacco ash. Lying on the table was a plan of some large mansion, with footnotes here and there plainly denoting the fact that the house had been marked down for some ingenious burglary. Seymour smiled to himself. He had evidently found his way into the quarters of which he was in search. Listening intently, with his ear closely glued against the wall, he could detect the sound of voices on the other side. He was not personally acquainted with the voice of Simple Charlie, but the round, full tones of Anstruther were quite familiar to him. Seymour was, however, not content merely to listen to what was going on. Very softly he made his way from the bedroom into the passage beyond. The door of the next room was not closed. Indeed, there was no reason for the precaution, seeing that the door at the end of the passage was locked. There was a pungent smell of tobacco, mingled with the odour of a good cigar, and presently the loud pop of a cork, and the fizzing gurgle of what Seymour rightly guessed to be champagne. By creeping close and twisting a little sideways, Seymour got a fairly good view of the room. He could see Anstruther lounging in a comfortable armchair, a cigar in his mouth, apparently quite at home in his humble surroundings. The other man was sucking moodily at a short pipe, and glanced uneasily at his companion. He was not much like the commonly accepted type of burglar, being slight and dark, and somewhat timid-looking in appearance. But every now and again the glance he turned upon Anstruther was positively murderous in its hateful intensity. "Now what on earth are you driving at, governor?" he growled. "No getting at the bottom of you. I never feel like a fool, except when I'm working for you." "That, my good Charles," Anstruther said smoothly, "is where education comes in. If you had had my advantages, you might have stood very high indeed. As it is, you are an exceedingly good workman, and I, though I say it that should not, am a very good master. I suppose you know perfectly well that I am in a position to give you away at any moment. I could hand you over to the police, who would take very good care of you for the next 14 years, and you could not give me a simple scratch in return. For instance, we will suppose it is my whim to identify you with that bank burglary last night. Of course you were not there, but I could prove that you were all the same, and no cleverness of yours could save you from a conviction." Gilmore wriggled uneasily on his chair. His eyes followed Anstruther's every movement like those of a dog severely punished. There was a suggestion of the hound that would have bitten his master if he dared. "I know all about that," he grunted. "And you know I've got to do everything you ask me. It only seems the other day that poor Brown defied you to do your worst, and lost his life over it. That was a lesson to me. Not but what I wouldn't be ready and willing to knife you, if I thought it was safe. I'm pretty bad, and so are some of the others. But outside of hell itself, there's no black-hearted scoundrel as bad as you." The man's voice fairly vibrated with passion, but Anstruther lounged back in his chair with the air of a man who has just received a high compliment. He was a man who loved power. He liked to feel that he could pull the strings and move the actions of other men even when they fought desperately against his iron determination. "All this is so much waste of time," he said. "I came here tonight to get you to do something for me, and you will have to do it, whether you want to or not. You know what disobedience means. 3 hours' freedom and 14 years in jail. No more of your confounded nonsense. Listen to what I have to say." "Oh, I'll do it right enough," Gilmore growled. "Mind you, it's a pretty big risk. The police have got an idea that I was engaged in that Maidenhead business. I know they've been watching me so close that I can't get rid of a bit of stuff, and I have come down to my last half-sov." "I'll see to that," Anstruther replied. "What you have to do now is to make your way into the great Metropolitan Hotel. You shall come with me presently, and I will show you the room I want you to enter. To a man of your ability the thing is ridiculously simple. Quiet side entrance, iron fire escape ladder, and all the rest of it. All you want is a few tools." "But I haven't got any," Gilmore protested. "I was glad enough to get away from that Maidenhead business with a whole skin." Anstruther pointed significantly to the flat brown paper parcel which he had brought in with him. "You will find everything you want there," he said. "All you have to remember is this. You are to go up the ladder and make your way to the door at the head of the second corridor. A row of bedrooms runs along the corridor, and the room you have to enter is number 16. That is a sitting room attached to one of the bedrooms. I don't want you to do anything neat in the way of a burglary. You have simply to take a letter, which I will give you, and leave it on the table in the sitting room. I want the whole thing to be absolutely mysterious, and here is a £5 note for your trouble. And now I am going out, and you are to follow me. I will lead you directly to the quiet spot at the rear of the hotel, and the rest you must do for yourself. I don't think there is anything more for me to say." Gilmore nodded in a surly sort of fashion. He was terribly afraid of Anstruther, who used all his creatures like puppets, and never afforded them the slightest information. His power was all the greater for this. He knew that he was hated as much as he was feared. He put on his hat and coat now, and Gilmore rose also. Seymour darted away, back through the bedroom, and on to the window ledge again. It struck him as just possible that Gilmore might want to use his bedroom, in which case the chances of being discovered were great. But Seymour made his way back again to his own sitting-room. Once there he lighted a cigarette, and sat down to think over the situation. It was not long before he had made up his mind what to do. Evidently there was no great hurry over the little scheme which Anstruther had planned in connection with the great Metropolitan Hotel, and doubtless an hour or two would elapse before Gilmore found his way into the corridor. It would not be prudent to carry out the plan until the hotel was getting fairly quiet, so that Seymour had plenty of scope for a counterstroke. He spent the next hour or so in his bedroom, intent upon some sort of disguise. Something in the way of a mask, accompanied with side whiskers and a pair of spectacles, changed him beyond recognition. A little while later, and he found himself engaging a room at the great Metropolitan. He appeared to be rather particular about his choice, and finally decided that number 18 would suit his requirements. As he had expected, number 18 was exactly opposite the room chosen by Anstruther for Gilmore's little plot. Once this was settled, it seemed to Seymour that there was no occasion for hurry. It was 11 o'clock before he made his way up to his bedroom. He did not close the door, nor did he turn the light on. He sat down grimly and patiently in the darkness to await developments. The corridor was perfectly silent now, and either the occupants of the hotel had retired to rest, or had not yet returned from the theatre. This was the time, Seymour felt pretty certain, that Gilmore would set to work. With his room door ajar, Seymour had a perfect view of the room on the other side of the corridor. It seemed to him that he could hear somebody now coming stealthily down the passage. Then another sound grated on his ear. It was an unmistakable cry of pain and fear from the room opposite. Seymour crossed the corridor and coolly entered the room opposite. Chapter 38. The Cry in the Night. There was a man in the room surely enough. He was but half dressed. He had fallen forward over a table, apparently in a state of collapse. He seemed to be seeking something, and then Seymour saw that he was clutching at a bottle of brandy, of which he appeared to be in evident need. There was no suggestion of intoxication about him, so that Seymour had no hesitation in forcing a few drops of the potent fluid between the man's pallid lips. Strange as the situation was, Seymour did not fail to notice the extraordinary way in which his companion's face was cut and scarred and bound with sticking plaster. Then he suddenly realized to whose assistance he had come. This was surely the man Jack Masefield had told him about, the man who had sent him the ring, and who knew the whole history of the Nostalgo business. The invalid opened his eyes presently, and gazed in a dull kind of way at Seymour. "I have been ill," he said. "Since my operation I have been accustomed to these kind of fainting fits. It was very good of you to come to my assistance." "Not at all," Seymour said. "I was in my room on the other side of the corridor, and I heard you cry out. Is there anything more I can do for you?" "Yes," the stranger said. There was a strange thrill in his voice. "Take off that mask of yours, and let me see my old friend Seymour once more. I should have recognized your tones anywhere." "I am glad that my old chum Ferris should recognize me," Seymour said, in a voice that trembled a little. "But I dare say that you will wonder why I am here. I can assure you it is no coincidence. But what have you been doing to your face? The last time I saw you, you were what I am now." With a bitter laugh, Seymour swept his disguise away, and the hideous likeness to Nostalgo stood confessed. "There is a picture for you," Seymour laughed. "And upon my word you are not much better. Are you attempting to get rid of those damning marks that you and I are meant to carry to the grave, those marks of a scoundrel's vengeance?" "But I shall not carry them to the grave," Ferris said. "My dear friend, if I had the pluck and courage you yourself possess, I should not have cared so much. But that scoundrel Anstruther haunts me like my own shadow. I managed to elude his search. I hid myself in London. He knew I was here somewhere, and he hit upon that devilish scheme for preying on my imagination. I am alluding to those Nostalgo posters. Most people regard them as no better than an ingenious advertisement, but the scalding truth is known to me. They meet my eye whenever I take my secret walks abroad. They deface the hoardings to remind me that I am still Anstruther's slave." The speaker wiped his heated face. He made a more or less successful attempt to hide his deep feelings. "I had almost lost hope," he continued. "I had made up my mind to be blackmailed to my last farthing by Anstruther, when fortune brought me in contact with a clever French doctor who had heard something of the vengeance of the Nostalgos. He assured me that he had treated one of us with absolute success. I found out that my young friend was a brilliantly clever surgeon, and after a little natural hesitation I decided to place myself in his hands. He operated upon the muscles of my face with a view to removing the hideous mask which disfigures what was once a passably good-looking face. The shock to my system was great, and I am but slowly recovering. But when I do recover, I feel quite certain that I shall be as I was before I fell into the hands of Anstruther's creatures in Mexico. I am a pretty sight now, I admit, but if you look at me, you will see that the repulsive hideousness has gone." Seymour gazed long and thoughtfully into the white face of his companion. There was a sudden uplifting of his heart, and the tears rushed to his eyes. It was no ordinary weakness that moved him like this. I see," he murmured. "Once you are yourself again, you can defy Anstruther. Indeed, he would not know you at all. I have had to fight him at a terrible disadvantage. If only I could remove this terrible scourge from my face, then I could stand up to him, and his reign would not be for long. But events are pressing so fast that I could not possibly spare the time at present to follow out the treatment to which you have been subjected. But afterwards I shall be only too glad to place myself in the same hands that you have been through. The mere thought that some day or other I shall be able to walk the streets like any other man that God has made fills me with such a joy that I could sit down and cry like a child." "But why be so fearfully afraid of Anstruther?" Seymour asked. "Because I am in his power," Ferris whispered. "I have done a great wrong in my time, and Anstruther knows it. That fiend seems to discover everything. Fortune has enabled me to redress the wrong, but Anstruther holds the proofs of my guilt. I really ought to have gone to my relatives and confessed everything, and defied him, but with a face like mine—" "I understand," Seymour said grimly. "But unless I am greatly mistaken—" Seymour broke off suddenly, and snapped out the electric light. He took the astonished Ferris by the arm, and fairly bundled him into his bedroom. There was no time to explain. A fresh idea had suddenly come to Seymour, and he decided to put it through. His quick ear had told him that somebody was fumbling at the door of the sitting-room, and that somebody could be none other than Gilmore. The burglar had evidently not yet arrived, or Seymour would have heard something of the mysterious note. His idea now was to gain possession of the note and Gilmore at the same time. "What on earth is the matter?" Ferris whispered. Seymour clicked his lips for silence. He could hear Gilmore in the sitting-room by now. He slipped from the bedroom into the corridor and approached his foe by the other door. But apparently Gilmore's ears were as quick as those of his antagonist. He pitched the letter onto the table, and seeing that escape by way of the door had been cut off, coolly flung up the window and fell headlong out. Seymour repressed a shuddering cry. Gilmore evidently cruelly miscalculated the distance to the ground, for as Seymour looked out of the window he could hear a series of heavy groans below. It was obviously his duty to give the alarm and send for a doctor without delay, but this he hesitated to do. He called Ferris in, and explained rapidly to him what had happened. The distance from the window to the ground was some 20 feet. "I am going to fetch him up," Seymour explained. "I suppose you have got one of our old lassos amongst your baggage?" "You have? Good. Let me have it at once, and I will drag our friend up in here, and then we can send for that doctor of yours. This unfortunate rascal is a mere tool of Anstruther's, and I want to make use of him." The lasso was procured at length, and one end twisted round the leg of Ferris's bed. It was not an easy job that Seymour had set for himself, but he managed it at length, and, quite overcome with his exertions, laid the body of Gilmore on the couch. The latter was quite conscious, and apparently not nearly so much damaged as might have been expected. Seymour went over him with the practised hand of one who has dealt with many accidents by flood and field. He smiled more cheerfully. "Not so bad as I expected," he said. "A broken collarbone and a dislocated ankle. You have had a very narrow escape, Mr. Gilmore. It will be just as well, perhaps, if you moisten your lips with a drop of this excellent brandy." Gilmore started at the mention of his name, but he did not refuse the proffered stimulant. He saw that he had been caught like a rat in a trap, and, like most of his tribe, was prepared to make the best terms he could for himself, regardless of his confederates. "You might just as well make a clean breast of it," Seymour said. "You came here at the instigation of Mr. Anstruther. Your task was an easy one for a man of your abilities, but you see I happened to know that you were coming, and that made all the difference. Is that the letter on the table?" Gilmore growled out something to the effect that it was. Ferris took up the letter and read it carefully. "Just as I expected," he murmured to Seymour. "A mysterious communication from Anstruther, only Anstruther's name does not appear upon it. I am threatened with all kinds of pains and penalties if I do not immediately part with the sum of £5,000. And you might tell me what you propose to do with this man." "Leave him here for the present," Seymour explained. "We can take your doctor into our confidence, and nobody will be any the wiser. It is a very odd thing to me if we don't get some valuable information out of this Gilmore. You may be certain of one thing. He could tell us a great deal about Anstruther if he chose to speak. If you will give me the address of your doctor, I will go off and fetch him at once. Of course I shall bring him here as if he came to see you. I think you are quite safe with the fellow." Seymour went off presently, having donned his disguise again, feeling that he had done a good night's work. His first act was to telephone to Bates at Shannon Street police station and ask if the latter was still keeping an eye on Anstruther. Bates replied in person to the effect that everything possible had been done in that direction. Anstruther returned home about 10 o'clock, and at present was amusing himself with his violin in his own study. Bates, moreover, had ascertained that Anstruther had no intention of leaving the house again that night. In fact, he had told one of his servants that he had caught a chill, from all of which it might be gathered that Bates's spy had been very successful in his shadowing of Anstruther. So far everything was quite satisfactory. It only remained now to call at Mayfield's rooms and acquaint him with what had happened. But Jack was not in, his landlady informed Seymour. As a matter of fact, she had no idea when he was coming back. Indeed, he had gone off somewhere to a fancy dress ball. It was then that Seymour recollected that this was the night of Lady Barmus's great dance. A little at a loss to know what to do next, Seymour went slowly off in the direction of Penton Square. He hung about Anstruther's house for some little time, still feeling dubious in his mind as to whether the latter was really going out or not. He waited long enough to see a carriage drive up to the door, and in the brilliantly lighted hall he could see a graceful figure in fancy dress being carefully wrapped up by Anstruther himself, who came down the steps and saw Claire into the carriage. He appeared to be carefully muffled, and spoke with a strained voice of one who suffers from a bad cold. "I hope you will enjoy yourself, my dear," he said. "Pray convey to Lady Barmouth my sincere regrets and apologies. In the circumstances, I am sure she will excuse me." The carriage drove off, but still Seymour lingered there, feeling quite sure that this was part of some scheme of Anstruther's. He decided to wait, at any rate for the present, and for the best part of an hour he paced up and down, till at length his search was rewarded. The light in the study suddenly went out, though Seymour could hear the music still going on, and then another figure emerged from a porch. It was the figure of a man assuredly decked out in some fancy dress, but Seymour was not in the least deceived, and knew perfectly well that he was following Anstruther. The latter walked right away until he came at length to Belgrave Square, where he stopped for an instant before a house in front of which a scarlet cloth crossed the pavement. Into this hall of dazzling light the form of Anstruther vanished. Just as Seymour had expected, his quarry was going to the masked dance after all. He made up his mind instantly what to do. He accosted one of the footmen standing inside the hall, and pressing a coin in his hand, said he must see Mr. Masefield at once. Would the footman go upstairs and announce that Mr. Masefield was wanted in a loud voice? The coin had the desired effect, and a moment later Jack was in the hall. He strolled up to Seymour in a casual way, and demanded haughtily the reason for this intrusion. "You did that very well," Seymour whispered. "I came to tell you that Anstruther is here after all. In fact, he has just come in. Now I have a little scheme of my own. Go and tell Lord Barmouth that I am here, but that I should like to appear as a guest. I don't think that he would mind, at any rate." "Not he," Jack whispered excitedly. "Really, there is no reason for me to do anything of the sort. I can easily tell Barmouth afterwards, and if you have any scheme for getting the best of Anstruther, you will be a welcome guest in this house." "Good," Seymour replied. "I will go off to a costumier's at once, get fitted with a dress, and be back here in half an hour. Then I shall pretend that I have left my card behind, and ask for Mr. Rigby. Just as well not to ask for you again." Jack nodded his emphatic approval. Seymour moved towards the door with a deferential air of one who apologizes for an unwarrantable intrusion. Once in the road, he hailed a passing cab, and gave him the costumier's address. "Wellington Street," he said curtly, "and drive as quick as you can." Chapter 39. Preparing the Way. Seymour was not away longer than he had anticipated. Only 35 minutes had elapsed before a cab drove up to the house in Belgrave Square, from which descended a tall man, guised as a magician. It was not a particularly original dress, but it thoroughly served the purpose which Seymour had in hand. He wore a long red cloak, coming down to his heels, the hem of which was embroidered with queer signs and symbols. On his head was a black velvet skull-cap, and a long white beard and moustache completed the illusion. Seymour stood still for a moment, and fumbled about as if to find his card. Then Rigby, effectively disguised as an executioner, came forward and proffered his services. "It's all right," he whispered. "I have been talking it over with Masefield, and he did not think it would be prudent to meet you here a second time. Besides, we have to be very careful. We are not aware how much Anstruther knows. He might have got to the back of our plot for all we know to the contrary." I did not quite catch how he was dressed, Seymour said. Would you mind telling me what he is wearing? Rigby proceeded to explain that Anstruther was rigged out in a costume of some Indian tribe. He could be especially noticed by the exceedingly high plume of eagle's feathers which he was wearing in his headdress. Seymour chuckled aloud. I thought it all out as I came along, he said. When I saw Masefield a little time ago, I only wanted to come here more or less out of idle curiosity, but a little idea occurred to me as I called my cab. I am going to thoroughly enjoy myself this evening. In fact, this is the first time I have had an opportunity of mingling with my fellow creatures for 3 years. But that is not the point. If you keep fairly close to me, you will have the chance of seeing how I shall get on Anstruther's nerves presently. Do you mean to say you are going to begin at once? Rigby asked. Or would you not like to see Barmus first? Seymour intimated that there was no hurry, and that the little drama he had in his mind would be best played out at supper-time. That meal was intended to be a rather fast and furious affair, where all the guests were supposed to always act up to the characters which they personified. Therefore I should very much like to see Barmouth, Seymour said. If you can arrange a meeting for us in some quiet spot, I shall be exceedingly obliged to you. Rigby went off with an intimation that he would not be long. He came back presently and signified that Seymour should follow him. The two proceeded as far as the head of the staircase, and there, in a small room at the end of the corridor, Barmus stood, awaiting Seymour's entrance. No sooner was the latter inside than his host closed and locked the door. He turned up the light and snatched his mask from his face. On the impulse of the moment, Seymour did the same. Save for the difference of their colouring, the two men were almost identically alike. Perhaps in the whole world it would have been impossible to find two refined and educated men so hideously and atrociously ugly. One man's eyes were blue, the other one's dark brown, but this made no difference. All amiability of expression, all frankness and sincerity seemed to have been literally cut out of their features. Most men would have turned from them with loathing and disgust. They stood there looking at one another, the very image of the nostalgo posters that London was still discussing so eagerly. As Seymour dropped Barmus's proffered hand, the latter burst into a bitter laugh. "No reason to try and flatter ourselves," he said. "When I look at you or you look at me, we both know that we are forever outside the pale of civilized society. We can make the most of an occasion like this, but these happy hours are few and far between." "Well, do you know, I am not so sure of that," Seymour said. "Let me have a cigarette, and we will discuss the matter together. Do you happen to remember Ferris?" Barmouth indicated that he remembered Ferris perfectly well. "In fact, we were all victims of the same ceremony," he said. "What a ghastly business it was! And that fiend of an Anstruther looking on without a drop of pity in his heart for his fellow countrymen, whose sole crime was that they were in the hunt for gold like himself. But I want to try and forget all that. Do you mean to say you have met Ferris?" "Ferris is at the great Metropolitan Hotel at the present moment," Seymour explained. "More or less accidentally he ran against Masefield. Jack Masefield happened to mention that he knew me, and there you are. However, I dare say you can get Masefield to tell you the story another time. The point is that Ferris has discovered a brilliant French surgeon who has operated upon him, he says quite successfully. He is a mass of plaster and knife marks now, but he says that in the course of a few weeks he will have resumed his normal expression." A great cry broke from Barmouth. His agitation was something dreadful to witness. "Cured," he whispered. "Absolutely cured, and like other men again? Oh, it seems like a dream, like something too good to be true. To think that you and I, old friend, are going to stand out once more in the broad light of day, with no mask needed to conceal our hideousness. You will undergo the operation?" "Aye, as soon as ever I have done with the Anstruther business," Seymour said in his deep voice. "Once let me see that rascal beyond the power of further mischief, and I place myself in that man's hands at once, if it cost me half my fortune. There is a girl waiting for me, Barmouth, a girl who mourns me as dead. You can see how impossible it was for me to let her know the truth." "And yet my wife knows the truth," Barmus said thoughtfully. "Hideous as I am, she refused to give me back my freedom." "She is a woman of a million," Seymour said, not without emotion. "But then Lady Barmus discovered the truth. I don't think you ever would have told her on your own initiative." This was so true that Barmus had nothing to say in reply. He appeared to be deeply immersed in thought. The settled melancholy of his face had given way to an eager, restless expression. He was like a man in the desert who, past all hope, had found aid at the last moment. He paused in his stride and sat down. "I dare not dwell upon the possibilities that you have opened up before me," he said. "I had long abandoned all kinds of hope. Still, there are plenty of useful years before me. This is the first moment that I have felt what happiness means since we fell into the hands of that gang of Anstruthers. You will recollect, of course, the wild stories that our tribesmen used to bring in to us about what happened to anybody who dared to cross the gold belt." "The legend was very common out there," Seymour said. "If you will recollect, it was popularly supposed that some heathen god presided over the gold mines, and that it was a sacrilege for any stranger to make an attempt on the treasure. The natives there firmly believed that the outraged god imposed upon the adventurers a disease that rendered them so hideous that no man could ever bear to look upon their faces again." "They were not far wrong there," Barmus said grimly. "Or where did those medicine men derive their knowledge of surgery? I recollect very little that happened after I found myself gagged and bound in that wonderful old temple, but I do know that one of those priests operated upon me with a lancet. When I came to myself, I was as you see me now. But you, too, went through it in your turn." Seymour shuddered with the horror of the recollection of it. "I don't think we need go into that," he said. "The extreme punishment would never have been inflicted upon us had it not been for Anstruther. With his wonderful ascendancy over the tribe, and goodness knows how he got it, he seemed to be able to persuade them to do anything. The terror of it all, the hideous mystery, only served to keep others away." "And yet Anstruther must have lost his ascendancy," Barmus said, "or he would never have returned home without bringing a huge fortune with him. We have absolute proof of the fact that he is a poor man, but the truth of that will never be known." "I am not so sure about that," Seymour said. "I hope before long to be able to hold the whip over his shoulder and force him to speak. I have my little scheme arranged, and I fancy you will derive some little amusement if you will watch the working of it. Of course you know how Anstruther is dressed." Barmus was perfectly cognizant of Anstruther's disguise. "The dress of the old tribe," he said, "with the painted feathers and all the rest of it. When he was pointed out to me just now by Masefield, I could hardly restrain my feelings. Mind you, he is not here with a mere view to social enjoyment. He declined my wife's invitation. He told Miss Helmsley that he did not feel well enough to turn up, and yet he is here like any other invited guest. Now what is he up to?" "It would be hard to say what Anstruther is up to," Seymour replied. "Doubtless he has some deep scheme afoot. But he is not the only one, and we shall see who gets the best of it in the long run." Barmus was quite content to await developments. Knowing Seymour so well, he felt quite sure that the latter was not without a scheme likely to defeat Anstruther's intentions. He did not care to come out as yet and mingle with the other guests, he said. At the same time, he had no desire to stand in the way of Seymour's amusement. "Oh, I am going to amuse myself all right," Seymour said. "Don't forget that it is nearly 3 years since I last sat by the side of a woman and listened to the music of her voice. For 3 years I have lacked the refining influence of woman's society, and I always preferred the other sex to my own. I can move about here and pick out my partner as I choose. I care nothing for her face, for the simple reason that I cannot see it, which, very fortunately for me, is mutual. I am going to pick out all those with lovely voices. I dare say you will laugh at me." "Not a bit of it," Barmus exclaimed. "My dear fellow, I know the feeling exactly. But when is this little comedy of yours coming off? I must be present at that." "Just after supper," Seymour explained, "when your excellent champagne will set all the tongues wagging. And now, if you don't mind, I will just have a walk round and see that my confederates are carrying out their instructions." It was a brilliant scene indeed that Seymour viewed through his mask on reaching the great ballroom. A dance was in progress. There were very few people sitting out, and the dazzling waves of color weaved in and out like the spray of the sea against the huge rock in the sunshine. A limelight had been arranged high up in the gallery, and from time to time threw quick flashes of different colored hues upon the dancers. The effect was most brilliant, just a little dazzling to the eyes, but it was full of a sheer delight for Seymour, who had so long been denied the pleasures of life. "Very effective, is it not?" said Jack as he came up. "Quite a novel idea in a private ballroom. Come and have a glass of champagne with Rigby and myself. He is waiting for us in the buffet. I hope you had an enjoyable chat with Barmus." "I was exceedingly pleased to see him again," Seymour said. "All the same, I am glad that there was no one else present. An Englishman does not care to display his feelings to an outsider." Rigby was waiting as Jack had explained, and for some little time the three sipped their champagne whilst they talked over the situation. "I want you two to be as near as possible to me at supper time," Seymour went on to explain, "and I want you to take your cue from me when I give it to you. Mind, you must not look for any sensational developments. This is merely a comedy for our private amusement. I am going to give Anstruther a bit of a fright, and at the same time force his hand, so that when he is prepared to move he will play right up to us. As to the rest, keep your eye on the magician." "I wish you would be a little more explicit," Jack said. "My dear fellow, there is nothing to be explicit about. Perhaps Anstruther will smell a rat and decline to be drawn into the thing at all. Still, I am not much afraid of that." A clock somewhere struck the hour of midnight, and a moment later the strains of the band died away. The old family butler threw open the double doors leading to the dining hall, and announced supper in a loud voice. "Come along," Seymour said. "The play has commenced." Chapter 40. The Magician Speaks. The dining hall presented an appearance quite as striking and imposing as the ballroom. It was magnificently panelled with Elizabethan oak. The grand old buffets and furniture dated from the same period. The supper was laid out on a series of small tables forming a horseshoe, so that it was possible to move from one to the other without interruption. Each table had its separate electric light stand, round which were trailed sprays of red roses. With its shaded lights, its dim carved walls, with its glitter of crystal and glass, the room presented a picture that was not easily forgotten. But there were other things quite as important to think of as the artistic side of the scene. A few moments later, and Anstruther came in with a tall woman, whom Rigby instantly recognized as a great society leader, on his arm. It was evident enough that while Anstruther knew his supper partner perfectly well, she was utterly puzzled as to his identity. "So much the better for us," Seymour said as Jack pointed this out to him. "But I must get back to my partner. I want you to try and keep me a place at the same table that Anstruther sits at. I hope you will manage to secure Lady Barmouth for me. You will recollect that was to have been part of the programme." The matter was arranged easily enough, and presently Seymour and Lady Barmouth were seated opposite Anstruther and his companion. They had all at once plunged gaily into an animated conversation. By this time the guests had found their level, and had thoroughly settled themselves down to enjoyment. It was just possible that a great many people recognized numbers of their friends there, but for the most part the recognition was ignored and the illusion maintained. "Really, this is a most charming picture," Seymour said, addressing Anstruther in the friendliest fashion, though he had taken great care to modulate his voice. "With all my skill in the art of magic, I could not have evolved a fairer scene than this, and my experience dates back 1,000 years." "Quite a most respectable type of family magician." Anstruther laughed, as he helped himself liberally to champagne.
We are all so dreadfully modern nowadays. I suppose you have nothing to do with up-to-date methods. No palmistry, I presume."
Seymour was delighted to find Anstruther ready to take up the spirit of the game. "Nothing comes amiss to me," he said. "To conjure up a scene like this would, perhaps, tax my efforts pretty severely, but I should get there all the same. If anybody requires a little something in the way of perpetual life or untold gold, they have only to drop me a postcard, and the thing is as good as done."
"Delightful!" Anstruther's partner cried. "I was just wondering how I was going to settle my racing debts, and now you come forward in the kindest way and relieve me of all further anxiety. It is really more than kind of you."
"As for me," Anstruther said, "I am concerned more with the future than the past. I have a little scheme on hand which is troubling me a good deal. Without going into details, shall I be successful? Now can you tell me that?" Seymour gravely consulted a crystal ball which he had taken from the pocket of his flowing robe. Others were listening by this time, for the conversation at Seymour's table was both amusing and interesting. He looked up from the ball in the same grave fashion. "You are giving me a hard task," he said. "I do not know you. I have not even seen your face. And yet your soul is reflected in my faithful crystal, and your heart's desire lies bare before me."
"But you have not told me if I shall be successful," Anstruther said.
"That is the point, after all." "You will not be successful," Seymour said in a loud voice, which had the desired effect of attracting much attention to the speaker. "There is something dark that stands between you and the thing you so much desire. The crystal is not so clear as usual, but I can see in it a face. It is a strange face, dark and repulsive, and yet absolutely familiar. Yes, it is the face of the poster, the features of which have puzzled London for the last 3 months. It is this face which comes between you and your heart's desire."
"Do I interest you?"
Quite a score of guests were listening by now. They were thrilled and puzzled, and not a little interested. Seymour was playing his part splendidly. Even Jack and Rigby, who were in the plot, had to admit that. Nothing could be seen as to the way in which Anstruther took this shot, for his features were hidden behind his mask, but Rigby noticed that his hands were clutched upon the edge of the tablecloth, as if they were about the throat of some hateful foe. Anstruther sat quite quietly, almost rigidly, for a few moments, then burst into a hoarse, strident laugh.
"This is ridiculous," he said. "Surely you must be aware of the fact that those nostalgo posters are nothing more or less than a clever advertisement."
"Nevertheless, they have more to do with you than you imagine," Seymour went on in the same grave way. "They stand between you like a sheet and the execution of your plans. Let me look into my crystal again. Ah, the scene grows clearer. I see a ruined temple. I see some weird religious ceremony, and the unconscious form of a man laid out for a sacrifice. He rises at length. He is no longer good to look upon. His face has become the face of Nostalgo."
"Call it foolish if you like."
With a cry of something like anger, Anstruther rose to his feet. He seemed to suppress himself almost immediately, then sat down again.
"Capital!" he exclaimed. "I dare say it is exceedingly clever, but at the same time so much Greek to me. What I want is information about the future."
"I should say you are a travelled man," Seymour said calmly. "You have spent a great deal of your time in adventure abroad. Now let me hazard a guess. You have been in Mexico." Anstruther curtly admitted that such was the fact. In spite of the gravity of the whole thing and Seymour's admirable acting, he was getting nervous and excited. He would have given much to have removed the mask of his tormentor and studied the face behind. "It is the little trifles of life that interest you, then," Seymour said. "I am afraid you are very material, sir. Well, we will be prosaic if you like. For instance, my crystal tells me that you are fond of works of art. In fact, you are a collector of such things. What would you say if I were to prophesy that you are going to add largely to your treasures in the course of the next few days? To be precise, one of your hobbies is old silver. Like most collectors, you will do pretty well everything to gain your end." "I am afraid that is about true," Anstruther admitted. "Spoken like a man of the world," Seymour went on. "For a long time you have coveted a fine specimen of Cellini silver work. A whole set of it will pass into your possession, if it has not already done so, and the unique service will not cost you a farthing." Seymour delivered this shot calmly enough, pretending to be gazing at the crystal all the time, but the way in which Anstruther writhed about in his chair was not lost upon Jack and Rigby, who were watching the drama with breathless interest. Anstruther had half risen from his seat again, and then had forced himself down once more, as if struggling with his hidden emotions. "I should like to see that precious crystal of yours," he sneered. "It seems nothing but a piece of glass to me." By way of reply, Seymour gravely polished the crystal on his serviette and passed it across to Anstruther, with instructions to hold it firmly in his palms long enough for the imprint of his fingers to fix themselves. Anstruther laughed as he complied with these instructions. Then the crystal was laid upon the table very carefully, and was rolled into a small cardboard box, and there swathed in cotton wool. With the same grave demeanour, Seymour called for wax and something unique in the way of a seal. A servant came presently with a piece of violet sealing wax, and one of the guests proffered his intaglio ring as a seal. "I am going to ask a favour," Seymour said. "I should like the gentleman to seal the box and hand it over to another guest, who will take care of the whole thing for the next 3 days. You will all see what I mean. I want to prevent the possibility of the box being tampered with. Will the gentleman kindly seal the packet, and will another gentleman kindly offer to take care of it?" The box was sealed at length with the intaglio ring. Then another guest came forward and volunteered to keep it in his charge. "That is exceedingly good of you," Seymour went on. "Only you will quite see that we cannot carry this through properly unless the gentleman who has taken charge of the box volunteers his name." "No trouble about that," the second guest cried. "I am Sir Frederick Ormond, Under Secretary of Foreign Affairs. I hope that my name will be sufficient guarantee." Seymour nodded, and the statesman dropped the packet into the pocket of his cloak. Anstruther laughed unpleasantly. "And what is the upshot of all this to be?" he asked. "It is on the knees of the gods," Seymour said gravely. "Your individuality will become impressed upon the crystal through the grips of your hands, and at the end of the period suggested, you will be able to see your whole future there. I dare say Sir Frederick will produce the crystal when the proper time comes." Anstruther turned away with a little laugh of contempt, and, as if nothing out of the common had happened, Seymour turned and began to discuss ordinary topics with his hostess. Supper was practically over by this time, and most of the guests were streaming back once more in the direction of the ballroom. Amongst the few who still remained were Jack and Claire, the latter, of course, being Jack's supper partner. "That was very cleverly done," Claire said. "I suppose there is some hidden meaning behind it." "Of course," Jack said, "only I have not the remotest idea what it was. Don't let us go back to the ballroom yet. I have discovered one of the jolliest little places leading off the hall, where we can sit and have a cosy chat without the least fear of interruption." It was precisely as Jack had said, a little alcove, dimly lighted and filled with ferns, from which they could see much that was going on without being seen in their turn. It was very quiet down there, and Jack made the most of his opportunities. A silence fell upon the pair presently, one of those long, delicious silences only possible where there is a perfect understanding. Jack came out of his reverie presently, conscious that Claire was gripping him tightly by the arm. With the point of her fan she indicated the figure of Anstruther, who had come down evidently in search of the telephone. The instrument was almost immediately opposite the alcove, and Anstruther, little dreaming that he was being watched, plied the handle vigorously. He gave a number presently which was his own in Panton Square. "Are you there?" he whispered. "Are you there? Confound the girl, why doesn't she speak? Oh, so you are there at last." "What? Oh, yes, yes." "I am speaking to you. You know who I am." "Yes, there is danger. Danger that is urgent and immediate. I have no time to explain now. You are to come here masked at once. Do not come to the front door, but to the lane behind. You will find a small green gate there, with number 5 upon it in white letters. I will see that the gate is unlocked. Then make your way straight up the garden, and into the summer house, which is at the top of the marble steps by the fountain. You are not to be more than half an hour." Anstruther rang off and replaced the receiver on the hooks. He strode away without the slightest idea that every word he said was audible to the pair of lovers in the alcove. Jack turned to Claire with eager eyes. "This must be seen to immediately," he said. "Go back to the ballroom as if nothing had happened, and wait for me there. As for myself, I am going to smoke a cigar in the garden, and wait to see who the mysterious individual is who has been so peremptorily summoned here. You see how important it is." Claire saw that there was much in what Jack said. Obediently enough she went off to the ballroom, and waited eagerly for the return of her lover. He seemed a long time coming, and nearly an hour had passed before he came back and strolled up to Claire in as casual a way as possible. But she could see that his eyes were gleaming behind his mask. He was breathing fast, too. "Have you discovered who it was?" Claire asked eagerly. "Yes," Jack replied. "They are both together. As I more than half expected, the fresh arrival is Serena." Chapter 41. The Worm Turns. Meanwhile it is necessary to go back for a few moments to the garden and summer house, where Jack had been waiting to see who was going to keep the assignation with Anstruther. On the whole it was not unpleasant work, seeing that the night was very fine and warm, and at the same time dark and velvety. There were not many gardens in London as finely proportioned as those behind Barmus' residence. It was wonderful in the midst of that atmosphere that flowers and shrubs could flourish so kindly. There were not many paths, most of the ground being given over to turf, so that Jack's feet made no noise as he walked along in the direction of the green gate which gave upon the lane beyond. The gate turned out to be a door in the wall, hidden from view inside by a deep belt of shrubs. It was here that Jack hid himself, and stood smoking his cigar with a determination to stay there all night if necessary. The best part of an hour had elapsed before there was a noise outside, and a hand turned the latch. Jack dropped his cigar, and ground it into the soft earth with the heel of his slipper. By this time his eyes had got accustomed to the darkness, so that it was not a difficult matter to make out the outlines of the approaching figure. The figure was that of a woman, evidently dressed for the evening, and wearing a mask. Jack was not to be deceived. He knew that form perfectly well, even if he had not recognized the dress which the wearer had used the night of his visit to Carrington's. "Serena," he whispered to himself. "Well, I might have expected that. Now to see what will happen next." Jack made his way hurriedly across the lawn, and took up a position behind a belt of pampas grass, where he could not only see into the summer house, but also hear what was going on there. He was only just in time, for almost immediately the towering head-dress of Anstruther appeared, and its owner made his way directly to the summer house. Jack could see Serena as she hurried along. On the still night air every word could be distinctly heard. There came to Jack's ears a whispered apology from Serena that she was sorry for the delay.
"You might have ruined everything," Anstruther said savagely. "I told you to be here within half an hour at the latest." Serena replied humbly that she could not get there before. She had to dress, and she had had to get the other servant out of the way. Anstruther muttered impatiently. "I suppose it is impossible for a woman to keep to time," he said. "And now listen to me. There is something going on here which even I cannot fathom. I feel as if I were being laughed at, as if an unseen net was about my shoulders, and that a hidden hand was ready to close it at any time." Jack listened eagerly to what followed. It was quite evident from what Anstruther said that Seymour's performance had made a deep impression upon him. For once in a way Anstruther was puzzled and frightened. He told Serena at considerable length all that had taken place during supper. "There is more than meets the eye here," he said, "and that fellow said either too little or too much. One thing is quite certain. He is pretty intimately acquainted with my inner life in Mexico. Now who is he, and how does he know all this?" "If you don't know, I can't tell you," Serena replied. "No, but you are going to find out," Anstruther responded. "You are going to mingle with the other guests as if you were a friend of Lady Barmus, and I will sign to you presently what I want you to do. You have plenty of nerve and resource, and you must find some way of removing the mask from the face of my friend the magician. But that is not all. I have a very shrewd suspicion that this mysterious Lord Barmus is no other than the man James Smith, who has been so useful to me from a pecuniary point of view." "You think Lord Barmus and James Smith are the same person?" Serena cried. "Oh, that is quite impossible." "That remains to be seen," said Anstruther. "You know all about Lord Barmus's reputation as a recluse as well as I do. Therefore it will be part of your duty to get a sight of Lord Barmus also. Mind you, I may be mistaken, but I have a strong impression that when you come to look at Barmus you will see the features of James Smith. What the certainty of this means to me you can pretty well guess. Hitherto I have treated Smith as a comparatively poor man, never guessing for a moment that he was the enormously wealthy Barmus, but in future—" Anstruther paused significantly. The listener thrilled as he realized the danger in which Barmus stood, but his whole attention now was concentrated upon Serena. He could see that she had drawn herself up to her full height. From the motion of her hands she was evidently moved by some strong feeling. It flashed upon Jack all at once that Anstruther was asking Serena to plot against the happiness of her own sister, Lady Barmus. That was the chord that Anstruther had touched, Serena's first words proved. "You are asking too much," she said. "I will not do it. There are times when I feel that this life of mine can endure no longer. I have worked hard for you. I have been the slave of all your schemes. I have forgotten that I possess a conscience." "Yes, and you forget what you owe to me," Anstruther responded. "But for me you would long since have stood in a felon's dock. If you will think of the time when you and your boy—" "No, no," Serena cried. "I will not have it. What do I care if I alarm the people inside? For the sake of that black past I have consented to be your tool and slave, and yet I feel sometimes that you are playing with me, that the whole thing is nothing more or less than a cruel and deliberate lie on your part, and that my boy still lives. If I thought so, if I only thought so—" Serena plunged forward, and Jack could see that something glittered in her hand. There was the confused suggestion of a struggle, the sound of an oath from Anstruther's lips, and the tinkle of metal upon the floor of the summer-house. "So you have got one of your mad moods on to-night," Anstruther panted. "Do not push me to extremes, because you know what that means. Will you obey me or not?" Jack could see Serena pass her hands across her eyes. He could hear the quick sobbing of her breath. "I was wrong," she said presently. It was marvellous how quickly she had recovered herself. "I will do your bidding. Let us go inside, and you can show me the man whose face you desire to see." The two moved off together and entered the house, where they were quickly lost in the throng of guests. It was at this point that Jack joined Claire again,
and told her rapidly what had happened.
"I will go to her at once," Claire said. "It is quite evident from what you say that this poor woman acts entirely under the sinister influence of Anstruther. It would be a good thing, I fancy, to appeal to her better nature."
Possibly it had been better for him to go off and warn Seymour, but the strong curiosity of the moment prevailed. He was just a little anxious about Claire too, and Seymour was so full of cleverness and resource if anything untoward happened. The scheme commended itself to Jack. He would leave everything to Claire for the present. Then, when she was ready, she could come to him again. Apparently Anstruther had given Serena all her instructions, for Claire found her seated by herself in a corner of the ballroom, watching the dazzling scene. Claire crept quietly to her side and touched her on the shoulder.
"Serena," she said gently, "Serena, I want you."
There was a violent agitation that shook the listener's frame, but she rose very gently and passed along the corridor by Claire's side without the slightest protest. They came to a little alcove at length, and Claire bade her companions sit down.
"I know why you are here tonight," she explained. "I even know what your appointed task is. But what is still more important, I am acquainted with the hold that Anstruther has upon you. Believe me, you have no firmer friend in the world than myself. Tell me your sad story, and let me see if I can help you."
The gently spoken words were not without their effect. Heedless of consequences, Serena removed her mask and proceeded to wipe the streaming tears from her eyes.
"I will tell you everything," she murmured. "You know already that Lady Barmus is my sister, and you are acquainted with the fact that Pardini is my husband. But nobody knows, besides Anstruther, that I was once the mother of a little boy. I was always wilful and headstrong. I was always ready to throw away my happiness for the whim of the moment. That is why I married Pardini, who basely deserted me when he found that I had no money. A month after our marriage I was alone in the world, almost starving. I was too proud to send to my friends. I had meant to wait till my money was exhausted and then throw myself into the river. But I dared not do that, because of the fresh young life which I knew was coming to me. I managed to make a little money, and when my child was born I was comparatively happy. When the boy was about 18 months old, Anstruther found me out and professed a desire to become my friend. It was about that time that Pardini turned up again and began to blackmail me. I cannot tell you exactly what happened. They say I tried to kill him because he would have taken my child from me. At any rate, I have always been informed that I might have suffered a long term of imprisonment if Anstruther had not stood my friend. "But this does not give him so great a power over you," Claire said. "A mere act of charity like that—"
"But I have not told you everything," Serena whispered. "For a short time I was a mad woman, and when I came to myself again they told me that I had killed my boy. Oh, I have no wish to dwell upon that dreadful time. I hardly dare to think of it without a wild desire to lay hands upon myself. And yet there are times when I believe the whole thing to have been a wicked lie, a pure invention on the part of Anstruther. At these times I believe that my boy is still safe and sound, and that some day we shall meet again. This is the whole secret of the reason why I have clung to Anstruther, and why I have been the slave of his base designs. But this story must be told to no one, not even to Lady Barmus." Serena might have said more, only the sound of approaching footsteps warned Claire of the necessity for caution. She whispered to Serena to replace her mask, a precaution that was none too soon, for Anstruther was impatiently coming down the corridor, side by side with another man, whom Claire recognized as Lord Barmus. "I have been looking for you everywhere," Anstruther said. "What do you mean by hiding yourself here?" It was quite clear that Anstruther had lost his head for the moment. Lord Barmouth paused, and looked at the other sternly and coldly. Yet he hesitated, as if half afraid to speak. He had the advantage over Anstruther in knowing who the latter was, while still preserving the secret of his own identity. "I presume this lady is your wife," he said. "You would hardly speak even to a sister in that tone of voice." "You are candid, sir," Anstruther said bitterly. "If you knew who I am, I have not the slightest doubt."
"I know perfectly well who you are," Barmus said quietly. He had quite made up his mind what to do now. "Will you be good enough to step this way for a moment?" Anstruther followed until Barmus reached his own private room. Then he locked the door and put up the light. "Now that we are face to face and free from interruption," he said, "I am going to speak still more candidly to you. But first let me ask you a question. Why did you decline the invitation of Lady Barmouth on the plea of a severe chill, and then come here afterwards as if you wanted your presence in the house kept a secret?"
"Really," Anstruther stammered, "really, I cannot recognize your right to cross-examine me like this. In the very unlikely event of your being my host—"
"We will discuss that presently," Barmouth replied. "Permit me to remind you that you have not yet answered my question, Mr. Anstruther. You will not deny your identity."
Anstruther laughed awkwardly, and seeing that the game was up, removed his mask and pitched it on the table. "What I have done is not exactly a crime," he said. "I changed my mind and came at the last moment."
"At the last moment," Barmouth echoed significantly. "You have been here for the past 2 hours."
Anstruther moved towards the door. He declared with some heat that he would have no more of this, unless the other could prove his right to ask these questions. Barmouth turned away for a moment, and when he faced round again, his face was bare of the mask.
"Now you recognize my right," he said. "You black-hearted scoundrel. I am Lord Barmouth."
Chapter 42. A piece of music. In other circumstances Anstruther would have been pleased with the turn of events. He knew now that Smith, whom for so long he had been persecuting, was the rich Lord Barmouth. This, too, saved a deal of trouble. For instance, Serena need not have been brought here at all. Now Anstruther would be able to blackmail Barmouth for thousands, whereas he had been content with hundreds from the more humble Smith. Barmus smiled as he followed Anstruther's train of thought. He was reading the other's mind like an open book.
"I know exactly what you are thinking about," he said. "You are not sighing for lost opportunities. You are going to make it all up in the future. Still, I have puzzled you, and perhaps frightened you a little. You are perfectly well aware why I have concealed my identity for so long. And you would give a great deal to know why I have so suddenly come out and met you in the open. On that point I have no intention of gratifying your curiosity. You may put your mask on again, and I will resume mine. But of one thing you may be certain. Either as Lord Barmouth or as James Smith, not 1 farthing more will you ever receive from me."
Barmouth turned contemptuously away and unlocked the door.
"Now you can go your way, and I will go mine," he said. "I shall say nothing of this to Lady Barmouth, at least, not for the present. Make the best of your evening's pleasure. It will be the last time you will ever be under my roof."
With an irritated feeling of defeat, Anstruther stalked from the room, followed by Lord Barmouth, who lost no chance of hunting up Jack and Rigby. He told his interested listeners what had happened. "I think you have acted wisely, Lord Barmouth," Rigby said. "We are so hot upon the track of Anstruther now that a day or two makes little difference. At the same time, I cannot quite see why Anstruther should have come here in this mysterious way, when he might have accompanied Claire quite openly." Jack was inspired with a sudden idea. "It's all a question of alibi," he said. "We know perfectly well what an ingenious scheme Anstruther has put up, so that he may be what an Irishman would call in 2 places at the same time. Here is a magnificent opportunity of getting to the bottom of that mysterious music business." "Right you are!" Rigby cried. "It would be like flying in the face of Providence to throw away such a chance. Anstruther is here and likely to remain, and so is Serena.
You may depend upon it that the other maid has gone to bed, so that we should have the house in Penton Square all to ourselves. You know the ropes better than I do, Jack. Can you tell us a good way of getting into the house without playing the burglar?" Jack thought a moment, then an inspiration came to him again. The thing was quite simple. "We can walk into the place as if it belonged to us," he said. "When Claire came away, Anstruther told her that he should retire early. Claire did not wish to keep the servants up unduly, so she took a latchkey with her." "Absolutely made for us!" Rigby exclaimed. "You go off to Miss Helmsley and borrow her latchkey, and we will get to the bottom of the whole mystery whilst Anstruther is enjoying himself here." Jack came back presently with the latchkey in his possession. It was an easy matter to get out of the house without being observed. Then a cab was called, and the two proceeded to Jack's chambers, where they stripped off their fancy dresses hastily and assumed more civilized attire. "I vote we take Bates into this business," Rigby suggested. "I've got a little idea of my own, which I will tell you about after we have been to Penton Square." Unfortunately, the services of Inspector Bates were not available, for he had been called out on some business of importance, and was not expected back till the following morning. "We shall have to go through it ourselves," Jack said. "You will have a fine lot of copy for the Planet a bit later on. I declare I am getting quite fascinated by my present occupation. Shall we take a cab, or would it not be more safe for us to walk?" Penton Square was reached at length, and number 5 appeared to be in total darkness. As the friends had anticipated, Serena's fellow servant had gone to bed, for neither at the front or back of the house was there so much as a glimmer of light to be seen. An application of the latchkey to the door proved quite successful, and a minute later the two friends were inside. They had not the slightest hesitation in putting up the lights, so that the passing police might infer that the occupants of the place had returned. Not that he wanted to trouble much about anything but the study, seeing that it was there that the mysterious music always emanated. It was an ordinary-looking room enough, the walls being entirely lined with books. There were books everywhere, not an inch of space being available for more. The ceiling was quite plain, and the closest search failed to disclose anything in the way of an apparatus by which the sounds of music could be conveyed from a distance into the study. Jack looked round with a puzzled frown. "All the same, it must come that way," he said. "I know perfectly well that one of Pardini's recitals came into this room as if it had been carried by some electrical means." "A sort of telephone, I suppose?" Rigby said. "Of course we have all heard of the theatre-phone, but that theory would not work out in this case. With the dodge in question you have to plug both ears with a kind of receiver, and even then the music is only audible to those using the little receivers. In the present instance I understand that the whole room is flooded with melody, just as if the player were actually here." "You've got it exactly," Jack explained. "I have heard it myself, and so has Claire, and both of us spotted the music as being in precisely the style of Pardini. Hang me if I can see the slightest sign of how the thing is worked." Rigby said nothing. Indeed, he was hardly listening. He was pacing round the room, pulling armfuls of books out here and there, as if expecting to find some cunning device hidden behind the volumes. He stooped to pick up Anstruther's violin case, which lay upon the floor. The case had been recently dropped, or some weight had fallen upon it, for the lid was cracked all across, and the hinges were broken. Rigby gave a little cry as he threw back the lid. "Here's a discovery for you!" he exclaimed. "Anstruther's violin with the neck broken off. If you will look at it closely, you will see that it is covered with dust, and evidently has not been used for days. Of course, it is just possible that Anstruther possesses 2 violins." "I know as a matter of fact that he doesn't," Jack said. "This is his Cremona, right enough. I have had it in my hands 100 times." "We are getting on," Rigby laughed. "This room has been flooded with melody, night after night, and yet we know for a fact that Anstruther's violin has been absolutely useless." "That does not help us to a solution of the problem," Jack said. "But I have an idea. We shall never get to the truth through Anstruther, but Pardini may help us. Now it is very improbable that Anstruther will be back under an hour. I'll stay here whilst you go off to the Great Metropolitan Hotel and see Pardini.
If you flatter him a bit, he will probably play to you. He will certainly do this in his own room, because professionals of mark never practice in public. What I am driving at is this. I feel quite certain that whatever Padini plays to you, I shall hear in this room."
"Excellent!" Rigby cried. "I will go at once."
Late as it was, Padini had not gone to bed. Indeed, one of the corridor servants informed Rigby that the violinist had been practising on his violin for the past hour. Without the slightest hesitation, Rigby made his way into Padini's room. The latter looked up with a puzzled air of surprise. Evidently he had been taking a little more champagne than was good for him.
"I seem to know your face," he said.
"Of course you do," Rigby said smoothly. "Don't you remember me interviewing you for the Planet? I happened to be in the hotel, and I thought I would look you up. I suppose it would be too much to ask you to play something to me? I am passionately fond of music, to say nothing of being a great admirer of yours. Besides, I have a particular desire to hear you tonight." Padini looked up with just a shade of suspicion in his eyes. Rigby felt that perhaps he was going a bit too far. He proceeded to flatter the artist to such an extent that Padini's suspicions were quickly lulled to rest. There was a half-empty bottle of champagne on the table, but Rigby refused the proffered hospitality. "No, thank you," he said. "I came to hear you play. I know it was a great liberty on my part, and if you like you can turn me out at once, but I wish you would play something." Padini rose rather unsteadily and reached for his violin. Once his fingers grasped the neck of his instrument, he seemed to be himself again. Rascal as the fellow was, there was no doubt of his great artistic qualities. He handled his bow with the air and grip of a master. He started some slow movement from one of Beethoven's sonatas, and Rigby lay back in his chair, giving himself up entirely to the delight of the moment. It seemed if Padini once started, he would not know when to stop, for he played one piece after another, entirely forgetting that he had an audience. Across Rigby's brain there came floating the germ of a great idea. Padini finished a brilliant passage, and the bow fell from his hands. "There, my friend," he said breathlessly, "never have I played better than I have done tonight." "You are indeed a master," Rigby said, and he meant every word that he uttered. "An artist so great as yourself should be a composer also. Have you published anything at all?" The flattered artist replied that he had not published anything so far, but there were one or two little things which he had written in his spare time, and these he intended offering to some publisher who was prepared to pay a price for them. "Would you mind playing me one?" Rigby asked. "I should prefer a piece that nobody has ever heard." Padini swept his bow across the strings, and proceeded to play a perfect little gem in a minor key. To a certain extent it reminded Rigby of Gounod's Ave Maria, though its originality and breadth deprived it of any suggestion of plagiarism. "Perfect in its way," Rigby said. "Would you mind giving me the score? If you will, I can get a good price for it from the Planet people. We are going to publish music at reasonable rates, and there is no reason why you should not have 50 guineas for yours." Padini declared that he quite shared Rigby's opinion. He took a sheet of manuscript music from a drawer, and threw it carelessly across to his companion. "There you are," he said. "Make the best bargain you can for me. What? You are not going already?" Rigby muttered something to the effect that he had not yet finished his work at the office, and that he must tear himself away, much as he would like to have stayed to hear more of that beautiful music. A few minutes later Rigby left the room. As he glanced back he saw that Padini had fallen into his armchair again, and was already half asleep. Rigby smiled to himself, wondering what Padini would say if he knew the purpose to which the sheet of manuscript music would be devoted. He called a cab and hastened away in the direction of Penton Square, where he expected that Jack would be still awaiting him. The lights were up at No. 5, just as they were when Rigby had started for the great Metropolitan Hotel, but all the same he took the precaution of whistling softly in case anything had gone wrong. The front door opened cautiously, and Jack's head peeped out. A moment later, and Rigby was inside. "Well?" he demanded impatiently. "Anything happened?" "A great deal," Jack replied. For half an hour everything was quiet, then that wonderful music started again. Mind you, I haven't the remotest idea where it came from. I am just as much in the fog as ever, but it filled the room as if some great artist was invisible to me. I could recognize Padini's touch. Of course, I am assuming that you found him at home and persuaded him to play to you. Can I take that for granted?"
"It is exactly as you say," Rigby explained. "Please go on."
"Then I will tell you what Padini played. He started with the first part of the Moonlight Sonata." Rigby nodded and smiled. His smile broadened as Jack proceeded to tick off the pieces of music just as they were played. "There was one, however, that I could not follow," he said. "It was that lovely little thing at the end. I am absolutely certain that it was an original piece of music." Rigby laughed as he produced the scrap of manuscript from his pocket. There was an expression of triumph on his face.
"Original, and in my possession!" he cried. "This scrap of paper contains the key of the whole situation."
Chapter 43. The Trap is Baited. Jack looked inquiringly at his friend. He had not yet fully grasped the significance of Rigby's remark. He asked for an explanation. Rigby went on to speak rapidly.
"It's like this, you see," he remarked. "When I saw that fellow just now and got him to play to me, a rather good idea came into my mind. So long as Anstruther can manage to delude us into believing that he spends most of his evenings in playing classical music, we can't get much further. Classical music is open to everybody, and if we allege that on a certain evening Anstruther performed one of Beethoven's sonatas, or rather that Padini performed it, we should have great difficulty in proving our point."
"I think I can catch your idea," Jack said.
"I thought you would. My idea was to get something original, something, if possible, that Anstruther has never even heard. He couldn't very well play a piece he had never heard, now could he? I asked Padini if he had anything of the kind in hand, and he played the piece which you so much liked. As I said just now, I have the thing in my pocket, and by means of that simple sheet of paper we are going to trap Anstruther."
"I don't quite see it," Jack said.
"What I mean is that we are going to manage it between us. Unless I am greatly mistaken, events will move very rapidly to-morrow night. Anstruther must of necessity be out most of the time after dinner, but the music in the study will go on all the same. You must manage to dine in Penton Square to-morrow night, and I will work the thing from the Great Metropolitan Hotel with Padini. In the course of the evening Padini will play the melody which we are now talking about, and you will hear it. Now I know Miss Helmsley is a very capable pianist, and I want her to follow the air carefully, so that she will be able to play it by ear. Then we shall be in a position to ask Anstruther the name of the piece that attracted her so much. Miss Helmsley can pick it out on the piano for him, and ask him to play it again. You can imagine his difficulty, but you can hardly imagine a way out of it. This is only a side issue, I know, but it will all tell when we bring Anstruther to book and expose the whole conspiracy."
Jack appreciated the point, and promised to do his best to bring the comedy to a successful issue. There was nothing for it now but to reassume their fancy dresses and return to Belgrave Square. By this time a considerable number of the guests were moving on elsewhere, though the majority of those present meant to see the thing through. As the cab bearing Jack and Rigby drove up, they saw the tall figure of Anstruther coming down the steps. He stood there as if hesitating for a moment, then called a passing cab, and gave some directions to Piccadilly.
"Any money I know where he is going to?" Rigby said. "My dear fellow, you go inside and see Miss Helmsley, whilst I take this cab back to our rooms and change again into civilized attire."
"What are you going to do now?" Jack asked.
"I am going to follow Anstruther," Rigby explained. "I feel so restless to-night that I can't settle down to anything. So I am just going to follow that fellow who is most assuredly going to see Carrington."
It was half an hour later before Rigby found himself, minus his fancy dress, in Piccadilly, opposite the rooms occupied by Carrington. It was very late now, and Piccadilly was absolutely deserted, save for a passing policeman and a stray night-cab, whose driver appeared to be asleep upon the box. Rigby hesitated for a moment, a little uncertain as to what to do. There was no difficulty in ascertaining as to whether Carrington had or had not gone to bed, for the lights were up in his sitting-room, and presently a shadow appeared upon the blind. Doubtless this was Carrington, and all speculation was set at rest an instant later by a second shadow on one of the blinds. The gigantic head-dress of Anstruther loomed large against the light. There was nothing for it now but to wait patiently upon the course of events. Rigby pulled at the leg of the slumbering cabman, and brought him to a sense of his responsibilities. "I don't want to take your cab anywhere," he explained. "All I want is to hire it for an hour or so and sit inside. You can go to sleep again if you like, and I'll wake you when I am ready to go. It will be an easy way of earning half a sovereign." The cabman grinned and nodded as Rigby disappeared into the recesses of the cab. It was perhaps an hour later before the door leading to Carrington's flat opened and Anstruther came out. Evidently he had left his fancy dress behind him, for he was attired in a rough coat and deerstalker hat. Carrington appeared to be dissuading his friend from something, and Rigby could hear the latter laugh in reply. "I tell you it must be done," Anstruther said, "and it will have to be done to-morrow night. I shall see friend Charlie without delay. If he is not in, I shall leave a settled note for him." Anstruther strode off down the street, and presently hailed another night-cab, which was crawling down the road. Rigby sat up and aroused his own driver. "Here's another 5 shillings for you," he said. "Keep that cab in front of you in sight, and follow it till it stops. Then you shall have 15 shillings. Unless I am greatly mistaken, you will not have very far to go." As a matter of fact, Rigby had summed up the situation quite correctly. The mention of the name of Charlie had given him the clue he required, this same Charlie being none other than the professional cracksman who had been engaged by Anstruther to deliver the letter at the Great Metropolitan Hotel to Ferris. This deduction proved to be absolutely correct, for a little time later the first cab pulled up in front of the tenement house where Seymour had taken up his temporary quarters. Rigby dismissed the cab and followed cautiously. He was in time to see Anstruther take a key from his pocket and let himself quietly into the rooms occupied by the individual who was known to his friends and admirers as Simple Charlie. Then Rigby turned and knocked for admission at the outer door of Seymour's apartments. The latter did not appear in the least surprised to see Rigby. "I came here quite by chance," the latter explained. "I quite expected to be told that you had not returned home yet. Lady Barmus' dance might have kept on till daylight." "I had to come away," Seymour explained. "In fact, I lost sight of Anstruther, and it rather put me out. Can you tell me anything about him? But of course you can, or you would not be here." Rigby explained at length what had taken place during the past hour. Seymour chuckled as he listened. "Rather a good joke," he said. "Here is Anstruther looking for his friend Simple Charlie, whilst all the time we have that desirable individual tied by the leg at the Great Metropolitan Hotel. I suppose you can pretty well guess what's going to happen. Anstruther was desperately frightened to-night by my allusion to that set of Cellini plate. He will know no peace of mind until that stuff is removed from Carrington's private safe. There will be another burglary of a sort, and Simple Charlie has been selected to open the safe. You see, as the safe is not in the vaults, but in Carrington's private office, it would never do to use dynamite there." "That is all very well," Rigby objected, "but how is Anstruther going to make use of Simple Charlie so long as the letter is in our hands? That seems to be rather an objection." "Oh, I have thought all that out," Seymour laughed. "From what you told me just now, it is evident that Anstruther means to leave a note for his pal if the latter is away. In the event of Simple Charlie being professionally engaged elsewhere to-morrow night, he will be asked to find a substitute. As we are perfectly well aware of the fact that there is no chance of Anstruther finding his friend at home, it is only logical to assume that he will leave the note behind. In a few moments that note will be in our possession, and we shall be in a position to read it at leisure. Then I will take it the first thing in the morning round to the Great Metropolitan Hotel, and force Simple Charlie to write a suitable reply. Do you follow me?" "Oh, quite," Rigby said. "You are going to choose your own substitute."
Have you fixed upon him yet?" Seymour chuckled in reply, but declined to afford any information for the present. He suggested that Rigby should go outside and see if Anstruther had gone yet. Rigby came back presently with information to the effect that the burglar's outer door was locked, thus fairly assuming that Anstruther had executed his task and had gone. Seymour produced the simple apparatus by means of which he had entered the burglar's rooms on the last occasion. "I am going to get that letter," he explained simply. "You need not have any fear about me. Open the window, please." In less than 5 minutes Seymour was back again with the letter in his hand. He laid it on the table, and then proceeded to steam the envelope open with the aid of a kettle of hot water which he procured from the kitchen. There was very little in the letter, but that little was to the point. The writer curtly commanded the recipient to meet him tomorrow night at 11:45 outside the Mansion House station of the Underground Railway. The recipient was enjoined to come prepared for business, and the last 3 words had been underlined. In the event of this being impossible, Simple Charlie was asked to procure a substitute, and let the writer of the letter know this not later than 10 o'clock the next morning, at the old address and in the old way. It was perfectly plain. "You see exactly what this means," Seymour said. "I take it that the old address means Penton Square, but Simple Charlie will have to tell me all about that in the morning. He shall write to Anstruther and put everything in order first. I have prepared a very pretty little surprise for Anstruther." Seymour chuckled again, but refused to gratify Rigby's curiosity. He was taking no risks, he said. He even went so far as to seal down the letter again and return it to the burglar's rooms. "We cannot afford to make a single mistake," he said. "Any little slip might ruin the whole delicate business." There was nothing further to do, at least so far as the night was concerned. It was getting very late now, and Rigby declined Seymour's offer of a whisky and soda and cigar. He turned as though to go, and held out his hand to Seymour. Then he paused as a sudden thought struck him. "There is one thing we have forgotten," he said. "Don't you think it would be as well to take Bates into our confidence? We had arranged to do so, really, but when we called an hour or 2 ago at Shannon Street Police Station he was not in. I don't know whether you agree with me or not, but I think he would be extremely useful to us just now." Seymour nodded and chuckled. He seemed to be in the enjoyment of some good joke which he desired to keep to himself. "Oh, we must have Bates in this by all means. Perhaps you would not mind leaving a message as you go along, and ask him to be good enough to call here not later than 9 tomorrow morning. I think I can promise Inspector Bates that his time with me will not be wasted. And now, if you must go—" Rigby took the hint and departed. He left a message for Bates, who, he was informed, might not be at the office the whole of the next day. This being so, Rigby rose early, and made his way to Shannon Street Police Station directly after breakfast. He was fortunate enough to catch Bates, who appeared to be in a tremendous hurry. He had 5 minutes to spare, he explained, but a quarter of an hour had elapsed before Bates rose and rang his bell. "The other business must wait," he said. "Important as it is, I will go and call on Seymour at once." Chapter 44. The Substitute. It was nearly 11 o'clock before Bates reached Seymour's rooms. He listened patiently to all that the latter had to say, and he chuckled grimly when Seymour's plot was laid before him. "Upon my word, sir, you ought to have been in the force yourself," he exclaimed. "I never heard a neater scheme. I have been puzzling my brains the last day or 2 for some way of getting hold of Anstruther. I can nobble Carrington at any moment. In fact, I have a warrant for his arrest in my pocket now. You see, I can easily prove that he has been disposing of his client's securities, but that hardly affects Anstruther. I suppose you want me to go round to the Great Metropolitan Hotel and compel Simple Charlie to act as bonnet for us. I have not the slightest doubt that he will be able to find a good substitute if he likes. But there is one little difficulty in the way which you have not thought of." "Oh, yes, I have," Seymour replied. "I know perfectly well what you mean.
You mean that even a burglar has some code of honor, and that he would hesitate to betray a pal into such a trap as this. But if the substitute that I have in my mind is acceptable to you, there is no reason for further anxiety." Seymour scribbled a name on a sheet of paper and handed it across to Bates. The latter laughed as he read it. "Oh, most assuredly you ought to have been in the force," he said. "The thing is so clever and yet so delightfully simple." Meanwhile Masefield was carrying out his side of the programme. He saw Rigby once or twice during the day, and the latter informed him that everything was going splendidly. "I was at the Great Metropolitan Hotel this morning," he explained. "In fact, I was present at the interview between Bates and the man known as Simple Charlie. We had not the slightest difficulty in getting that rascal to do everything that we wish. He seemed ready to do anything to save his own skin. As I told you just now, the old address mentioned in Anstruther's letter was Penton Square. By 10 o'clock this morning Anstruther had received a letter in Simple Charlie's handwriting, saying that it was quite impossible for him to come himself, but that he would send an efficient substitute, who would meet Anstruther at the Mansion House station at the appointed time. All you have to do now is to invite yourself to dinner at Penton Square, and in the course of the evening you will be pretty sure to hear the music going on in the study as usual. Of course Anstruther will not be there, but that will make no difference to the harmonic programme. And mind you listen carefully for the original piece of music you heard last night." "How are you going to manage that?" Jack asked. "Well, you see, we have divided ourselves up into 3 companies," Rigby explained. "You are going to look after Penton Square. Bates and Seymour will engineer the campaign as far as the City and Provincial Bank is concerned, and I am going to have supper with Padini. He elected that the supper should take place in his own room at the hotel. You can guess why." Jack began to see matters more clearly now. The task allotted to himself was plain and simple. He would have preferred something more in the way of adventure, but after all, somebody must do the ordinary work. He managed to see Anstruther in the afternoon, and intimated to him that he was dining in Penton Square that night. Anstruther replied that he was glad to hear it, possibly, Jack thought, because there would be an ear witness to prove the music in the study. It was nearly 8 o'clock when Jack strolled into the drawing-room of Penton Square, and found Claire alone there. He deemed it prudent not to tell her too much of what had taken place the last few hours. Indeed, he was more concerned to hear the latest information about Serena. "I have not seen much of her to-day," Claire said. "I do not know what to make of her at all. Last night late she came into my bedroom, and we had a long talk about her boy. It is a very strange thing, Jack, that only this morning a man arrived to see my guardian, a man who seemed to be annoyed at Mr. Anstruther's refusal to pay him a sum of money. I happened to overhear a few words as they parted. The stranger declared that if he did not have something definite by Saturday, he would send the kid back. I should have thought nothing of this unless I had heard Serena's story last night, but taken in conjunction with what she said, I shouldn't wonder if the man in question had not the custody of the poor woman's child." "This is interesting," Jack said. "Did you take any particular note of the man's appearance?" Claire replied that she had not failed to do so. But she had not followed him, though her suspicions were aroused. Jack debated the thing in his mind for a moment before he spoke again. "We know perfectly well," he said, "that Anstruther is terribly pressed for ready money. He is certain not to send that cheque, and it is equally certain that the man will call again for the cash on Saturday morning. It will be an easy matter to get Bates to lend me a plain-clothes man and follow the fellow wherever he goes. But you must understand—" What more Jack would have said was prevented by the entrance of Anstruther, closely followed by the announcement of dinner. It was not a gay meal, for the host was moody and depressed. He talked brilliantly at times, then lapsed into a reverie, and appeared not to hear when spoken to. Claire rose presently with a sigh of relief, glad to get away from the gloom of the dining-room and its depressing atmosphere. Anstruther smoked half a cigarette, and then threw the end down impatiently. "I must really get you to excuse me," he said, "but my head is so bad that I can hardly hold it up. I am afraid that even my music will fail to soothe me to-night." Jack murmured something in the way of polite sympathy. He was glad of the opportunity to be able to escape to the drawing-room, where he sat for a long time discussing the situation with Claire. It was pleasant and soothing to sit there with his arm about her and her head lovingly upon his shoulder. But happy as they were, they could not altogether shake off the feeling of impending evil. All this time the music of the violin floated mournfully from the study. 11 o'clock struck, and still the melody went on. Claire roused herself a little presently, and a look of pleased interest crossed her pretty face. "What a delightful little composition!" she said. "I have never heard that before. I am quite sure that is original." "Listen very carefully," Jack said. "I want you to impress that piece of music on your mind." The piece was finished at length, and then repeated once more. As the last strains died away, Claire rose from her comfortable seat and crossed over to the piano. Very quietly, yet quite correctly, she went through the whole composition. "I am glad it has so impressed you," Jack said. "You will perhaps be surprised to hear that Anstruther has never heard that piece of music in his life, and that it was composed by Pardini, who has never played it to anybody till last night, when he performed it for Rigby's benefit. Not only this, but he gave Dick Rigby the original manuscript to get published for him. I know this is only a small matter, but these small matters will make a mountain of evidence against Anstruther when the time comes." "It is very extraordinary," Claire murmured, "to think that the music should sound so charming and natural, when we know that all the time the player is a mile or two away. You are sure that my guardian is not in his study, Jack?" Jack was sure enough on that point. It was a few moments later that Serena came quietly into the room with a request that Mr. Masefield would go to the telephone, as someone desired to speak to him on pressing business. Jack rose with alacrity. "I shall soon be able to prove to you that Anstruther is a long way off, or I am very much mistaken," he said. "Very well, Serena, I will come down at once." The voice at the other end of the telephone inquired cautiously if that were Mr. Masefield. Jack replied that it was, but even then the questioner did not appear to be satisfied. "I think I recognize your voice," he said, "but one has to be very careful in sending messages to Penton Square. How goes the music? Anything original tonight?" "One piece," Jack smiled. "I know what you mean, and I don't mind making you a small bet that you are Inspector Bates." The voice at the other end of the telephone chuckled. "You have got it quite right, Mr. Masefield," he said. "I am Bates, sure enough. And you needn't worry about going downstairs to see whether or not Anstruther is playing at Paganini, because he isn't on the premises at all." "Where are you speaking from?" Jack asked. Bates replied that he was speaking from a public call office in the neighbourhood of Mansion House Station. All he wanted to do was to make sure that Jack was still in Penton Square, and now that his mind was easy on this score, he could devote himself to the serious business of the evening. Anstruther had just been shadowed outside the Mansion House Station, where he was apparently waiting for the substitute so kindly provided for him by Simple Charlie. The message ceased here, and the connection was cut off. Jack would have been just a little surprised if he had seen the transmogrified Bates who had been speaking to him over the line. The inspector crossed the road and disappeared into the shadow. Anstruther stood there, glancing impatiently up and down the road, as if waiting for somebody that was late. A figure slouched up to him, and a hoarse voice whispered in his ear. "Party of the name of Meggs," he said in his gin-and-fog voice. "Tell of Simple Charlie. Old Charlie couldn't get away tonight, so he sent me instead. Don't you be disappointed, governor. You will find me just as clever with them bits of steel as Charles himself. Bit of burglary, ain't it?" Anstruther nodded curtly. "We had better walk along," he said. "I suppose your friend explained to you that this little job will put £20 in your pocket. It is a mere matter of opening a safe. The getting into the premises is perfectly simple, because I have come provided with the keys. You know the City and Provincial Bank?" The other man grinned, and remarked that banks generally were a bit above his form. Anstruther smiled as he reflected that he had the keys of the bank premises proper in his pocket, so that there would be no great difficulty in getting into the counting-house, and from there to Carrington's private office. As to the night watchmen, that was another matter altogether. In the face of recent happenings they would be more alert than they had been in the past, but at the same time their attention would be bestowed more upon the cellars than the office. The road was entirely deserted now, as Anstruther crossed the street and gently turned the key in the outer door. A moment later, and the pair were in Carrington's private office. They could afford to turn the lights up, for the iron shutters outside made a perfect screen. In one corner of the room stood the safe upon which the man who called himself Meggs was intended to operate. Anstruther pointed at it impatiently. "Get to work at once," he said. "There is something inside that I must take away to-night." "A fine set of Cellini plate, I presume?" Meggs said, in an entirely different voice. "No, you don't, Mr. Anstruther. If you put your hand in your hip pocket, I'll blow your brains out. I have the advantage of you here, and I am going to keep it." "Who the deuce are you?" Anstruther stammered. His hands had fallen to his side, and his face was pale and ghastly. "Who are you?" The so-called burglar snatched away his wig and ragged beard, and with a handkerchief changed the aspect of his face. "I am Inspector Bates," he said, "very much at your service." Chapter 45. Caught. Bates had laid his plans very carefully and very well indeed. In many respects Rigby had got the best of the detective, but this was as much due to circumstances as anything else. Still, when it came to the technical side of the case, Rigby was no match for the inspector. It was nearly 9 o'clock before Bates called at Carrington's rooms and asked to see the latter. There was no occasion yet for Bates to assume the very effective disguise with which he was to trick Anstruther. There would be plenty of time for that. Carrington was just finishing his dinner, so his man said. He was not very well, and did not care to see anybody. But Bates put the man aside in his own easy way, and walked into the dining-room without the trouble of announcing himself. That Carrington was suffering from some mental and physical excitement was perfectly plain. His face was ghastly pale, his eyes were bloodshot, and there was a twitching of his lips which told a plain tale to an experienced officer like Bates. Carrington scowled and demanded the meaning of this unwarrantable intrusion. "I don't think you will find it unwarrantable when you have heard me to the finish," Bates said. "Nor will it pay you to take this tone with me. I am an inspector from Scotland Yard, and unless you answer my questions freely, I shall have to put them in a more disagreeable form." Carrington changed his note altogether. His face became still more pallid. He motioned Bates to a chair. He would have found it hard to have spoken just then. Bates waited a moment to give the other time to recover. Carrington at length found words to ask Bates what his business was with him. "It is with regard to your affair at the bank," the inspector explained. "You may not be aware of the fact, but the case has been placed in my hands by my superiors." "Oh, you are alluding to the burglary," Carrington said. "We will call it a burglary for the present," Bates replied, with a significance that there was no mistaking. "I have gone into the matter carefully, and I have come to the conclusion that there was no burglary at all." Carrington jumped to his feet with a well-simulated air of indignation. He advanced towards Bates threateningly. "You insolent scoundrel!" he cried. "What do you mean? Do you know you are dealing with a gentleman and a man of honour?" "Softly, softly," Bates replied. "I think we had better understand one another. I have in my possession at the present moment a warrant for your arrest for fraud and embezzlement, relating to certain jewels and other valuables deposited in your keeping by various clients. It is in my power to execute that warrant at once. The case is much too serious a one for bail,
and it is for you to say whether you will remain for the present in your comfortable quarters, or pass, at any rate, the next 2 months in jail." Carrington made no further show of fight. He collapsed into his chair and wiped his wet forehead distractedly. "You don't mean that?" he groaned. "There must be some terrible mistake here. Why, all the evidences pointed to an ingenious and daring burglary. The night watchmen were drugged, as you know, and the thieves employed dynamite to blow up the safes. No one regrets the loss of all those valuables more than I do, but even banks are not secure against the modern burglar. Those safes were crammed full of valuables, as I could easily prove."
"They were," Bates corrected. "But I am in a position to prove a few things, too. You would give a great deal, I suppose, to know where those valuables are?" Carrington replied to the effect that he would give half his fortune for the desired information. Bates smiled. "You need not worry about it," he said. "I have a list in my pocket of the big pawnbrokers in London where most of the goods were pledged. In 3 cases the pawnbrokers in question are in a position to swear to the identity of the man who handled the jewels. You would not, of course, mind meeting these people." But Carrington had no reply. He looked so helplessly at Bates that the latter could not but feel sorry for him. "I am afraid the game is up, sir," he said. "My investigations of this case prove most conclusively that you are at the bottom of the whole thing. We know perfectly well that recent speculations of yours have brought about a financial crisis in your bank. In your desperate need, you realized the securities which certain clients had left in your hands. It was only when Lady Barmus called for her gems that the situation became acute. But that will form the basis of another charge."
"But that was all a mistake!" Carrington gurgled eagerly. "I sent Lady Barmouth her gems, but they proved to be those belonging to somebody else. I assure you that was quite an error."
Bates shrugged his shoulders impatiently. He was getting annoyed with this man, who refused to follow his lead. "We know all about that ingenious fraud," he said. "We are quite aware of that clever business of the paste gems, for which you gave £200 at Clerkenwell. You paid for that rubbish with Bank of England notes marked with the stamp of your establishment. It was a very happy idea of yours and Anstruther's." Carrington groaned feebly. He began to fear the very worst.
"You seem to know everything," he said. "Perhaps you can tell me the story of the burglary?"
"I am coming to that presently," Bates said coolly. "Now you were at your wits' ends to know what to do. You knew perfectly well that many of your clients would require their jewels for Lady Barmer's dance. They were not forthcoming for the simple reason that they had been pledged elsewhere. You had not the necessary cunning to devise some scheme to shift the blame from your shoulders, so you called in your friend Anstruther. It was he who hit upon the idea of the burglary. It was you who placed temptation in the way of the night watchman through the medium of a couple of bottles of drugged port wine. After that the rest was easy. You had only to enter the bank with your own keys."
"Stop a moment!" Carrington cried eagerly. "You seem to forget that even I cannot enter the vaults of the bank without duplicate keys in the possession of various cashiers."
"Now listen to me," Bates said impressively. "This discussion is absolutely irregular. It is my plain duty to arrest you at once and convey you to Bow Street. But if you help me, I may be in the position later on to do you a service. We know precisely how Anstruther used the dynamite. We know precisely what happened in the vaults, and how most of the few valuables that remained were conveyed to your own private safe. More than that, we are perfectly well aware what fee Anstruther demanded for his trouble. Need I go into the matter of that service of Cellini plate?" Carrington threw up his hands with a gesture of despair. He was crushed and beaten to the ground by the tremendous weight of evidence with which Bates was overwhelming him. "It is no use fighting any longer," he said. "I confess to everything. I shall plead guilty and afford you every information in my power. Do you want me to come along with you now?" On the whole, Bates rather thought not. He had effected his purpose, and sooner or later Carrington would have to become his prisoner. He knew that the latter would speak freely enough, like the craven coward that he was, but there was Anstruther to be thought of. Bates rose to leave. "You can remain where you are for the present," he said, "but if you will take my advice, you will make no attempt to escape. You are too carefully watched for that. And now, good night." Bates went off in the direction of the city, feeling that the last hour had not been wasted. On the strength of recent information, he would have felt justified in arresting Anstruther also, but he had a wholesome admiration for that individual, and the more evidence secured against him the better. Therefore it was that Bates was about to carry out the latter part of the programme, in which he was to play the part of substitute for Simple Charlie. The programme had been easily arranged. There had been no difficulty in persuading the burglar to write the desired letter to Anstruther, and Bates had made up his mind from the first that the mythical Meggs should be none other than himself. From first to last the thing worked admirably. Anstruther was utterly deceived by the detective's admirable disguise, which he had assumed after leaving Carrington, and had fallen headlong into the trap. Therefore it was that the two men stood facing one another in Carrington's office. Anstruther white and furious, Bates coolly contemptuous, with a revolver in his hand. "What have you to say for yourself?" Bates asked. "Have you any reason to show why I should not take you straight to Bow Street on the charge of burglary?" Anstruther was fighting hard to regain possession of himself. Bates could not but admire the marvellous courage of the man. Anstruther's laugh had something quite genuine about it. "We are making a great fuss over a little thing," he said. "I came here because Mr. Carrington was not well enough to accompany me. There are certain things of mine in my friend's private safe here, and unfortunately he has lost the key. It was imperative that I should have my property to-night, and that will perhaps explain my presence here. Does that satisfy you?" "I should be easily satisfied if it did," Bates said coolly. "I should like to know, for instance, why you require the assistance of a professional burglar. I know perfectly well that you called in the assistance of Simple Charlie, but I was in a position to force that individual's hand, hence my appearance in his place." "Really, Mr. Bates," Anstruther smiled, "I had expected better things from you. You are perfectly well aware of the fact that I am acquainted with half the thieves in London. It was no use asking any safe-maker in London to try to pick that lock, because it happens to be a French make. In such awkward circumstances as this, it is no new thing to call in a cracksman when things are wanted in a hurry." "I am afraid that won't do," Bates said. "You had plenty of time to call in legitimate assistance, whereas so recently as last night you visited Simple Charlie and left a note for him." Anstruther smiled politely. He was perfectly cool and collected now, a match for any detective in the force. "We can settle the matter in 2 minutes," he said. "All you have to do is to call in one of your men from outside and send a note to Carrington, who will reply to the effect that I am here with his full knowledge and consent." "Can't do it," Bates said curtly. "I have no man to send. As a matter of fact, I am alone in this business." Anstruther bent down his head to conceal a smile. There was something devilish in the cunning ferocity of his eyes. He had discovered an important fact, and Bates did not seem to understand for the moment what he had given away. He felt quite sure that he had matters in his own hands now. He strolled slowly round the table and proceeded to examine carefully the lock of the safe.
"Do you really think you could open this?" he asked. "If you could, I should have no difficulty in proving to you—" Anstruther broke off suddenly. His left foot shot out dexterously, and Bates came half stumbling on his knees. Like lightning, Anstruther grabbed for the revolver. He had Bates's wrist in a grip of steel, forcing his hand back till the fingers were bound to relax their grip on the weapon. A moment later the revolver was kicked away, and the two men were struggling desperately on the floor. There was no mistaking the look on Anstruther's face. He was going to murder Bates if he could. It would never do for any living soul to know that he was here tonight. Once Bates's mouth was silenced forever, he could hurry back to Penton Square, and there prove such an alibi as would hold good in any legal court in the world. All these things passed through that wily brain as his hands clutched closer at Bates's throat. It was touch and go with the latter. The only thing he could do was to fight for his breath and husband his strength for a final effort later on. He looked straight into the gleaming eyeballs of his assailant now, but he could not see the faintest suggestion of pity there. The world began to dance before his eyes. 1,000 stars seemed to be bursting from the dark sky. Then came along the corridor the echo of fast approaching footsteps. "Curse it," Anstruther muttered. "Another moment and I should have been safe. Take that, you hound!" With one final blow he jumped to his feet, and sprinting across the office floor, darted into the shadow of the night. Chapter 46. The music stops. Bates was sitting up in bed, nursing an aching head, and plotting out schemes whereby he could best retrieve the disaster of the previous night. It was fortunate for the inspector that one of Carrington's night watchmen should have heard something of the disturbance on the previous night, and come hot-foot to his assistance. There was no great damage done beyond the bruised face and the general shock to the system. Bates felt all the better for a good night's rest, and was quite ready now to carry on the campaign against his powerful foe. It was some time in the afternoon before Jack Masefield put in an appearance at Bates's lodgings, having been summoned there by a special messenger. Jack smiled as he noticed Bates's somewhat dilapidated condition. "What's the matter?" he asked. "You do not seem to have been as successful as you might. I mean over last night's business. Was the thing a failure, or were you satisfied?" Bates explained that up to now the battle was a drawn one. He had a feeling that Jack would be able to help him, and that was why he asked him to call this afternoon. "I am not in the least dissatisfied with my last night's work," he explained. "In the first place, we have Carrington absolutely at our mercy. I let him know what we have discovered, and he will do anything for us that we desire. After that I played the part of the mythical Meggs, and in due course disclosed myself to Mr. Anstruther. Perhaps I was a little too confident. Anyway, I gave him a chance to murder me, and he responded to the opportunity with absolute enthusiasm. But for the opportune arrival of the night watchman, Scotland Yard would have lost one of its most distinguished ornaments. It was a very near thing, I assure you." "But what could he possibly gain by that?" Jack asked. "Well, you see, I had let him know that I was quite alone in the business," said Bates. "At the same time, he was not aware that my information was so complete. If he could murder me and get safe home without being detected, he was in a position to prove an absolute alibi. Of course, I did not dream that I was running any risk of my life, but that is not the point. You will remember my suggesting to you yesterday the advisability of you dining in Penton Square last night. I suppose that was all right?" Jack replied that he had followed Bates's instructions out implicitly. He had done all he could in that way. "Very well, then. You see what I am driving at. I take it for granted that Anstruther's mysterious musical friend was much in evidence last night. I have no doubt that Miss Helmsley and yourself listened with rapt attention to the music in the study." "We had every opportunity of doing so," Jack said. "That is precisely what I expected. Anstruther must have left the house a little after 10 o'clock,
and I don't see how it was possible for him to return much before 12:30. I suppose you didn't happen to see him when he came in?" "Indeed I did," Jack said. "It was quite 12:30 when I was leaving the house. The music was still in progress, but when I slipped out of the front door, Anstruther was rapidly approaching the house, running across the lawn. He seemed very much annoyed and put out when he saw me, and muttered something to the effect that he had heard somebody trying the front door. I understood him to say that he had not been out all the evening, but that was all nonsense. I could see by his boots that he had been walking some considerable distance. Of course you see what the dodge is. He does not leave the house by the door, but by the French window leading from the study to the garden. This window he leaves unfastened, so that he can get back at any time without a soul being any the wiser. Of course there was always a chance of somebody finding the window unlatched, but that is a small matter." "Is the window always left open?" Bates asked thoughtfully. Jack replied that he thought so. Bates smiled with the air of a man who is perfectly well satisfied. "I am going to get up presently," he said. "After I have had a bath and some tea I shall be quite fit for duty again. I want you to find some pretext for calling at Anstruther's just after dinner, because I may need your assistance." "What are you going to do?" Jack asked eagerly. "Well, in the first place, I am going to arrest Mr. Anstruther," Bates replied. "In the second instance, I have another little scheme, which we need not discuss now. I want you to go as far as Mr. Rigby's chambers, and get him to keep an eye on Padini, and see that last night's programme is repeated, if possible. This is rather an important thing. I think I can trust Mr. Rigby to manage it." Jack went off obediently enough, and subsequently ran Rigby to earth at the offices of the Planet. The latter seemed delighted at the turn which affairs were taking. He began to see now that he would be able to carry out for his paper the series of sensational articles required by the proprietor. "We shall have a splendid scoop," he said. "Indeed, one might almost make a 3-volume novel out of it. I am only too sorry that I can't be at Anstruther's to-night and witness the arrest. I shall leave you to supply all the graphic details. I can easily manage the Padini business this evening by writing to the fellow that I have a cheque to pay over and shall call at his rooms late to-night. I am sure to find him there. He is very hard up, and the money is certain to fetch him." "There are other things connected with this business," Jack said, "which puzzle me. For instance, there is that affair of the mysterious Mr. Ferris, whose acquaintance I made at the great Metropolitan Hotel. I am quite sure also that Seymour has some deep design on hand. You may be absolutely certain that that business of the crystal ball played off on Anstruther at Lady Barmus' dance the other night was not mere flummery." Rigby was of the same opinion. He was anxious to know if anything had been yet done in the matter of Carrington's private safe, and the service of Cellini plate, which Anstruther had coolly appropriated for himself. But on this point Jack had no information to offer. He did not doubt that the whole thing would be explained in a few hours now. He killed the day as best he could, and after dinner turned his steps in the direction of Penton Square. Mr. Anstruther and Miss Helmsley had practically finished, Serena explained, but they had not yet left the dining-room. Anstruther raised his brows significantly as Jack entered the dining-room, but his manner was polite and cordial enough as he invited the visitor to a seat and a glass of claret. He did not look in the least perturbed or put out. On the contrary, Jack had seldom seen him so easy and self-possessed. His neuralgia was quite gone. He had charmed it away as usual, he said, with the soothing aid of music. "How is it you never bring your violin up to the drawing-room?" Claire asked. "We hardly ever have any duets together." "After next week," Anstruther promised. "Really, I am a great deal more busy than I appear to be, and I feel it quite easy to play and think at the same time." Jack glanced across the table significantly at Claire, and she seemed to divine what he was thinking about. "I thought I knew most of your music," she said, "but there was one little item last night that took my fancy immensely. I feel quite sure that you composed it yourself." Anstruther disclaimed any such gift. Fond as he was of his violin, it had never occurred to him to try his hand at original composition. "All the same, I really must get it," Claire persisted. "I am sorry that you do not recall the piece at all. If you will come into the drawing-room with me, and can spare me a few minutes, I will strum the piece over to you. It so fascinated me that I committed it to memory. Do come along for a moment." Anstruther laughed, as Jack thought, rather uneasily. He tried skilfully enough to divert the conversation into another channel, but Claire's enthusiasm refused to be baffled. Anstruther's face darkened for a moment, and there was a look in his eyes that boded ill to somebody. He rose and walked across towards the door, and up the stairs in the direction of the drawing-room. "Very well, if you must," he said. "I can give you 10 minutes. I dare say it is some silly trifle that I have heard somewhere without recognizing its source." Claire seated herself at the piano and played the little piece off with both brilliancy and feeling. As a matter of fact, she had been practicing it several times during the afternoon, until she had it absolutely correct. The slow, mournful chords died away at length, and then Claire turned to her guardian with a smile. "That is it," she said. "That is the little piece that so fascinated me last night. Surely you can tell me the name of it and where it came from." The question was apparently simple enough, but Anstruther appeared to be absolutely incapable of answering it. "Do you mean to say you could forget a thing like that?" Claire protested. "It seems to me impossible." "Perhaps it made less impression upon me than it did you," Anstruther muttered. "I haven't the slightest recollection of playing it myself. In fact—" Anstruther broke off in absolute confusion. The incident, trivial as it seemed, had upset him altogether. He was about to betray himself by saying that he had never heard the piece before, and that it had no place amongst his music, but he pulled himself up just in time. He bitterly blamed Pardini's carelessness. It was no part of the programme for his double to give him anything but pieces of music with which he was absolutely familiar. What he might have said and done was frustrated by the appearance of Serena, who announced that a gentleman downstairs desired to see Mr. Anstruther. Jack felt his pulses beating a little faster, for he had had no reason to inquire who the stranger was. Serena's eyes were demure and downcast as usual as she replied to Anstruther's question that the gentleman downstairs was none other than Inspector Bates of Scotland Yard. Only just for an instant did Anstruther falter and turn pale. Then he was absolutely himself again. He almost wished now that he had not waited so long. He had his ingenious alibi, it was true, but even that might fail. There were so many meshes in the nets of Scotland Yard. In a calm, even voice he ordered Serena to show the stranger upstairs. Bates came at length, a little pallid and bruised, but otherwise little worse for his last night's adventure. "And what might be your business with me, Inspector?" Anstruther asked. "It is some time since I had the pleasure of meeting you. Will you please take a seat?" "I do not see the necessity," Bates responded. "As my business is private, perhaps you will be good enough to follow me to your study. I will speak if you like, but—" "You may say anything you please," Anstruther said defiantly. "Then I arrest you on a warrant, charging you with attempted burglary last night," Bates said pithily. "You were on the premises belonging to the City and Provincial Bank with a felonious intent of breaking into a safe between the hours of 11 and 12:30. Need I say any more?" "Amazing!" Anstruther laughed. "Fortunately I have my witnesses at hand to prove that I was not off these premises during the hours you mentioned. As a matter of fact, I was in my study playing my violin all the time." "Sounds ingenious," Bates muttered. "But in these days of clever mechanical contrivances— By the way, is not someone playing the violin downstairs now?" Despite his command of himself, a furious curse broke from Anstruther's lips, for even as Bates spoke there came sounds of liquid melody from the study. Not only was this so, but furthermore the piece in question was precisely the same as the one that Claire had just been playing over to her guardian. The girl rose to her feet and looked across at Jack significantly. Bates smiled in the manner of one who has solved a great problem. "Really, a most remarkable coincidence," he said.
I am afraid this rather spoils the simple beauty of your alibi, Mr. Anstruther. Unless, perhaps, you have some friend who entertains your household at such times as business calls you elsewhere. But let us go downstairs and see for ourselves." "No, no," Anstruther cried furiously. "You shall not do it. You shall not interfere. I'll kill you first." "Come along," Bates responded. "Come with me and witness the solving of the mysterious problem." Chapter 47. A Woman Scorned. It was plainly evident that Bates believed in his ability to solve the problem. Anstruther had quite thrown the mask off by this time, and stood glaring vindictively at the inspector. It was absolutely maddening to a man of his ability to be caught in a sorry trap like this. One of the strongest points in Anstruther's schemes was the fact that hitherto he had always been on the side of the police. He had been regarded as one of them, so to speak, so that many of his ingenious plots had been guided solely by the action of the authorities. It had never once occurred to him that he might have been an object of suspicion at Scotland Yard. "You might just as well take it quietly," Bates said. "We know the whole thing from start to finish. It will go a great deal easier with you if you give us all the information that lies in your power and save us trouble." "That is the usual course, I believe," Anstruther sneered. "But you have a different man to deal with in me. I am quite at a loss to understand what you are doing here at all." Bates shrugged his shoulders and walked in the direction of the door. He had no difficulty in seeing that Anstruther had made up his mind to see this thing through to the bitter end. Therefore it was quite useless to try and get him to see matters in a reasonable light. Anstruther stood there, white, silent, and furious, whilst all the time the amazing music was going on in the study. Mysterious as the whole thing appeared to be, there was almost an element of farce in it. Here was the very man who relied upon his devotion to his violin to save him in the hour of danger, actually listening, so to speak, to his own performance. He had little doubt what Bates meant to do, for the latter was already half-way down the stairs on his way to the study. With a sudden impulse Anstruther followed. He passed Bates with a rapid stride, and standing with his back to the study door, defied the inspector to enter. "You do not seem to understand," Bates said. "The warrant I have for your arrest gives me the right of searching the whole house. If you persist in this absurd conduct, I shall have to call my men in and remove you by force." The two men faced one another, both angry and excited, and ready to fly at one another's throats. And yet the whole time their ears were filled with the beautiful melody of the music as it floated from the room behind. "What are we going to do?" Claire asked. She was standing with Jack at the top of the staircase. "Is it not time that we declared ourselves?" Jack whispered to Claire to remain where she was a moment, and slipped out of the house into the garden unperceived. It had suddenly occurred to him that perhaps the window leading from the study to the garden was unfastened. He recollected that this was the means by which Anstruther left and returned to the house. It would have been imprudent on the latter's part to use the front door, and there was not much risk in leaving the study window unlatched. It was just as Jack had expected. The long French window gave to his touch, and a moment later he was in the room. As it happened on the previous occasion, he could see not the faintest trace of any mechanism by means of which the melody was conveyed from the great Metropolitan Hotel to Penton Square, and yet the whole room was flooded with it, rising and falling in triumphant strains, as if mocking the intellect of a man who had brought this wonderful result about. But there was no time to speculate on that, no time for close investigation. On the other side of the door the voices of Anstruther and Bates were rising to a still more angry pitch, and Claire's tones of expostulation came to Jack's ears. As he crossed the room he could see that the key was in the door. He flung it open, and Anstruther came staggering backward into the room, closely followed by the detective. "You can see that the game is up," the latter said coolly. "Why not make a clean breast of it? I shall find out how this is done, if I have to pull down the house to do it." Anstruther smiled in a scornful kind of way, and flung himself doggedly into a seat. He bade Bates do his worst, and prophesied that the police would suffer for this indignity. But Bates was not listening. He was pacing rapidly round the room with his ear to the wall, as if scenting out some clue to the mystery. A moment later, and there came into the room the form of Serena. One glance at her sufficed to show that she was not the Serena whom Jack had known so long. The demure, downcast eyes were no longer seeking the floor as of old. There was no shrinking and timidity on the part of the woman now. She was changed almost beyond recognition. She walked with a firm, elastic tread, her shoulders were thrown back, and her head uplifted fearlessly. From under his heavy brows, Anstruther glanced at her suspiciously. "Go away," he commanded hoarsely. "How dare you force yourself in here like this? Go, woman!" But the tones of command had evidently lost their power. There was no shrinking on Serena's part. She advanced into the middle of the room as if the place belonged to her. "No, no!" she cried in tones as clear and ringing as Anstruther's own. "Your power has gone forever. For 3 long, patient years I have waited for this moment. God only knows what my life has been, and what a hell your cruelty has created for me. But the cord is broken now. Only tonight I have learned the truth. I have been your good and faithful servant. I have stooped to do your hateful work. I have been the ally of criminals, of your creature Redgrave amongst others, and all because I thought you held my life in the hollow of your hand." "Tell them the story of your boy," Anstruther sneered. "I will tell them the truth," Serena cried. "You said you could hang me if you liked. You pretended that in my delirium I had taken the life of my darling child. You were shielding a murderess, as I thought. But it was a black and cruel lie. Give me back my wasted years, you coward. Give me back my sleepless nights and dreary days. But thank God that time has passed. My boy is alive, alive. He is safe in the house at present." Anstruther started as if some loathsome insect had stung him, then dropped sullenly back in his seat again. Bates turned to Serena and called her attention to the music. "You seem to be in a communicative mood tonight," he said. "You need not fear anyone for the future, Redgrave or anybody else. I understand this last scoundrel is safe in the hands of the New York police, who were wanting him badly. Perhaps you can tell us the meaning of this extraordinary concert we are listening to, if you will be so good." Serena made no reply in words, but crossed to the side of the room opposite the door, and tugged at a volume which was the centre of a set of some classical dictionary. The volume came away quite easily in her hand, bringing other dummy books with it. And then the interested spectators saw that the books in question were no more than painted gauze. In the orifice disclosed by the stripping away of the sham, there appeared to be something that resembled a mouth of a great silver trumpet. This was partly plugged with a set of sensitive metal plates, which were evidently intended to act as a diaphragm for the record of musical expression. "There you have the whole thing in a nutshell," Serena said, speaking quite naturally and quietly. "It is very ingenious, and yet, at the same time, it is not entirely original. It is an adaptation of the theatrephone, in connection with a somewhat modified form of telephone. The recording instrument is situated in my husband's rooms in the great Metropolitan Hotel, and he has only to start his performance there, and the music sounds here quite as distinctly as if he were actually playing in this apartment. It seems exceedingly simple, now that you know how it is done." It did seem simple indeed, after listening to Serena's explanation. Bates turned to Anstruther and asked him if he had anything to say. But the latter shook his head doggedly. He felt quite sure that the game was up, though he had no intention whatever of giving himself away. And yet, despite his danger, he was still the connoisseur enjoying the beautiful music made by Padini's violin. But to Claire, who had crept into the room unobserved, the whole thing was horrible and unnatural. Such lovely music as Padini was playing now was but a sorry accompaniment to all this vulgar crime and intrigue. The girl shuddered and placed her hands over her ears, as if to shut out the liquid melody. "Oh, I wish it would stop!"
she said. "I do wish it would stop." As if in answer to this prayer, the long, wailing notes died away, and the music fainted into nothingness. At the same time Bates approached the mouth of the trumpet and blew shrilly on his police whistle. There was a pause just for an instant, and then, to Jack's surprise, came the voice of Rigby, clear and distinct. "Is that you, Inspector Bates?" he asked. "We have just finished at this end. I am afraid there will be no more music to-night, as two of your detectives have most inhospitably insisted upon breaking up our concert and escorting Signor Padini to Shannon Street Police Station. Shall I come round there, or will you come round here? Do you get my voice quite clearly?" Bates replied grimly that he did. There was no occasion whatever to trouble Rigby any further to-night. Then the inspector turned to Anstruther and tapped him on the shoulder. "I think there is no reason to carry this farce any farther," he said. "You will be good enough to consider yourself my prisoner. Would you like to walk to Bow Street, or shall I call a cab?" Anstruther intimated that it was all the same to him. He knew perfectly well now that the whole thing was exploded. There was something bitter in the reflection that he had been found out at last, and laid by the heels over so paltry a business as the bogus burglary at the City and Provincial Bank. "I think I'll walk," he said. "No, you need not call any of your men, and you need have no fear of personal violence." "All right," Bates said, "though I am still suffering from the shaking up you gave me last night. Come along." "I must apologize for all this trouble," Anstruther said, turning to Claire, and speaking in quite his natural manner. "I must leave you to manage as best you can for the present. I dare say you will be able to manage with Serena." He turned curtly on his heel and walked to the door. Of Jack he took no notice whatever. A moment later the front door closed sullenly, and Anstruther was gone. "The house smells all the sweeter for his absence," Jack said. "My dearest girl, you can see now what a narrow escape you have had. I only hope for your sake that the fellow has not been tampering with your fortune. You must not stay here after tomorrow. The place will be simply besieged by newspaper reporters and interviewers. I must find some house for you." "You need not trouble about that, Mr. Masefield," Serena said. "There is one house where both of us will be welcomed with open arms. Need I say that I am alluding to Lady Barmouth?" Jack gave a sigh of relief. For the moment he had quite forgotten Lady Barmouth. At any rate, Claire and Serena could stay where they were, and they could go to Lady Barmouth's in the morning. Then Jack remembered all that Serena had gone through, and warmly congratulated her upon the recovery of her boy. "It means all the world to me," Serena cried. "It fell out exactly as Miss Helmsley said it would. When that man called to see Mr. Anstruther again, I told him who I was, and he took me to my child at once. The stranger had been very kind to the lad. He knew nothing of the rascality and villainy behind it all, and he was only too glad to see mother and son united." "And Padini?" Jack suggested. "You must not forget—" "I want to forget everything about him," Serena cried. "I shall be glad, really glad, to know that the man is outside the power of doing mischief for the next 3 years. Do not ask me anything else. Do not ask me, for instance, why I was playing the deaf-mute that night at Carrington's rooms. I don't know. I was a mere slave and tool in Anstruther's hands, and had to do exactly as he told me. It was only by the merest accident that I discovered how the trick of the music was done, and that I should have had to have kept to myself if my dear boy had not been so marvellously restored to me. Perhaps at some future time I may be disposed to tell you more. For the present all I want to do is to sleep. I am longing for that one night's sweet repose, which has been so cruelly denied to me the last few years." Jack said no more. He left the house presently with the intention of seeing Rigby at once, and then of calling on Lady Barmouth the first thing in the morning, and making such arrangements as would conduce to the comfort of Claire and Serena. Chapter 48. The Proof of the Camera. Society generally had plenty to talk about in the way of scandal next morning, when it became known that Spencer Anstruther had been arrested in connection with the burglary of the City and Provincial Bank. The only paper giving anything like the account of the arrest, naturally, was the Planet, which paper vaguely hinted at further disclosures in the early future. Jack read the account over the breakfast table and smiled as he recognized the hand of Rigby in all this. He would see Rigby presently, and ascertain exactly what had taken place last night at the great Metropolitan Hotel. First of all he had to see Lady Barmus, who had already heard something of the news. She listened with vivid interest to all that Jack had to say, then announced her intention of going to Penton Square at once. "I shall bring my sister and Claire here," she said. "They shall stay as long as they please. As to my sister and her boy, I shall be delighted to have them. I presume there will be some sort of proceedings against Anstruther this morning?" To the great disappointment of the public, when Anstruther came to be charged at Bow Street, the evidence was purely formal. The prisoner had elected not to be represented by a lawyer, and, with a view of expediting the proceedings, had formally pleaded guilty to the charge, and asked to be committed to the Central Criminal Court, which took place a week from now. "Clever chap, that," Bates said, as he and Rigby, together with Jack, turned into Covent Garden. "Pretty cool, too. He wants to save time, of course, and get the thing over before we can complete our chain of evidence. But I fancy that by the end of a week we shall be able to produce all the witnesses we want." "I expect so," Rigby said. "By the way, don't forget about that service of plate. Seymour says it ought to be conveyed to Scotland Yard, and the photographs taken at once. I have a letter from Seymour in my pocket in which he asks me to go round and see Sir Frederick Ormond, induce that gentleman to take the sealed crystal ball to your headquarters, and to see that the seal is not broken, except in the presence of one of your leading officials. Then you can get both sets of photographs done at once." Bates had his hands full for the next few hours. Then, towards 4 o'clock, he made his way to Carrington's flat. Under plea of indisposition, the latter had not been out for a day or so, but, as a matter of fact, Bates had given him a pretty broad hint to keep clear of the bank premises, and to consider himself more or less as a prisoner on parole. Carrington's knees knocked together, and his face turned deadly pale as Bates came into the room.
"So you have come again," he stammered. "I hope, perhaps, that— Don't say I am your prisoner."
"I am afraid that's what it comes to," Bates said. "We can't let you off altogether, you know. But you help us and give us all the information in your power, and I'll do my best to get you let off as lightly as possible. It makes all the difference between 2 years' imprisonment and 7 years' penal servitude."
"Am I to come with you now?"
Carrington managed to stammer out.
"Is there no such thing as bail?"
Bates shook his head. Carrington would have to pass the night, and doubtless a good many succeeding nights, in the police cells. But first of all they were going as far as the bank. Bates explained that there was no reason, for the present, why Carrington should stand confessed as a prisoner. The bank officials need know nothing whatever about it. What Carrington had to do now was to hand over the service of Cellini plate, at present locked up in his private safe. The detective gave his promise that the plate in question should be restored to its proper owner in due course, though he refused to gratify Carrington's curiosity as to why he had specially selected this particular art treasure. An hour later the Cellini plate was safe in Bow Street, together with the crystal globe, and before the week was out both articles had undergone some mysterious process of photography, not altogether unconnected with sheets of glass. Meanwhile Anstruther was preparing his defence as best he could, and Carrington had been twice remanded on a charge of fraudulently dealing with the property of his clients. The 2 cases excited the greatest interest, and on the following Monday morning the Central Criminal Court was packed with society people, eager to hear the charges against Spencer Anstruther. Anstruther stood there, quite calm and collected, with just a touch of a cynical smile on his lips. He looked round the court as if in search of acquaintances, but no one responded. Many people whom he knew quite well affected to look over his head. But cool and deliberate as he was, Anstruther had all his work cut out to keep his feelings in control when the barrister who represented the Crown proceeded to call witnesses. The name of Seymour resounded down the corridor, and a tall man with his face muffled up and a slouch hat on his head stepped into the box. He bowed gravely to the judge and apologized for wearing his hat. A moment later his hat and coat slipped away, and he turned his face half defiantly to the light. There was an instant's breathless pause, then a veritable shout of astonishment, as the nostalgia of the posters stood face to face with those whose curiosity had been so deeply touched during the past 4 months. "My name is Seymour," he said quietly, as if quite unconscious of the tremendous sensation his appearance had excited. "I have known the prisoner for some years. Before I unfortunately made his acquaintance, I was not the human wreck you see now, but a man like my fellows. But I need not go into that. What I propose to do now is to tell the story of the burglary at the City and Provincial Bank. Previous to my visit to Mexico, I occupied with Mr. Carrington the rooms which are now his. I have in my pocket a latch-key which opens the front door. It matters little now why I wanted to make a search of Mr. Carrington's rooms, but I did make that search, and I was hidden in the conservatory behind the smoking-room with Mr. John Masefield on the night that the prisoner and Carrington planned the sham burglary at the bank. The whole scheme was revealed to us, and I shall be prepared to tell the jury presently what steps I took to see the so-called burglary carried out. It is sufficient for the present to say that it was carried out, and that I witnessed the whole proceedings in the company of Mr. Masefield and a journalist on the staff of the Planet, Mr. Rigby by name. I should like at this point to call the attention of the jury to what we saw when the bank's strong-room was forced. So far as valuables are concerned, the safe was practically empty, save for a service of Cellini's silver plate. Other witnesses beside myself will tell you that the prisoner claimed that plate as a reward for the ingenious way in which he had plotted to preserve Carrington's reputation. When I heard this, a sudden inspiration came to me. With a piece of greasy rag, I hastily smeared the surface of the set of plate. I will come to my reason for doing that presently. When the whole affair had been finished, the prisoner was half-minded to take the service of plate back with him at once to his house in Penton Square, but Carrington dissuaded him from this on the grounds of prudence. Therefore the prisoner carried the plate upstairs and deposited it in Carrington's private safe. There it remained for a day or two, pending some way of conveying it to Penton Square. But in the meanwhile something happened which aroused the prisoner's suspicions. He made up his mind that he would himself remove the plate from Carrington's safe by means of another burglary. Carrington refused to have anything to do with this, but the prisoner got his own way by the simple expedient of stealing Carrington's keys. The prisoner is more or less intimately acquainted with some of the cleverest thieves and housebreakers in London. There was no time to call in an honest expert to open Carrington's safe, but the prisoner was equal to the occasion. He called upon a well-known housebreaker who passes by the name of Simple Charlie. I know this because for some time I have been watching the man in the dock. I have my own reasons for keeping quiet and living in an out-of-the-way place, and I have a set of rooms fitted up in what is more or less a common lodging-house. By good fortune the man known as Simple Charlie had rooms in the same block of buildings. When the prisoner called upon him the housebreaker was out, so that a note was left for him. This note I managed to get hold of and read. Together with a friend of mine named Ferris, we laid a little plot for Simple Charlie. We compelled him to find a substitute who would operate upon the safe, and that substitute was no other than Inspector Bates, as doubtless he will tell you later on. It must be clearly understood that Seymour did not stand in the box and reel off his evidence in the glib way of one who is making a speech for the prosecution. On the contrary, the fascinating evidence he gave was in reply to questions asked by the representative of the Crown, occasionally supplemented by a query or two from the judge. All this time Anstruther stood in the dock, his face knitted in an ugly frown. Despite his easy air, his confidence was fast deserting him. Any other man would have been crushed and broken by the deadly weight of a testimony like that of Seymour's. In his heart of hearts Anstruther was sick and frightened. Never for a moment had he dreamed of anything like this. Seymour stood before him without a trace of expression on his scarred, repulsive face, and yet every word he uttered was as another month on the long sentence he was already anticipating. Anstruther came out of a dream presently, and realized with a start that Seymour's deadly revelations were still going on. A moment later, and the Crown Counsel suggested that Seymour should stand down for a moment, and that Bates should take his place. The detective came into the box alert and smiling. He told how he had impersonated the mythical Meggs, and how he had accompanied Anstruther to the City and Provincial Bank. "At this point I should like to ask you a few questions," said counsel for the Crown. "I understand that you have become possessed of the service of silver plate to which the last witness has already alluded. He spoke just now of some device of his, whereby the service of plate was smeared with grease as it lay on the floor of the vault, and before it was conveyed to Carrington's safe. Now, has this any important bearing on the case?" "I think you will find that it has an exceedingly important bearing on the case," Bates said. "You will remember, sir, that Mr. Seymour made a special request that the plate should be carefully photographed. You will remember also that the prisoner himself carried the plate to the safe and deposited it inside. We have had the plate carefully photographed with a view to identification by means of finger marks. That is what we call a part of the Bertillon system. But perhaps I had better explain." Bates's explanation was carefully followed by an almost breathless audience. Bates held up a sheet of glass in his hand. "I have here," he said, "a photograph taken from a silver cigar case. It is the considerably enlarged impression of finger prints left on the cigar case by a burglar who was scared away before he could secure his booty. By comparison of this impression from the cigar case side by side with one of the other permanent prints at Scotland Yard, we were enabled to identify and convict the thief." "Quite so," the barrister said. "The jury follows you. Is it your intention to prove that on the Cellini plate marks have been found corresponding with the lines on the prisoner's hand?" "This is preposterous!" Anstruther cried. "It is nothing less than a vile conspiracy. I defy the police to be able to prove that the marks of my fingers are on the plate. And even if there was more resemblance discovered, it would be out of the question for the police to compare them with any impression of my own." "You are doing no good to your case," the judge interposed. "You will have plenty of opportunity to ask questions later on." "With the permission of the jury, I shall prove that," Bates said. "Before I proceed any further, may I ask your lordship if you will have Sir Frederick Ormond called? Sir Frederick will recollect the night of Lady Barmus' dance, when one of the guests, disguised as a magician, gave him a sealed packet to take care of. When that packet came to be unsealed and photographed by our experts, we had no difficulty in discovering—" A deep groan broke from Anstruther's lips. "By heaven!" he cried. "I had forgotten the crystal." Chapter 49. Proof Positive. Anstruther's denunciation of himself rang out loud and clear, so that it was heard to the uttermost parts of the court. Nothing could have condemned him more than that speaking cry. There was wanted no witness more damning than his white face and staring eyes. In sooth, he had quite forgotten the crystal globe. It all came back to him now, and he saw vividly and clearly the semi-comedy which had been enacted at Lady Barmus' dance by himself and the so-called magician. To a man of Anstruther's capabilities, the idea that he had walked headlong into a trap laid for him was maddening. He had devised so many cunning schemes for the lowering of others into confessions of crime that it was all the more galling to find himself hoist with his own petard. It was in vain that he strove to recover the ground he had lost. He could see a grim smile on the face of the judge, and even the suggestion of amusement in the jury box. He seemed as if about to burst into passionate protest, then placed his hands upon his lips, and maintained instead a stolid silence. "Perhaps I had better make a little explanation here,"
counsel for the prosecution said. "A great deal turns on the matter of this crystal ball. The witness Seymour has already explained to the court the story of the Cellini plate up to a certain point. That story we shall substantiate presently by calling the witnesses Masefield and Rigby. Your lordship will understand that Lady Barmus' now historic dance took place subsequent to the robbery at the City and Provincial Bank. The witness Seymour has already told you that he overheard the whole conspiracy between the prisoner and Carrington, by means of which the public would have been deluded into believing that a great robbery had taken place. The witness Seymour has also informed you that he had meant to be present when this bogus burglary took place, an event that subsequently happened. It was only when the Cellini plate lay outside the bank's strong room that the most ingenious idea occurred to Seymour. He has told us how by means of a greasy rag he smeared over the service of plate, which was subsequently placed by Anstruther's own hand in Carrington's safe. Beyond all question, the imprints of Anstruther's fingers must have remained on the plate. Indeed, we shall prove this beyond question before long. By way of making the thing absolutely certain, it was necessary to get a proper impression of Anstruther's hands. Hence the comedy of the magician, a little comedy which shall be explained later. Which character was quite easily carried out at a fancy dance like Lady Barmus. I am aware, my lord, that my proceeding is a little irregular, but I want to clear the thing up as I go along. If the prisoner has any objection, I will, of course, conduct my case." "The prisoner has no objection whatever," Anstruther growled. "I say the whole thing is a conspiracy, and a rascally one at that." "The proceedings are somewhat irregular," the judge interposed, "but seeing that the prisoner declines to be legally represented—" Anstruther shrugged his shoulders, and the prosecuting counsel went on. He had little more to say on the present head. He now proposed to call Sir Frederick Ormond. The popular young statesman stepped into the witness-box with a jaunty air and a smile which suggested amusement. In fact, he seemed to regard the whole thing in the light of a very good joke. "I want you, Sir Frederick," the Crown lawyer went on, "to tell us exactly what happened in regard to this magician business at Lady Barmus' house the other night." "Really, there is very little to tell you," Ormond smiled. "I regarded it as all part of the fun. I was sitting close to the table occupied by the prisoner and the mysterious magician. In fact, I regarded the whole thing as a pure piece of comedy got up between those gentlemen to amuse the guests." "You had no notion of the magician's name, then?" the lawyer asked. "You were not taken into the secret?" "Oh dear, no. It seemed to me to be a very clever piece of acting. I must confess I was just a little impressed when the crystal was placed in the box, after being firmly held by the prisoner for a few moments. The magician asked for the box to be sealed, which was done, and the thing subsequently passed into my possession." "Stop one moment," Anstruther cried. "That box was sealed up and taken away by you. Nobody else touched it?" The witness explained that nobody handled the box besides himself until Inspector Bates fetched it away under an authority from Scotland Yard. Sir Frederick went on to explain that he had been present when the seal of the box was broken. "Nobody could tamper with it during the time you had it, I suppose?" Anstruther asked. "You kept it under lock and key?" "The whole time," the witness cried. "You must understand that I am quite used to keeping valuable documents and that kind of thing. I took that box straight home and locked it securely away in a drawer in my safe, where it remained until the police fetched it." Asked if he had any further questions to put, Anstruther sullenly declined. He still harped upon the string that this was a criminal conspiracy got up against him by the police, and insinuated that the mysterious magician was nothing else than a detective smuggled into Lady Barmus' house for the purpose of trapping him. "I think it would be as well, my lord, to sweep away this impression at once," the Crown Counsel exclaimed. "I propose to put the magician in the box without delay." Anstruther stared open-mouthed as Seymour once more came forward. The prisoner's quick intellect saw the whole scheme quite clearly now. Pressed as he was, and in danger as he was, he had just a touch of a grim smile of approval. It was a trap entirely after his own heart. Yet his eyes held a menace as they met those of Seymour. The latter returned the gaze. There was a merciless gleam in his own pupils as he faced the jury-box. "Here we have the mysterious magician,"
the Crown Counsel explained. "Perhaps you will tell us how you came to think of this thing? A mere outline will do." "It came to me when I was watching those men in the vaults of the bank," Seymour explained in his deep, ringing voice. "I am very much interested in crime and criminals, and more than interested in the prisoner at the bar. I cannot forget, I shall never forget, the fact that but for him I should be as other men. To be revenged on him, and to expose one of the greatest scoundrels the world has ever seen, I came back to England. I found the prisoner a popular figure in society. I discovered that my task would be no easy one. I had, moreover, to be careful. My face is one that it is not easy to disguise. From the very first, good fortune was on my side. I made one discovery after another, all tending to the discredit of the prisoner at the bar. I have already explained to the court how I became in a position to overhear the conspiracy that led to the robbery of the bank. Other witnesses will tell you in greater detail what happened that night at the bank. It was only when I heard the prisoner coolly arranging to appropriate that magnificent service of plate that my idea occurred to me. I was going to prove that the plate had been through Anstruther's hands. Of course I am quite familiar with the Bertillon system, and here was a chance of putting it into practice. I hastily smeared the silver with grease, in order that the marks should be all the more distinct. "What does all this acting lead to?" Anstruther cried. "I am just coming to that," Seymour said quietly. "I knew that when the plate came to be photographed by the police, the finger prints would show quite clearly on the glass slide. It is necessary to have a corresponding set of prints, hence my idea of the magician and the crystal ball. As a matter of fact, Lord Barmus is a great friend of mine. Indeed, we have suffered a lot at the hands of the prisoner. It was therefore not difficult for me to procure an invitation to Lady Barmouth's dance, which I attended in the dress of a magician. I was the magician. I arranged the plan myself, and I obtained the impression of those finger-tips which will show presently when they are compared with those taken from the set of Cellini plate. I have nothing more to say for the present." Anstruther intimated that he had no questions to ask the witness. He had come into court prepared to take advantage of anything in his favour, trusting to his intelligence and audacity to pull him through. But not for a moment had he guessed how strong a case the police had piled up against him. Not that he gave the police any credit for the business at all. He could see quite clearly that they would have done nothing without the aid of Seymour. Had the latter not taken in hand the matter, the police would never have discovered his connection with the bogus burglary, and however much Carrington might subsequently have suffered, the main rogue in the play would have gone off scot-free. It was a dramatic story that Seymour had told the court, and every word that he had said was followed with the most rapt attention. The sensation of seeing Nostalgo in the flesh would have been enough for most people, but when one of the most mysterious personages that had ever excited the attention of London stood up like this, the central figure of a great crime, the excitement was multiplied 100-fold. There was a pause here, and the lawyer of the Crown looked significantly at Bates. The latter rose and produced a cardboard box and something that looked like an exaggerated camera. There was a breathless pause, for everybody was on the tiptoe of expectation. Even the judge leaned forward eagerly, wondering what was going to happen next. "We are going to prove the identification of the finger marks," the lawyer explained. "For this purpose we shall have to darken the court, and throw the photographs on a large sheet, which has been pinned to the wall at the back of the building. I trust your lordship will have no objection to this course?" The judge was understood to say that he objected to nothing calculated to further the ends of justice. The fashionable audience thrilled. Society settled down to the knowledge that it was going to have a new sensation. Ladies ceased the rustling of their fans, and the whispering and giggling stopped, for here was a drama far more realistic and terrible than anything ever seen upon the stage. A man's future literally hung upon the fair white cloth suspended from the wall at the end of the court. The lights went out one by one, until there was nothing left but the pallid flame of the lantern lamp, which faintly picked out the eager eyes and parted lips of the excited spectators. Then the lamp vanished, and almost immediately a brilliant disk of light was thrown on the white sheet. In the long lane of flame the little motes of dust and fluff danced and flickered. Here and there, as a hand or an arm went up from those at the back of the lantern, Ghostly accusing shadows seemed to flit. Out of the darkness the voice of the Crown Counsel came with a startling suddenness. "In the first instance," he said, "we propose to throw on the screen the magnified photograph of certain finger impressions taken from the Cellini plate. These photographs were made at Scotland Yard and developed by the expert who is now assisting us in this matter. Here, my lord and gentlemen of the jury, is the first of the magnified photographs." The great white shining disk disappeared as if by magic for a moment, and then upon it there stood out a wonderful reproduction of the right and left palms and finger tips of a human hand. Magnified so largely, every line and scar and little filament could be seen. It was as if some painstaking engraver had worked up the whole thing under a powerful microscope. "There we have the impression of the prisoner's hands as taken from the Cellini plate," the lawyer went on. "If we are wrong, it is for the prisoner to prove it. But to make matters absolutely certain, the next plate will show the same finger-prints as taken from the crystal ball. We know from the highest authority that the crystal ball was last in the hands of the prisoner." The photograph vanished, the great white disk shone out again, and once more it was obscured by an almost precisely similar photograph. It would have been an expert indeed who could have found out any dissimilarity between the two pictures. "And now, to make matters doubly sure," the lawyer said, "we propose to reproduce the two photographs superimposed one on top of the other." Another exciting moment followed, a pause of almost painful interest, and then the two slides were placed in the lantern at once. They stood out on the sheet, just a shade misty and indistinct, like a badly printed picture, but the veriest novice there could see at once for himself that they were the same hands. As suddenly as it had vanished, the lights flashed up again, and every eye was turned upon Anstruther's white and rigid face. "My lord," he said in a hoarse, strained voice, "with your permission, I should like it adjourned until tomorrow." Chapter 50. On the Brink. It was quite evident that the strong man was breaking down under the strain of these damning proofs. He would, apparently, have said more if he could, but his lips were dry, and the back of his throat appeared to have turned to ashes. With a shaking hand he lifted the glass of water which had been placed on a little ledge before him, and drank it down eagerly. "What object do you expect to gain by this course?" the judge asked. "If you have any witnesses to call—" Anstruther intimated that he had. The eager audience appeared to be disappointed. It was as if they had just witnessed the first act of a powerful drama which had ended abruptly owing to some unforeseen circumstance. Still, the prisoner was likely to have his own way over this, seeing that he was undefended by counsel. Indeed, it was only fair that no obstacle should be put in his way. "Very well, then," the judge said briefly. "The case is adjourned till 10 o'clock tomorrow morning." 5 minutes later the court was deserted, and another judge was listening to some prosaic case of no importance whatever. Seymour had made his way rapidly out of court, followed by a curious crowd. He was quite calm and collected, though he had taken the precaution to hide his features as much as possible. Jack and Rigby caught him just at the moment that he was entering his cab. "Where are you going to?" the latter said. "I have got 1,000 questions to ask you. Don't run away like this." "I wasn't going anywhere in particular," Seymour explained. "I have nothing to do but to kill time. It seems to me that I have very little more to do in the way of ridding the world of Mr. Spencer Anstruther. Call it unchristian if you like, but there is a feeling deep in my heart that I shall be able to rest in future without the wild desire of always being at that fellow's throat. I don't think they will want me tomorrow morning." "What do you suppose Anstruther is up to?" Jack asked. "Suicide," said Seymour curtly. "I know that man far better than either of you, and if this verdict goes against him tomorrow, as assuredly it will, he will find some way of putting an end to his life." Jack looked significantly at Rigby, who nodded. "Come round to my rooms," he suggested, "and let us talk this matter over. And now that you have once appeared in public, and now that you have once told part of your story in the witness box, you might at least disclose the rest of it to two sympathetic friends like ourselves." Just for a moment Seymour seemed to hesitate. "Very well," he said. "If you don't get it from me, you will from Lord Barmouth. If it had not been for Ferris and your discovery of him at the great Metropolitan Hotel, nothing would have induced me to say a word. But I have more than a hope now that before long I shall stand before the world a changed man, and be able to take my place amongst my fellow creatures without being the subject of vulgar and idle curiosity. I will tell you everything when we get as far as your rooms." It was over a whisky and soda and a cigar that Seymour proceeded to tell his story. Both Jack and Rigby had heard the best part of it before. They knew all about the Mexican tribe and the dangers of the gold belt, but the cream of the mystery to them was the way in which a man of ordinary appearance could be transformed into so repulsive an object. "The whole thing," said Seymour as he approached the most fascinating part of his narrative, "was the way in which those people revenged themselves upon outsiders who had the temerity to invade the region of the gold belt. Mind you, they were a powerful tribe, and in some remote age or other had evidently been highly civilized. At the time Ferris and Barmouth and myself had the misfortune to find ourselves prisoners in their hands, they were absolutely eaten up with priestcraft. As I think I told you before, the most powerful man in the tribe was not a native at all, but an Englishman. You will not be surprised to hear that the Englishman's name was Anstruther. I did not know then as I know now what that man had gone through to learn the secret of where the great masses of gold were hidden. Interrupting my narrative for a moment, have either of you ever noticed a faint resemblance between Anstruther and any other nostalgo like myself?" "I have," Jack cried, "especially in moments of passion." "That I can quite easily understand," Seymour went on. "When Anstruther first fell into the hands of those people, he was served in exactly the same way as I was served myself. In other words, one of those diabolically clever surgeons in the tribe turned him into a nostalgo. Don't ask me how it is done. Don't ask me to explain how the muscles are cut and knotted and twisted so as to give one the hideous deformity of face which is my curse at present. But Anstruther carried the same intolerable burden in his day. Why he was retained amongst the tribe, why he was not sent out into the world as an example to others, is not for me to say. Perhaps he made himself useful, for he is a clever man. Perhaps they had need of his services. At any rate, the devilish surgeon who could make a man look like a hideous demon fully understood the art of restoring a face to its normal aspect." "But Ferris has discovered a surgeon who can do that," Jack explained. "He has already told us so." "It is on Ferris's little Frenchman that I mainly rely," Seymour said. "Otherwise I should fade out of this business, and you would see me no more." "There is one thing I cannot understand," Rigby put in. "Why did Anstruther cause all those posters to be placed on the principal hoardings of London?" "Because Ferris had escaped him," Seymour explained. "You see, he wanted Ferris very badly. He could blackmail him, and hoped to go on doing so with impunity. But Ferris gave his tormentor the slip, and placed himself in the hands of that clever French surgeon. Once the cure was complete, Ferris could have passed Anstruther in the street without the least fear of being recognized. He had only to change his name, and the thing was done." "But I don't quite understand yet," Jack said. "Well, you see, Ferris is a very sensitive man, and cursed with a lively imagination. That was where Anstruther's wonderful intellect came in. He had lost his man, and was determined to find him once more. Hence those accusing posters that were destined to meet Ferris's eye at every turn, and so play upon his nerves that he would be glad to give himself up and make the best terms he could. It was just the sort of scheme to appeal to Anstruther, and I am quite sure that if Ferris had not met his friend the surgeon, the plan would have been brilliantly successful. And now, if you don't mind, I should like to go as far as the great Metropolitan Hotel and talk this matter over with Ferris. I am not in the least likely to be called to-morrow. Indeed, it seems to me that I have finished my task so far as Anstruther is concerned. This being so, the sooner I place myself in the hands of the French surgeon, the better. My word, if you men could only understand the life I have led the past 3 years." Seymour turned away and hid his face for a moment. The other two could respect and understand his feelings, for a long pause followed. When Seymour paused again, He was more calm and collected. He pitched his cigar into the fireplace, and suggested calling a cab and going off to the great Metropolitan Hotel at once. Ferris appeared only too glad to see them. Indeed, he was much better and more cheerful than he had been a night or two ago, when fate had so strangely brought Jack and himself together. Most of the plaster had been removed from his face by this time, and so far as his visitors could see, there were only the faintest traces that the knife had been used to remove the terrible brand of the nostalgo scourge. "I expect to be out in 2 or 3 days," Ferris explained. "I shall walk the streets with all the more pleasure now that I know there is no chance of meeting Anstruther. I have just been reading an account of the trial in one of the evening papers." Seymour grasped his old comrade's hand and drew him eagerly to the light. It was brilliant sunshine outside, so that the face of Ferris was picked out clearly. Despite his assumed calmness, there was a trembling anxiety in Seymour's eyes. Long and earnestly did he gaze at the pale features of his friend. "Yes," he muttered. "Yes, I can hope at last. What a wonderful operator your surgeon must be. So far as I can see, you have no marks whatever, except here and there some star-shaped scars, which will vanish in the course of a few days." "They will be gone altogether at the end of a week," Ferris said. "At least, so my doctor says." "Amazing!" Seymour cried. "Why, I myself have tried specialists in nearly every capital in Europe. Every one of them was utterly ignorant of how the thing had been brought about, and not a single operator of the lot could give me the faintest hope of my ever being any better. And yet here you find a comparatively unknown man who places his finger on the right spot at once. How did he manage it?" "That is quite easily explained," Ferris said. "You will not be surprised to hear that this Dr. Benin has led a life of adventure. He was out in Mexico 4 years ago with an exploring party, and accidentally came in contact with the same tribe that has cost us both so dear." "Ah!" exclaimed Seymour. "Now I begin to understand. Like the rest of us, Dr. Benin was after the gold. I presume he came under the ban of the tribe, who made a nostalgo out of him and turned him out as hideous as the rest of us." "You have guessed it exactly," Ferris said gravely. "For over a year Benin was experimenting on the muscles of the face. He discovered at length that certain of these muscles had been drawn up by some ingenious process and partially paralyzed. This it was that gave the face of every nostalgo its peculiar hideous appearance. Benin discovered at length a means by which the temporary paralysis of the muscles could be removed and a man's normal expression restored to him. You know what I was at one time. Look at me now. I tell you that in a month from now you can be absolutely restored to the world, without people shuddering and turning away as they pass you in the street. The same remark applies to Lord Barmus. Once Anstruther is out of the way, we shall come back to our own again, and know the meaning of happiness once more." "I think that Barmus ought to know this," Jack said. "I have already told him about Mr. Ferris, and he is anxious for a meeting to be arranged. But I must go off now and inform him how successful the operation has been." Jack found Barmus pacing up and down the study in no enviable frame of mind. On inquiry, it turned out that Anstruther had sent Barmus a summons to appear at the trial the following morning and give evidence on his behalf. "Of course, this is a mere act of simple spite," he said. "He merely wants to expose me to the gaze of the world, and thus spoil the rest of my miserable life for me. But I shall go. I have quite made up my mind to that. At the same time, Anstruther will not realize his purpose. I shall take the precaution to practically hide my face with strips of sticking plaster, and let it be understood that I am suffering from the result of an accident." Jack proceeded to turn the conversation in the direction of Dr. Benin. He could not complain that he lacked an interested listener. Barmus would see Benin without delay. Indeed, he would call upon him after he had given evidence at the trial tomorrow. There would be no difficulty about this, Jack said, for Benin was pretty sure to attend the hearing in person. Jack's prophecy was borne out next morning by the appearance of Benin in the well of the court. The first witness called was Barmus, who, true to his promise, had disguised himself almost beyond recognition. As he stepped into the witness box, Anstruther turned upon him savagely from the dock, and then the face of the latter, with the light upon it, was plainly visible to the little French doctor. Heedless of his surroundings, heedless of the solemnity of the occasion, the Frenchman jumped to his feet and pointed a shaking finger in Anstruther's direction. "Murderer! Murderer!" he cried. "Dog, is it you?" Anstruther paused, and threw up his hands like a man who is shot. He fell back, a collapsed heap, on the floor of the dock. A warder rushed forward and raised the prostrate figure. "I think he is dead, my lord," he said simply. Chapter 51. Against the World. Anstruther lay there to all appearances quite dead. So swift and dramatic had the whole thing been that nobody moved for a moment. Indeed, a greater portion of the excited audience did not seem to grasp what had happened. Rigby turned and looked at Benin, who was frowning in the direction of the dock and breathing hard as if he had run fast and far. Then one of the warders in the court moved to the assistance of his colleague, and between them they raised the prisoner so that his haggard face appeared over the edge of the rail. With an assumption of indifference, the Frenchman dropped back into his seat again. "Surely he is not afraid of you," Jack whispered. "And yet I feel quite certain that your appearance frightened him terribly." "He has good need to be afraid of me," Benin growled. "I could hang that man. I could prove him guilty of murder. For look, that man and myself have met in Paris. You have little notion of the extent of his crime. But he is not dead. Men of that type do not die so easily. See, he is opening his eyes again." Anstruther had struggled into an upright position, and was feebly gasping for water. He gave one half-frightened glance in the direction of the Frenchman, who shrugged his shoulders, as if to say the whole affair was no business of his. "I shall not betray him," he whispered to Rigby. "It is a painful case, which will be no better for being dragged into the light of day. Besides, that man will be punished enough. A long term of imprisonment will be worse to him than hanging. He understands now that I am not going to betray him." Anstruther was himself again at last. He stood rigid and erect. There was the faint suggestion of a smile upon his face. "Merely a passing weakness," he murmured. "I have to apologize to the court for the trouble I am giving. May I be allowed to make a statement?" "It would have been far better if the statement had come through your counsel," the judge said. "I warned you from the first that you were imperiling your position by refusing to accept legal aid. If the jury find you guilty—" "The jury may find me guilty or not," Anstruther said. "I am sufficiently strong a man to know when I am beaten. Therefore I do not propose to waste the time of the court by carrying my defence any further. I have assisted the police on many occasions. Indeed, I have been a great help in bringing a number of notorious criminals to justice. But I pay the prosecution this compliment. Never once in the whole course of my career have I worked out anything neater than the scheme which has placed me in my present position. I desire to plead guilty to the whole thing. I did conspire with Mr. Carrington over that bank business, and with my own hands I removed the Cellini plate to the custody of Carrington's private safe. I am not in the least penitent. I am not in the least sorry for myself. In the circumstances, I would act precisely the same again. You may do what you like with me, and pass any sentence you think fit. I don't think there is any need for me to say more." The speaker bowed gravely to the judge, and resumed his seat, which he had asked for as a favour. Failing any reply on the part of the Crown Attorney, the judge began to sum up the case. He made no comment, but curtly and dryly sentenced the prisoner to 14 years' penal servitude. The latter rose to his feet and intimated that he was ready. With a firm step, and the faint shadow of a cynical smile on his lips, he walked down the steps, and thus disappeared forever from the society of his fellow men. The whole thing was over now, and the dramatic trial was finished. It was, perhaps, a fitting ending to a sensational case, which had been full of surprises from beginning to end. In spite of it all, Jack looked grave and somewhat anxious. Now that the affair was over, he could find it in his heart to have a little pity for Anstruther. "Why so grave and silent?" Rigby asked. "I think you understand," Jack said quietly. It always seems to me a sad thing to see a man of such brilliant talents in so degraded a situation. Anstruther might have done anything. With an intellect like his, he might have climbed to the highest places. And yet he prefers deliberately to remain a criminal. The criminal instinct must have been always there, Benin said. There are some men who cannot go straight, and your brilliant Anstruther is one of them. The audience was pouring out of the court now, talking eagerly and excitedly of the events of the morning. Only a few people remained now, and glancing indifferently over them, Jack noted the pale, anxious features of Carrington. The man lingered behind, as if afraid to face the open air. He shrank back, shaking and despairing, as Bates walked over in his direction. "Very sorry, Mr. Carrington," said the latter, "but my duty is quite clear before me. We had our own reasons for not placing you in the dock along with your friend, because we might have had to call you as a witness. As I promised you, I will do all I can to let you down as easily as possible, but I hold a warrant for your arrest on the grounds of theft and conspiracy, and I am bound to execute it. You will be good enough to come this way, please." The wretched man whined and whimpered, but there was nothing for it now but to follow the detective, and so far as Carrington was concerned, the story is finished. By this time Jack and his companions were in the street. They lingered there chatting together, uncertain as to what to do next, when Benin proceeded to solve the problem. He suggested the advisability of his having an interview with Lord Barmus without delay. "You tell me his lordship has already heard of me?" he said. "After my own experiences, I can imagine what his feelings have been the last few years. I want to see him at once, and convince him that within a month he will be free to stand before his fellow men, as Ferris will be within the next few days." Barmus had lost no time in leaving the court directly he discovered that there would be no occasion for him to enter the witness-box. When Jack and the others reached Belgrave Square, Barmus had already removed the strips of plaster from his face, and was walking up and down his study with the restless air of one whose mind is ill at ease. All the same, he seemed to divine the cause of Benin's presence, for he held out his hand and smiled gratefully. "I know you come to me in the guise of a friend, Dr. Benin," he said. "Is it too much to hope that you can cure me as you cured my friend Ferris?" "There is no doubt about it whatever," the Frenchman said. "It is all a matter of an operation on the muscles of the face. You will be yourself again. Even that horrible yellow tinge will disappear from your skin. I should like, if possible, to operate upon Seymour and yourself at the same time. I dare say you have some quiet country place that we could go to?" There was more than one such retreat, as Barmus proceeded to explain. They talked over the matter eagerly and earnestly for some time, until a message arrived that Mr. Anstruther earnestly desired an interview with Lord Barmus. The latter started and shook his head. He had no disposition whatever to see Anstruther again. But as he thought the matter over, kindlier thoughts prevailed. After all, the man was past all power of mischief, and despite the way in which he had carried himself off, must have felt his position most keenly. On the whole, Barmus decided to go. He found Anstruther pacing up and down his roomy cell. The man looked haggard and drawn. Well as he had himself in hand, Anstruther's twitching lips betrayed his emotion. "I dare say you wonder why I sent for you," he said. "You need not be afraid of me. They have rendered me quite harmless. They have even taken away my watch and chain and money. Why they left me this little pearl-headed scarf-pin I don't know. Probably they overlooked it. It is these little careless things which prevent the force from being quite as efficient as it might be." Anstruther smiled in a peculiar way as he spoke, but Barmus did not appear to notice. Anstruther walked up and down the cell, talking freely as he went. "It was exceedingly good of you to come," he said, "especially as I have done you so grievous a wrong. You will be perhaps pleased to hear that all the sufferings I underwent in Mexico were wasted. I never so much as laid my hand upon an ounce of the gold for which I risked my life. Indeed, at the end I just contrived to save my mere existence. When I sent for you today, it was most sincerely to ask you to pardon me for all the harm that I have done to you and others. I was going to tell you, in any case, the means by which you could be restored to your normal appearance. If the case went against me today, I had determined to write to you and give you the address of Dr. Benin. But when I saw him in court today, I knew perfectly well that you and he had already met, and therefore there was no reason for me to say anything. You and I have always been antagonistic. I do not bear you any ill will for that. And I can assure you that there is no ill will on my side, Barmus replied. Mind you, I cannot forget all the sufferings that I have undergone at your hands. It is strange what men will do when the greed for gold is upon them, and how little good does it tend to when the gold comes. Only a few hours ago I was longing to meet you face to face under such conditions as would render your death a secret. I would have killed you like a dog. I always meant to kill you. When I was paying blackmail to you under a name other than my own, I was ever plotting the opportunity which would have betrayed you into my hands. I should have deemed it no crime to have rid the world of a scoundrel like yourself. And yet, as God is my witness, when I see you here like this, an outcast and a felon, when I think of the terrible way in which your great talents have been wasted, I have nothing but pity for your lamentable condition. Anstruther took a step forward, the veins on his forehead knotted, his hands were clenched in a paroxysm of passion. "Don't talk like that," he said hoarsely. "Don't begin to pity me, or I shall fly out and strangle you. If there was no chance of you ever being anything but what you are, I mean so far as your personal appearance is concerned, I would willingly change places with you at this moment. And I was a nostalgo myself, and know what the punishment means. But I did not bring you here to talk entirely about myself. I have felt for a long time that Jack Masefield has viewed me with suspicion. Perhaps he thinks I am unaware of his engagement to Claire. Why, I knew every movement of his. He will be surprised to hear that I knew he was in the cupboard near Padini's room the time I was spying about there. What was I after? Well, Padini had certain papers of mine, and it was not policy to accuse him of the theft then. Just as if open-minded people like those could deceive me. I can quite forgive Masefield for his caution, but you can tell him that Claire's fortune has suffered nothing at my hands. Not that I wish to take any credit for that. It is merely that the other trustee, being a shrewd lawyer, was too clever for me. However, Claire has her 2,000 a year intact, and she is free to marry Masefield when she likes. There is another matter of which I wish to speak to you. That is, as regards Serena. I understand that she is Lady Barmus' sister. Well, I am glad of that, because the poor woman and her boy will have a happy home in future. I behaved abominably to Serena. I lied to her, I tricked and tormented her, so that I might get her in my power and make use of her wonderful talents as an actress. She believed that I held her life in the hollow of my hand, and therefore she was the veriest slave to my will. But nothing wrong, Barmouth. Serena is as good and pure as your own wife. I understand that Padini has been arrested owing to his having taken a hand in that musical jugglery of mine. For Serena's sake he must be got rid of. All you have to do is to drop a line to the Director of Public Prosecutions in Paris, and say that Monsieur le Marque is masquerading in London as Padini the violinist. After that I don't think Serena will be troubled with her precious husband any more. And now I will not detain you any longer. If you will accept this pin as a souvenir, I shall be glad. You see, it is a small pearl on a gold wire. There is one peculiarity about it. The pearl is hollow, and it often occurred to me how useful it would be to conceal a drop or two of some virulent poison inside, in case one fell into the hands of the authorities. Filled with a sudden suspicion, Barmouth darted forward. The faint, mocking smile of Anstruther's face told him as plainly as words could tell exactly what was going to happen. He reached forward and clutched Anstruther. It was too late. "Oh, for heaven's sake, Anstruther," Barmouth cried. "Think! Pause before you do anything so rash, so blasphemous." "It is very good of you," Anstruther said quite coolly. "I know you mean well, but this is the way I prefer myself." He placed the pearl within his lips and crushed it with his teeth.